Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Tambah mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Game lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome every day.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Karena ini hal baru ya, mungkin ya ada sih ketakutan itu ada. Apa sih itu ML, respon itu apa?
Yang membuat sulit karena tidak ada yang mengarahkan.
Paradigma pemikiran dari orang tua dan beberapa kalangan yang menganggap bahwa permainan game itu mengganggu waktu belajar.
Ketika saya membaca kata akademi saja, di situ respect saya satu. Ini adalah lembaga yang sangat peduli terhadap pendidikan dan pembelajaran anak. Jadi anak-anak kita itu memang akan ada keberminatan, tapi keberminatan ini tidak menjadi sesuatu yang merugikan untuk dirinya sendiri. Tetapi ternyata di situ ada nilai-nilai yang bisa dikembangkan untuk dirinya.
Rata-rata belum banyak tahu bahwa game online ini bisa dibentuk menjadi sarana selain kreativitas juga menjadi sarana prestasi. Ini adalah sarana prestasi yang bisa menjamin keberlangsungan pendidikan mereka.
Kalau bisa benar-benar dikurasi sama dinas pendidikan, karena secara nggak langsung itu akan kontribusi buat anak ke jalur prestasi. Karena beberapa SMA sudah ada yang menerima jalur prestasi e-sport. Jadi orang tua biar ada pengakuan, oh ternyata anak saya main game ada hasilnya ya, gitu. Itu.
Yang selama ini game online dianggap sebagai kegiatan negatif, kami berhasil ubah persepsinya menjadi positif. Artinya outcome dari dinamika pemahaman bahwa game online ini bisa menjadi satu sarana profesional, ini cukup banyak menghasilkan hasil yang positif. Jadi kami mencetak atlet lebih mudah, karena sekolah memahami, orang tua memahami. Tantangan kita sebenarnya kultur saja, kultur yang membangun persepsi negatif terhadap game online. Dan itu kami sudah hadapi selama kurang lebih 5 tahun terakhir. Dan alhamdulillah trennya cukup positif.
Dampak positif yang saya dapat ketika saya pertama kali kenal e-sport adalah tentunya sangat berpengaruh pada relasi ya. Relasi saya jadi makin luas gitu.
Ngubah Bella jadi pribadi yang gak toksik mungkin ya. Itu nggak aku ikut e-sport, aku bisa menghasilkan, nggak yang kayak mama papaku bilang kalau itu cuma buang-buang waktu, buang-buang uang.
Awal-awal itu saya kan juga daftar itu bukan dari player kan, saya daftar dari caster. Influence saya itu semakin meningkat soalnya kan sering ini live stream.
Bisa punya banyak temen, jadi lebih terbuka sama orang tua. Kalau dari keluarga, mungkin keluarga bisa bangga sama saya.
Gak mau dianggap remeh orang, soalnya kan dulu sering dianggap remeh sama teman-teman gitu.
Kita dapat panggilan dari SI Jawa Timur untuk pelatihan pelatih di Akademi Garudaku di Jakarta. Pelatihan itu kita diberikan pengarahan-pengarahan untuk menjadi seorang pelatih, sangkut pautnya ada dengan public speaking, kemudian dengan siswa, kemudian dengan attitude.
Untuk kendala mungkin yang pertama bisa jadi karena jaringan internet.
Menurut saya sulitnya itu dari segi device, dari segi handphone dan juga dukungan orang tua.
Setiap manusia juga, apalagi setiap anak memiliki perekonomian yang berbeda-beda gitu dari keluarganya masing-masing gitu. Ada yang strata ekonominya di atas, ada yang strata ekonominya di bawah.
Selagi itu baik, positif, ya monggo diteruskan.
Makin kesini sekolah-sekolah itu udah banyak yang lirik untuk mendirikan ekstrakurikuler e-sport.
Jadi dengan adanya wadah ekstrakurikuler ini, harapan kami program dari Muntun ini betul-betul bisa mengangkat brandingnya sekolah, dan itu juga bermanfaat positif khususnya untuk anak-anak.
Ya, kami berterima kasih sebab kita hitungannya kayak disponsoring gitu.
Dengan adanya beasiswa yang diberikan Muntun Care, Softcup, dan Garudaku juga, aku jadi bisa kayak mulai mengenal jenjang prosin gitu sih.
Saya merasa bangga dan berterima kasih karena Muntun mau menyempatkan buat hadir di sekolah kami.
Nah, adanya program dari Muntun Cares tersebut mungkin bisa membantu mereka untuk menggapai cita-cita mereka.
Muntun Cares!
Galaxy A55 5G. Game lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Game lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
Yuk kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
karena ini hal baru ya, mungkin ya.
Onic, teman-teman BA bisa naik ke atas stage untuk kita seru-seruan bareng karena kita bakal ada mini games. Berhadiah cukup banyak, jadi kalian semua nggak boleh melewatkan keseruannya ya. Ini terbuka untuk umum, kita bakal kehadiran 2 talent yang luar biasa. Ada Vior dan juga Chesian yang bakal seru-seruan main mini game sama kalian semuanya. Jadi aku minta buat para Sonic, buat para super fans yang hadir, datang ke depan biar kita bisa ngobrol bareng nih ya sama para brand ambassador. Ada Vior dan juga Chesian. Udah bisa naik nih teman-teman brand ambassador. Ya, dan sebelum kita mulai masuk ke Magical Stage presented by GoPay, teman-teman aku mau mohon himbauannya untuk kalian semua yang mungkin lagi jajan-jajan untuk tetap jaga kebersihan ya teman-teman ya. Karena disediakan banyak banget trash bag yang bisa kalian gunakan untuk membuang sampah. Jadi mohon sekali lagi kita menjaga kebersihan bersama biar semuanya jadi nyaman di area MPL Festival. Dan sekali lagi aku ingatkan buat teman-teman yang jajan-jajan jangan lupa jaga kebersihannya masing-masing. Kita udah mempersiapkan banyak banget trash bag di sekitar area MPL Festival buat kalian bisa membuang sampahnya. Dan kita akan panggilkan The Magical Stage supported by GoPay, Brand Ambassador FNATIC Onic.
Halo?
Halo, udah bisa dong. Silakan ke depan.
Halo guys.
Udah pernah kenal belum sih? Udah pernah kenal ya? Siapa coba namanya? Vior.
Ya, Peter.
Yang sebelahnya siapa namanya?
Yang ini. Ya, Peter.
Pinter ya? Pinter-pinter ya ternyata ya.
Pinter-pinter. Gemoy-gemoy.
Gemoy-gemoy. By the way, apa kabarnya nih Kak Vior, Kak Cesi? Baik ya?
Baik.
Udah siap belum nih buat seru-seruan di Magical Stage di hari ini?
Siap dong.
Siap ya?
Siap,
hari ini kita mau ngapain sih sebenarnya?
Tadi apa kakak? Main game. Main game.
Main games, bener banget. Jadi aku bakal ada 4 mini games yang bisa kalian semua ikutin. Dimulai dari Gombal Show. Jadi siapa di sini yang raja-raja gombal, para buaya darat, siapa coba? Coba ya. Nanti kita bakal milih 2 orang dan siapapun yang dipilih sama Vior sama Chesi itu berkesempatan mendapatkan hadiah yang disiapkan dari FNATIC Onic. Ada jersey, ada GoPay, ada t-shirt Onic dan juga ada duffel bag. Jadi lengkap banget nih ya.
Banyak banget ya
Banyak
Kak hadiahnya. Wow.
By the way, kita bakal mulai untuk game yang pertama. Jadi Kak Vior sama Kak Chesi boleh nih pilih satu dari para super fans yang hadir buat naik ke atas stage.
Oke.
Yang bisa gombal angkat tangannya dong.
Majuan dikit. Semangat banget loh.
Merapat dulu ya.
Ini buka-buka yang buaya-buaya nih.
Buka buaya darat ya.
Oke, ini tadi kan semangat banget ya, satu boleh di sini.
Oke, satu naik ke atas stage ya. Satu orang lagi betul. By the way teman-teman, bisa merapat dulu ya ke depan area MPL Festival untuk mendapatkan merchandise eksklusif.
Udah dari tadi.
Yang mana?
Duduk di sini.
Bisa gombal nggak?
Bisa gombal gak?
Bisa. Oke, mau itu sih?
Wibu-wibu vibes ini kayaknya bagus sih.
Wibu-wibu
boleh
vibes
sini
ya.
kamu.
Boleh kamu yang pakai kacamata naik ke
Kita
atas
ada
stage.
berapa game Kak?
Kita bakal ada 4 mini games.
Oh 4.
Dimulai dari Gombal Show dulu nih untuk di mini games kita yang pertama ya. Dan sekali lagi, siapapun yang berani naik ke atas stage dan dipilih nantinya berkesempatan mendapatkan jersey Fans Editions dari FNATIC Onic dan juga ada GoPay, ada t-shirt dari Onic Supply dan juga ada duffel bag yang disiapkan. Jadi buat teman-teman para Sonic yang masih ada di area MPL Festival bisa merapat lagi ke depan dari stage ya.
Sini.
Sini nggak usah malu-malu.
Ada
Shay?
Ada Kak Fonzi juga.
Shay sama Fonzi ya? Mau ikutan juga? Nggak, jangan ya. Kalian berdua aja nggak apa-apa ya. Oke, udah ada siapa nih Kak? Boleh kenalan dulu.
Ini juga sini lu.
Nama aku Ramdhani dari Bogor.
Ramdhani dari Bogor? Jalan kaki ke sini? Oh enggak ya,
Aku
oke.
dari naik kereta.
Naik kereta, oke. Ramdhani satu peserta yang beruntung. Satu lagi kita masih menunggu nih.
Ya yang ini nih yang topi putih.
Yang pakai topi, oke. Yang pakai topi kacamata ini bakal segera naik juga ya.
Ya.
Kita udah dapat 2 buaya darat nih yang bakal ngegombal ke Vior dan juga Chesi.
Ya.
Nanti rulesnya gampang, jadi nanti mereka bakal ngasih kamu gombalan.
Oke.
Sebanyak 3 gombalan lah ya.
Aku
Dan
gombalin juga gak? Gak usah kan?
kalau mau boleh sih.
Dasar buaya betina.
Buaya betina nih ya. Oke, dengan kakak siapa? Arfan, oke Kak Arfan sama Kak siapa tadi? Ramdhani. Kita boleh maju ke depan situ nggak? Bisa berdiri di tanda-tanda yang udah disiapkan. Di bagian sana 2 orang, di sini juga 2 orang mungkin ya. Oke, ngadep-ngadepan aja nih ya. Kita bakal mulai untuk mini gamesnya. Jadi silakan untuk para buaya darat kita memberikan gombalan terbaiknya untuk talent dari FNATIC Onic. Dipersilakan. Untuk Kavior.
Kavior, kita ini gak seumuran.
Cakep.
Tapi boleh gak Ki kita seumur hidup sama kamu?
Woi, kelas ya. Ini buaya darat beneran kayaknya ya. Boleh. 1 gombalan ya.
Aku mau balas.
Boleh deh, balas dulu deh.
Ikan hiu, ikan baja.
Cakep.
Ih, kamu bisa aja.
Boleh. Sekarang kita pindah nih ke Kakak Arfan. Silakan.
Kak, kamu tahu gak bedanya hujan sama kamu?
Nggak tahu, apa tuh?
Kalau hujan turun ke bumi, kalau kamu ke aku.
Woi, lancar ya. By the way, kita udah ada tim parade dari FNATIC Onic yang hadir nih. Rame banget ya.
Sonic ini bro.
Wow. Luar biasa ya parade dari Onic yang udah hadir. Gemoy. Oke, kita lanjutin lagi nih ya. Kita bakal lanjutkan lagi untuk gombalan kedua. Silakan.
Tahu gak sih Kak, hari ini aku capek banget.
Kenapa tuh?
Karena selalu ngangenin kamu.
Woi, berat. Selalu ngangenin kamu ya. Oke, kita pindah lagi nih. Gombalan kedua.
Kamu tahu gak kenapa orang Peter minumnya tak angin?
Kenapa?
Karena cuma orang bodoh yang gak nolak kamu.
Oke ya, gombalan kedua udah selesai. Sekarang gombalan ketiga, let's go.
Tahu besok hari Jumat.
Ya tahu, kenapa tuh?
Kalian nyontek ya?
Lanjutin dong, masa setengah-setengah?
Aku tahu besok hari Jumat, tapi aku gak sedih.
Kenapa?
Karena sekarang aku sudah bertemu Kavior.
Woi, boleh lah ya. Terakhir, gombalan ketiga nih. Ya.
Aku rela ikut lomba dunia, asalkan kamu jadi garis finish. Gak bisa. Gak apa-apa guys, itu namanya salting ya.
Salting namanya ya, gak kuat kali ya. Oke, sekarang giliran para BA kita untuk memberikan penilaian. Siapa yang menang antara kakak-kakak ini? Coba pilih.
Yang menang siapa guys?
Siapa guys? Ini.
Yang menang siapa guys? Baju hitam atau abu-abu?
Aku.
Suruh ini Bang Bior, suruh tepuk tangan
Ketik
yang
satu
paling
untuk
kenceng yang menang.
Oke. Untuk baju hitam tepuk tangannya mana? Baju abu-abu.
Oke, berarti kita udah tahu pemenangnya ya. Dan pemenangnya kepada baju hitam. Oke, terima kasih sekali lagi udah ikut seru-seruan bareng. Kita bakal ada voting dulu penyerahan giftnya dari kakak-kakak brand ambassador kita yang luar biasa. Bisa dikasih dulu kakak? Ini untuk pemenangnya ya. Silakan diberikan awardingnya, nggak usah gemeteran gitu. Iya, silakan dikasih. Ini buat kakak yang ini. Boleh. Itu lagi foto. Oke, terima kasih. Ini untuk satu lagi juara 2 kita mendapatkan t-shirt dari Onic Supply dan juga GoPay. Sudah, terima kasih. Wow, seru ya. Baru gombal show aja mini games pertama kita. Seseru itu. Oke, kita lanjut untuk di mini games yang kedua. Lagi-lagi nih Kavior, KCC, aku butuh bantuan untuk milih 2 orang lagi yang akan bermain tebak bibir bersama kakak. Tebak bibir. Jadi nanti bakal pakai headphone dan kalian harus bisa nebak apa yang diucapkan sama mereka.
Oh, kita harus bisa nebak mereka ngomong apa gitu ya.
Betul.
Oke, yang mau siapa nih? Yang mau, ayo maju sini, maju. Nah,
waduh, loncat tuh dari situ.
Ya boleh sini.
Oke, langsung dapat nih ya. Yang baju pink jangan katanya. Kenapa emangnya? Gak apa-apa lah ya. Oke, aku bakal jelasin dulu aturannya gimana. Jadi nanti kakak-kakak BA kita ini bakal pakai headphone, dikasih gangguan juga. Mereka biar nggak bisa ngedenger apa yang diucapin sama para peserta kita. Dan para peserta kita harus bisa ngucapin sebanyak-banyaknya kata yang ditebak sama para brand ambassador kita. Oke?
Oke.
Sebanyak-banyaknya selama 30 detik ya. Oke, jadi aku bakal persiapkan dulu untuk propertinya. Silakan diambil mic-nya untuk kakak-kakak. Udah ada mic-nya, satu lagi silakan. Nah, ini handphone-nya juga disiapin. Kita bakal bergantian ya, dimulai mungkin dari Kak Vior dulu ya. Teman-teman bisa ke tengah dulu. Mungkin kenalan dulu kali ya dengan Kak siapa?
Perkenalkan nama saya Robi, Kak.
Robi sama siapa?
Teddy.
Robi sama Teddy, oke. Kita bakal mulai dari timnya Kak Vior dulu nih ya, sama Teddy ya berarti ya. Robi sama Teddy. Bener Teddy? Oke, siap ya. Jangan grogi ya. Kita bakal mulai mungkin dari sini. Sebentar. Sebentar lagi dipersiapkan ya. Sabar dulu ya. Kakak, dipakai ke Kak Vior. Iya, nanti aku yang ngasih kata-kata ke dia. Oke. Udah, siap? Bisa ke setengah stage sini, Kak Vior juga nggak kedengeran ya? Oke, siap ya. Kamu bakal nyebutin kata-kata ini dan berusaha biar bisa ditebak sama Vior, oke? Ngerti tadi? Siap ya? Produser siap? Kita bakal mulai 30. Emang iya? Bentar, kamu nggak pakai mic berarti? Jangan pakai mic. Kayaknya nggak perlu pakai mic deh yang ini, soalnya kedengeran ya. Bentar, kakak kayaknya nggak perlu pakai mic deh. Oke, aku pegang mic-nya ya. Oke, siap produser 30 detik sekarang. Oke, kita bakal mulai ya. 30 detik dimulai dari sekarang.
Nasi goreng. Petai goreng. Bertiga. Bitrix. Bitrix goreng.
2, 1, gagal. Coba terakhir, sebutin apa katanya?
Mythical Glory.
Oke, benar 1 poin ya berarti ya. Oke, 1 poin ya. Jangan curang, jangan dikecilin. Oke, kita pindah ke tim dari Kak Cesi ya. Caranya sama. Aku bakal ngasih 30 detik, sebanyak-banyaknya harus bisa jawab jawab kata-kata yang dilemparkan sama Kak Robi ya. Oke. Kita ganti ke tim B ya. Tadi dari timnya Vior cuma 1 kata doang yang bisa dijawab. Kalau dari Kak Cesi nih. Udah siap? Udah siap ya? Apa? Masih bisa dengar? Oh enggak, ntar kan dia nggak pakai mic. Oke. Siap ya? Kita mulai. Tiga 30 detik dari sekarang untuk tim Cesian.
Blue buff.
Oke, 1.
Kaos kaki. Adi.
Coach Adi betul, 2.
Keranjang kuning.
Bukan.
Raja kuning. Randa kuning.
Oke, 3.
Immortality.
Oke, 4. Wow.
Bobby. Mobil Johnson.
Oke, sudah habis. 4 poin. Mana tepuk tangan buat Robi? Teddy di sini. Kita mau ada foto session dulu di depan, bisa ke depan teman-teman semuanya. Penyerahan untuk lamanya bisa ke depan juga. Kak Teddy ke depan dulu ya, ke depan. Ulang. Foto, pegang dulu ya. Kita foto session dulu ya. So inilah dia untuk pemenang dan juga peringkat kedua ya. Dan sekali lagi terima kasih. Kenapa tuh, Kavior? Kenapa? Oh enggak apa-apa. Tadi Oke, silakan kembali ke bawah kakak. Lewat samping ada tangga sih sebenarnya, nggak apa-apa lah kalau mau loncat juga boleh deh. Oke, ini kan baru game kedua ya.
Ya, satu game lagi ya.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau.
Jakarta International Velodrome. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kadia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Hadir, inilah dia tim FNATIC Onic. Rematch Grand Final MPL ID Season 12 akan terjadi di mana sang Raja Langit FNATIC Onic akan ditantang oleh The King Slayer Geek Fam. Sempat tertatih, namun kita melihat bahwa performa mereka di regular season menjawab semua kekhawatiran yang ada. Inilah dia kedatangan dari para player dengan rekor hanya 1 kali kalah dari season 4. FNATIC Onic di atas kertas diyakini dapat melanjutkan dominasi atas sang penantang. Namun Raja Langit tetap harus berhati-hati karena sang lawan menjadi The King Slayer bukan tanpa alasan.
Dan inilah penantang dari sang Raja Langit, The King Slayer Geek Fam. Membawa semangat baru setelah mengalahkan sang Raja segala raja. Sang Raja Langit akan menjadi target baru untuk kembali diburu. Memang sejarah tidak berpihak pada mereka, namun semangat mereka tidak akan pernah padam. Karena Geek Fam Unity selalu ada untuk mereka. Sejak hadirnya Beloyski Geek yang sejak season 4 tidak pernah lolos playoff, sekarang 3 season menjadi langganan playoff.
Di hari pertama, 2 tim telah tersingkir. Kali ini kita akan melihat 4 tim tersisa akan mulai mengukir sejarah.
Betul sekali, yang mana di hari kedua babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13 kali ini tentunya akan berbeda dengan hari yang pertama. Kalau hari pertama seperti yang tadi Bude sampaikan, 2 tim telah tersingkir. Tapi kali ini di hari kedua setiap tim memiliki 2 nyawa.
Pertarungan akan semakin mendebarkan dengan semua mata menyaksikan. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 13 babak playoff.
Wow, super fans semua di sini begitu semangat untuk melihat bagaimana keseruan dari hari kedua babak playoff hari ini. Akan ada 2 match yang begitu seru hari ini. Di match pembukaan hari ini, Bude Clara, kita akan melihat yang bisa dibilang ini kayaknya flashback ke mungkin Grand Final Season 12 kemarin.
Iya, tentu saja menarik karena 2 tim ini sedang kita lihat betapa performanya kuat-kuatnya. Namun mengingat kali ini adalah kita sudah melihat Geek Fam kemarin berjuang dengan Gigi, kita belum melihat seperti apa FNATIC Onic dengan jersey terbaru mereka. Dan repeat champion. Bukan dari mereka hoki, bukan dari apa. Mereka membuktikan diri bahwa mereka Raja Langit.
Tapi Bude, kalau memang ini bisa dibilang flashback atau rematch dari Grand Final Season 12 kemarin, tapi ada yang berbeda. Yang mana di season kali ini, di playoff kali ini ada Ray di Geek Fam dan ada Lutfi di FNATIC Onic. Ini menjadi pembeda.
Ya, dan Lutfi menjadi Rising Heroes. Bisa dibilang untuk Onic membawa warna baru dan kita akan menggali lebih dalam. The Rising Heroes dari Onic dari sumber yang sungguh terpercaya dan mengikuti karir Lutfi juga bersama di Onic Prodigy saat itu. Mari kita bersama-sama. Inilah dia mantan coach dari Lutfi. Ada Lionheart.
Wow, halo Coach Lionheart, apa kabar?
Ada nyala, halo Coach.
Bisa
di mana aja boleh, di tengah-tengah aja,
biar kelihatan ya. Apa kabar Coach?
Baik.
Agak pilek.
Semangat sih, ngeliat MPL keren banget sekarang, seru banget.
Gimana season 13 ngelihatnya?
Kayak unpredictable banget kan, kayak di group stage-nya bener-bener kalah menang semuanya dan sebanyak hal terjadi gitu kan. Tim yang benar-benar awalnya win streak bisa jadi lose, kemudian lose streak bisa jadi win, itu kayak seru banget sih. Kayak benar-benar MPL tuh kasta tertingginya Mobile Legends benar-benar kelihatan banget di season ini.
Ya, dan bahkan menghasilkan player-player yang berbakat dan bahkan ada satu player ini yang mungkin Coach Lionheart akan menjelaskan lebih dalam lagi tentang dirinya karena kita semua penasaran. Inilah dia, kita akan ngecek bersama-sama. Dari poster kita akan melihat langsung saja seorang Lutfi yang menjadi Rising Heroes. Ini kan bisa dibilang debutnya bersama dengan Coach Lionheart pada saat itu ya. Gimana sih ngelihat Lutfi dan menemukan Lutfi?
Kalau menemukan enggak sih, karena coaching staff waktu itu yang terakhir kali join. Jadi mereka udah ada di Onic dulu, jadi mungkin yang menemukan si Bang Mars kali ya. Gitu. Terus cuman kalau ngelihat dari awalnya kan semua nggak kenal tuh. Nah ini orang polos banget. Jadi ya lucu aja gitu.
Yap, dari asing kini paling bersaing.
Dari yang polos kata Coach Lionheart sekarang
Sampai sekarang kayaknya polos deh.
Polos ya, tapi performance-nya begitu luar biasa. Mungkin
performance-nya nggak polos kayaknya.
Oh, tapi udah berbeda nggak sih sejak di MDL dan sekarang di MPL? Gimana sih progres dan perubahan dari Lutfi itu sendiri?
Orangnya atau in-game performance-nya?
Both, dua-duanya boleh.
Oh, kalau orangnya nggak udah berubah sedikit lah. Kayak dulu jalan di panggung kayak masih aduh grogi nih, gimana nih Mas Chris gitu, kayak gitu-gitu. Kalau sekarang kayak wah udah biasa dia, menang terus kan, interview terus kan, nah udah biasa lah dia.
Tapi berarti kalau ngelihat performance selama di stage MPL Indonesia dari regular season sampai dengan saat ini, Coach Lionheart ngelihatnya seperti apa nih perkembangannya?
Jujur aku senang banget sih, karena dari awalnya kelihatan banget kalau Lutfi itu bakal jadi pemain MPL gitu. Kayak kelihatan lah gitu dari cara mentalnya dia, main gamenya juga oke, dia bisa semua kayak di XP Land. Nah kurang lebih dia benar-benar memenuhi ekspektasi, apalagi di season ini dia naik dan momennya pas nih, kayak misalnya abang-abangannya juga udah bisa bantuin dia gitu buat nggak grogi, buat apa. Nah ya, jadi benar-benar dan supporter Onyx ya, Sonic benar-benar support juga, kalau kalah awal-awal itu juga nggak dihujat dan segala macam. Nah itu salah satu faktor-faktor yang bikin anak semuda Lutfi bisa pede lah istilahnya di MPL.
Ya, ini menarik ya, di mana Coach Lionheart berkata bahwa sudah terlihat ini punya potensi untuk bermain di MPL yang mungkin nggak semua player punya. Dan kalau ngelihat dari Lutfi, apa yang Lutfi punya dan mungkin player-player lain nggak punya deh?
Oke, mungkin aku gimmick sedikit kali ya. Kalau di MPL itu menurutku nih ya, buat kalian-kalian yang pingin ke stage MPL ya, main di stage MPL tuh banyak semua orang pingin jadi pro player dan pingin ke MPL. Tapi menurutku MPL tuh punya universe sendiri. Jadi dia yang menarik pemain-pemain terpilih. Dan aku bisa ngeliat sih kayak oh ini orang pasti MPL. Ini kurang lebih kayak kelihatan gitu. Dan Lutfi ini punya kelebihan kayak yang nomor satu aku bilang dia orang dengan mental paling humble sih. Jadi kayak kelihatan dia polos, ya aku harap itu tetap jadi ciri khasnya Lutfi, mau dia juara dunia berapa kali nanti impiannya dia misalnya tercapai, amin. Dia tetap humble seperti waktu pertama kali ketemu sama aku dulu.
Jadi sifat humble itu yang membuat dirinya
yang membawa dia di kasta tertinggi. Mungkin banyak orang jago, tapi memang dia in game-nya juga jago banget. Dia bisa versatile semua ini gameplay. Dan mungkin kalau di in-game, spesial performance-nya dari Lutfi adalah dia spesialis sandbag itulah. Jadi nggak semua orang, biasanya player muda-muda pengen bersinar, sedangkan dia benar-benar menerima job dan tanggung jawabnya itu dengan bagus. Gitu sih.
Dan mungkin satu hal lagi ya, dulu dia, seberapa pengaruh dia di MPL dan sekarang, apa yang dia bawa di MPL? Apakah membawa warna baru untuk Onic?
Kalau di MDL, jujur ya aku bertanya beberapa orang dulu waktu aku nge-coach Sonic tuh benar-benar nggak kelihatan dia. Tapi kita orang yang di dalam tim itu, yang di MDL tuh benar-benar semuanya itu percaya banget sama Lutfi dan benar-benar bergantung sama dia. Termasuk aku coachnya, kayak lucu aja gitu. Kadang-kadang di in-game dan di out-game-nya dia sangat influence. Dan di MPL menurutku dia memberikan warna baru karena mungkin Boots udah, Onic udah terkenal dengan Boots ya. Sedangkan diganti dengan Lutfi itu memberikan pool hero yang lebih luas. Karena Lutfi pool hero-nya luas banget, yang aku bilang gameplay-nya banyak.
Wow, ini luar biasa sekali ya. Tapi mungkin yang terakhir sebelum kita melihat bagaimana match pembukaan pada hari ini, Coach Lionheart ada pesan-pesan untuk Lutfi sebelum dia bertanding di Land of Dawn?
Oke Lutfi, semangat terus ya kan. Ini season 13, season pertamamu bisa jadi kamu langsung juara ya kan. Nah, kalau misalnya pesanku itu tetap humble kayak tadi aku bilang. Seperti pertama ketemu mau kamu juara dunia 10 kali juga tetaplah menjadi Lutfi yang dulu. Gitu. Karena yang membawa kamu ke MPL juga kamu yang dulu gitu sih.
Predict score?
3-1.
Untuk?
Gak usah ditanya
Oh
lagi.
ya udah ya, udah ditanya lagi. Kalau gitu mari kita beri tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Coach Lionheart.
Thank you Bude, thank you Bude.
Enjoy the show karena ini memang kali perdana semua orang bertanya-tanya seperti apa performa Lutfi di panggung playoff bersama dengan FNATIC Onic.
Betul sekali, dan tadi kita melihat ya, ada mendengarkan fun fact-nya. Ternyata memang Lutfi ini dari awal MDL sudah diprediksi nih bakalan bisa menuju panggung MPL. Kemudian polosnya itu ternyata walaupun polos, kalau kelihatannya polos, tapi di Land of Dawn nggak polos ya, tapi bersaing begitu keras.
Benar, tentunya semuanya juga menantikan seperti apa performa yang diberikan oleh kedua tim ini mengingat historinya. Di Grand Final season lalu mereka bertemu. Namun tentu saja hari begitu ramai dengan semua super fan yang sudah hadir dari Sonic dan juga Geek Fam Unity. Dan terima kasih juga kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia begitu meriah karena adanya powered by Munton. Lalu government partner kita PBSI.
And presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy dan official e-wallet GoPay.
Official destination for gaming and esports Kidia. Dan official gold partner UBS Gold.
Dan tentunya ada partner in esports kita, ada Campina, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan juga GamesMax.
Dan juga supplier kita ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturday.
Dan tentunya ada venue partner kita, ada Jack Pro. Wow, luar biasa tentunya di sini super fan sudah nggak sabar untuk melihat ini yang bisa dibilang ini rematch dari Grand Final Season 12. Apakah hasilnya akan sama ataukah akan sebaliknya nih?
Ya, semuanya bertanya-tanya dengan Geek Fam yang mereka udah panas duluan seharusnya di hari pertama kemarin mereka menang dengan percaya diri. Walaupun dengan skor yang cukup mendebarkan membuat kita semua berdebar.
Tapi tentunya Onic juga mungkin mereka kemarin tidak bermain tapi
Will the Sky Kings meet the same fate once again, or will history repeat itself? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening match of the playoffs of day number 2 here at MPL ID Season 13. We are now live at Jakarta International Velodrome, Jakarta, Indonesia. And here on the English broadcast, you are now being accompanied by me, Eterna, alongside with Connie, as well as Arashi. But before we begin the nitty-gritty of the 2 matches that we have in store for you guys today, it's a best of 5, by the way. We do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official government partner PVESI. We have our official e-wallet GoPay, our official destination gaming and esport Kidia, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Campina, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, as well as suppliers Indomaret, Point Coffee, Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course thank you so much to our venue partner Jack Pro for making this tournament possible. You can see behind us, everybody is ready. We are ready, and I'm pretty sure that you guys are ready for the deja vu of the grand finals back at MPL ID Season 12.
Hey, it's a rematch again. Will we see the same results as in FNATIC Onic now wins this one, or will it change? Yesterday, I'm sorry Irashi, I'm sorry Eterna, got bad news for you. Wow. 2 teams are out of playoffs contention, but I got good news. My team is still in it.
Thanks for sharing, Bonnie. Good to hear, good to know. It's almost like everyone knows that that's gonna happen right now.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is actually a good point because today we will not be sending any team home.
Right.
Because we are scrolling to the upper brackets where the titans of this season from the regular season, Bigetron Alpha as well as FNATIC Onic, will be waiting for the 2 teams that established victories yesterday. We actually are going to get a little bit of a recap as to the events so far during the playoffs. And Arashi, how are we feeling about this so far?
Well, so far it's been a very exciting playoffs, right? Even the first day, where a lot of people were thinking it's gonna be pretty much a done deal. You can kind of expect the outcome. Well, turns out there's a lot of up and downs, and there's a lot of unexpected developments in the playoffs so far. So now, moving on to the upper brackets, I really feel like we're gonna see a lot more special things, because you have to keep in mind, a lot of the teams that we're gonna be starting to see right now, they have the liberty of hiding some of their strategies because they've had so much success in the regular season. So now maybe you can get a glimpse into some of these hidden tactics that they might have been saving right for this moment.
You know what? I cannot wait to see what will they bring to the table, especially FNATIC Onic and Bigetron. They have their time to really sit through day one to see their potential opponents in Geek Fam as well as Evos. So I want to see instant adjustment from their side. I expect them to have and utilize that advantage.
There's definitely a plus minus, right, when it comes down to the upper brackets. There are lots of advantages. You have 2 lives basically, because if you do lose this match, you guys will fall to the lower bracket. Another reason, like you mentioned, you will be able to kind of feel out your opponent. But on the other hand, are they warmed up? Because Evos Glory are definitely warmed up, and so is Geek after all the games that they had to pull through yesterday. But we'll circle back to Geek once again. This is a new challenge for the Kingslayers. They were able to relinquish the Kings of Kings yesterday, but another king approaches before them, and it just so happens that they are also the defending champions of MPL ID Season 12.
If they're able to pull this off, then they really deserve the title of Kingslayer. So far, if you look at the history, it really hasn't been as successful, but it is possible, and they've already shown it. And when you can make a god bleed, then the people will cease to believe in him. That is something that Geek Fam will attempt to try and prove today.
I mean, imagine this, right? 22 times they've met since MPL ID Season 4, since Geek Fam entered the entire league. They've only been able to win once. So data, history, everything is thrown against them today. But this matchup, right? One of the rising stars that we have in this season, amongst all the doubt, all the hate for Lutpi stepping in favor of Boots, but he has performed. What do you think about this since MPL ID Season 4?
I feel like Lutpi has really shown that he has grown, right? He's always been a more aggressive option, but we thought it's a bit more one-dimensional. But now he's showing again with the right kind of composition, with the right kind of strategy, he can find other ways rather than just being aggressive to really have an impact. But on the other side, against Luke right here, if you look at the stats, it's actually quite impressive that Lutpi is able to match up to Luke, because for at least 1 or 2 seasons now, we've been talking a lot about Luke, especially when he does get his hands on the signature heroes. So he wouldn't be as flexible, but when it comes to comfort picks, when it comes to the good old-fashioned heroes that both these players are good at, I think Luke definitely has a bit more of that X factor, right? A bit more highs, but also a bit more lows.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? I mean, Luke has the experience, which, sure, Luke will perform and he will be one of the key factors of the successfulness of Geek Fam. But I'm actually a bit surprised of Lutpi, because I also is one of the doubters of the change from Onic. Sure, Boots was very shaky earlier on, but I did not expect Lutpi to adjust that quickly, right? And we're talking about hero pool, he has shown a lot of depth in that field, and perhaps now more comforts though. They can definitely stick to more comforts, like the Paquito, perhaps like the Lapu, right? Paquito, very positive. If I'm not mistaken, around above 70%. So I think they should draft towards that Paquito, give him something more comfortable in this series, especially nothing to lose. If it's open, why not?
Definitely. We'll see exactly what they have brewing for us today, because this is our throne defenders, our defending champions, FNATIC Onic, going head-to-head against the Kingslayers themselves, holding up that banner with Luke, Ray, Avoid, Voloisky, as well as Chidera. They were given a big responsibility yesterday. Let's see if they're able to make it happen today.
Well, they took down the Kings of Kings yesterday, and they have set their eyes on another kingdom with their general, Voloisky. It seems like anything is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome both Geek Fam and Onic. This time that their kingdom is under attack and they have donned their new armor with a new name. Will they be able to defend their throne? It's both FNATIC Onic and Geek Fam.
Deja vu, ladies and gentlemen. And like you mentioned, under the banner of General Beloyski, will they be able to find a loophole into the untouchable, the invincible FNATIC Onic? So many questions, but it starts with these, the brains behind the game.
Definitely. I think there's a lot of pressure, a lot of expectations, especially for Coach Yeb. With 2 coaches in his name, he definitely is trying to bring in something special. And he's always known to be one of these more elusive drafters. Up against Geek Fam, that was forced to go to a full-on 5-game series, exposing a lot of their own picks. You do have to wonder, what does Coach Yeb want to try and use to try and tackle them today?
And I think that kind of caught everyone off guard, right? The fact that Geek was forced into game number 5. I don't think anyone expected that. And the question is, as well, what's up with Geek? Are they under pressure at the moment? Is it strategy that's still lurking? Have they not shown all their cards? Because for Onic, I think a lot of people can agree that we haven't really seen the full-blown scale of what FNATIC wants to bring, right? So many cards that they have still hidden away, and nobody really wonders why they were second place. It's like, yeah, they're second place in the regular standings, but we'll see what kind of a monster they are in the playoffs. And we're gonna get a glimpse of that actually today in this upper bracket match against Geek. But this is the most pick and ban heroes, and maybe we'll get a glimpse as well as to what they commonly like to go for. Is this what we're gonna be expecting today?
Well, what really stands out is the red side win rate for Onic. Not really too far-fetched from the blue side win rate. That's a very different look compared to a lot of these teams that really rely, or at least have a very noticeable difference in success rate when it comes to the first or second pick. Along with that, you do see the Paquito. That is something that will definitely come into handy, especially against Geek Fam. Luke is a well-known X-Borg player, so if you get a Paquito, you get a double benefit of securing a strong laner to go up against an X-Borg that usually has a chance to really dominate and bully in that laning phase. But afterwards, most banned by opponents, you can see that a lot of assassin respect from the side of Onic, to the side of Onic, because of course, you know, their flexibility, the ways they are able to pull off assassins even before assassins were, you know, quote-unquote back in the meta. That is something that Geek Fam will definitely have to try and contend with and try and find a solution for, especially with the current changes where invading is just a lot more difficult and punishable now.
That's actually a big question that I have as well. Sorry, I have a lot of questions today.
Ask away, Turner.
But that's a big question that I have. So far, Kyrie has only found his success on the Fredwin. Sure, there are wins here and there on different utility heroes, but up until this point, that success has only centralized around Fredwin. Do you think that we'll be seeing assassins today? I mean, you're an Onic fan. Do you have any feelings about it, or your analysis?
About the draft, I feel like. If Geek Fam allows Onic to play around assassins, sure, I'm very positive that Yeb will definitely take that gamble. Hey, Kyrie, here's a Fanny. Hey, Kyrie, here's Lancelot, you know? But only if that the draft from Geek Fam is quote-unquote vulnerable towards assassins, then we might see a huge potential. But most of the time against Onic, you wouldn't draft a draft that is vulnerable towards the assassin, especially if we're talking about the first phase.
Well, let's look at the most picked mid-lane heroes in each region here while we're on that topic, Goni. Because, you know, See the World, MSC 2024 summing up. It's right in the horizon. So if you look at the mid laners, you see a lot of very similar picks, and that's because there's a lot of similar things that teams are looking for. The vision, the long range from Novaria, the crowd control and the fighting potential of the Vexana, and the flexibility, and of course, the IMU from the Valentina. interesting enough, in NACT, you do see the Faramis, and I thought that Indonesia was gonna pop out there with the Faramis as well, considering how often teams right now are just going at it, going for these big fights and relying on that extra bit of fighting potential from the Nether realm. But it turns out, when it comes down to it, it's about wave clear, and it's about how these laners can really help out the roamers and the junglers when they really go in for those aggressive plays in the early game.
And I find that especially true now that we're looking at this team, right? Geek Fam. I think they are one of the teams that have utilized the Faramis the most. Faramis, a boy, you think of it as a very synonymous combination, and we've seen that come through so much. Even in the stats beforehand, when we saw the most pick and bans by opponent, we saw that the Faramis was actually one of the most bans by the opponents towards Geek Fam. So the fact that the Valentina is up there also shows that it's still a Faramis-Valentina combination trade that's going on, and that could also be one of the reasons why, other than the IMU, that the Valentina is so popular in this region. But we have seen a change in the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen another mid laner become so prio, the Luo Yi. Right? The Luo Yi has found so much success yesterday. We saw that that was one of the main reasons as to why Liquid had to say goodbye to their playoff contention. They left it open 3 times and they were banished, they were dismissed by Evos so easily because of the Luo Yi, the global presence, the global pressure that the Luo Yi has, especially when it comes down to the final moments and the Lord fights. Do you think we'll be seeing the Luo Yi today in this matchup?
I feel like for both teams, this is a bit of a difference because in day one, there's a lot of teams that have a reputation for being a bit more straightforward, a bit more bull rush heavy technically. But now against with Onic and Geek Fam in the picture, these are both teams that have shown amazing macro game, amazing rotations as well. So I feel like both of them will be very comfortable dealing with the kind of global presence. But after 1 or 2 games, if it does prove to be a threat, I feel like it's no surprise to see it banned away or respected, right? Because it is a very impactful option right now for a lot of teams, especially on the pro level where the coordination is just so much more compared to the, I guess the rank C.
I mean, let's not get it wrong, right? Luo Yi is a prio hero, but it's not as popular because it's mostly banned out in that first phase. So if we're talking about priority, it's still such a high priority because it has damage-based damage early game. As we all know, especially you've added more items on towards this hero. Mid-game, late-game, wave clear, not too shabby. And I believe maybe in this match we can see a couple of Luo Yis come out of maybe game 1 or game 2.
We'll answer that question very soon there, Goni, as we're now entering the drafting phase of game number 1 in this best of 5. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35, 5G.
There are no
but there it is, right? Faramis is instantly banned out by FNATIC Onic. That respect towards Geek Fam is definitely still there. But other than that, we do see the respect to General Boloyski himself with the health curt and the Florian taken away. Meanwhile, for Geek, Akai, Harith, as well as the Ling. And there it is, the Luo Yi pops up into the Land of Dawn with FNATIC Onic occupying that chip in the first phase.
We have seen this trend for a while here in the regular season. The Luo Yi match with the chip. I'm surprised to see that the Akai out of nowhere was banned off so early from Geek, but maybe that is a particular strategy they want to make sure they have at their disposal. Now for Onic though, the chip with a 2-way global play on the shortcut, with also the Spear of Destruction from the Moskov, they have a lot more macro ways to play around with this game. So I think Geek, knowing that, we're going to try and get some way to really catch Onic mid-rotation. And even with the Baxia now, they're going to be moving around the map so fast unless Geek can put an end to it by threatening a pickoff of some sort.
Yeah, it's very clear that Onic, there are 3 heroes here picked up the first phase, very fast rotations, right? With the teleportation from Chip and Moskov and as well as Bakshia's Youth Shield Unity, expect them to just roam around freely across the map. But then again, with Luo Yi, will it be able to just deny that away? With the Natan though, it shows that, yeah, Geek Fam, they're comfortable playing this towards that late game, like the Moskov. So it's going to be attack speed versus attack speed in that gold lane.
But what do you think about this, right? Because I understand, right? There's a little bit of a balance from Geek, right? We have some early game pressure from the Fredrin and the Luo Yi, but meanwhile, the Natan, is such a late game hero in a lane against something like the Moskov. And mind you, the mobility of a Chip and a Baxia, will it survive?
We've seen the Natan just completely dominated in a bad matchup, especially with the macro threat. And to make things worse for Geek Fam right here, Onic hasn't really shown their mid lane threat. You see a Farsa ban away by Geek Fam, worried about the zoning potential. You know, 2 bolts from the Feather Airstrike can very easily zone away the short range mages like the Royi and also the marksmen like the Natan. So banning that away is an option, but this is the problem when you go up against Onic, man. You don't know what Sans is really cooking up right there. Is he going to be a long-distance artillery? Or is he going to bring back some kind of aggressive, burst-heavy mid laner, like assassin-like, like a Kadira? Or maybe the Gushin for, you know, for all times.
Wow, the Gushin? You think, what do you guys think, ladies and gentlemen? Will we see a Gushin today? I mean, anything is possible with Onic, but Ruby gets locked in. That's a power pick for Luke right now. But it still can be flex for Baloyski, technically.
A very smart 4th pick here because, again, it adds flexibility. Will it go to the hands of Luke? Also can go to the hands of Baloyski. It depends on the 2 picks here from FNATIC Onic. Again, if we're talking about the mages, Sans can rock the Gord. We have yet to see a Valentina and also the Novaria, but no, it's going to be neither. It's going to be Kadira, which is going to go to the hands of Sans.
This is a very, very aggressive composition that FNATIC Onic has brought. They have one more hero, Rashi.
Lapu? Xborg?
I feel like Xborg has value here, but it depends on what they're looking for. Look for the CC, something a bit more mobile, something that can really bring a more of an edge in that team fighting as well. These are good options right here, and this is a dangerous situation. It's a lot of pick-off, but it's also a lot of ways to really stop Geek Fam from rotating. On the back of a Chip, this is a very dangerous composition, so whoever is in the front, even though it's a Ruby or Fredrin, they are susceptible just getting completely bursted out.
Can you imagine the ganks? Can you imagine the ganks at level 4? Chip and the Kadira?
Yeah. A lot of bush control heroes here from side of Onic, which I feel like can be denied with the diversion plays. Also adds that department, right? That bush control somehow. Onic needs to keep checking on the diversion plays, but last pick is going to be the Xborg.
All right.
As expected from Luke, for Luke.
That's a very valuable pick as well. Against Pickoff, the Xborg with a free Immortal technically, and if he rushes the Immortal, there are multiple times where they can really buy some time to actually stave off the aggression and save themselves from the Pickoff from Onic. But looking at the draft index right here, it just seems to be heavily favoring Onic for now, but of course these are only numbers, and in the game, especially with all this global presence, with all the fine details available in the middle of a big fight, it all comes down to the execution and the game plan that begins from the beginning. So keep your eyes open to try and look for the rotations in the jungle.
The challengers are finally ready, ladies and gentlemen, to challenge the throne once again. They attempted it in Season 12, and they are looking to try it once more. Welcome to game number 1, and welcome into the Colosseum, into the Hall of Chaos, as the wings are flying high. FNATIC Onic versus Geek Fam. Let's enter the land of dawn.
Who will take game 1 as FNATIC Onic officially enters the land of dawn with their new name.
You can see the Kyrie starting on the orange buff right here. He did go for the quick retreat initially, so he's gonna potentially attempt for something of an invade, especially with this very aggressive early game. Sans and Keyboy together is already a deadly enough combination, but we'll have to see. With the Ray going for the concussive blast, he's probably trying to match the clear speed as well. So I think for now, it's going to be even until level 4, when both teams kind of have an idea of where their opponents are going to be, playing around for the neutral objective. That will be where Onic, I think mainly, will be looking for some kind of pickoff.
All right, looking at the emblems as well, we can see a lot of pressure, right? A lot of aggression coming in from Sans, but wait a minute.
Keyboy jumps in towards Baloyski. He wants Sans here, who is chunked quite low. Now, Beloyski, aggressive flicker with the help of a boy. Will collect first blood, but take a look, Keyboy. He wants revenge and finds it. Both of the mid laners down in the first 2 minutes.
Yep, they get traded earlier on, but that is exactly the pressure that you can expect from a Luo Yi. Doesn't need level 4 just yet to deal out that damage. Level 2 is already enough, but meanwhile, somebody like Sans would require that level 4 power spike. So the fact that FNATIC Onic could trade that 1v1 earlier on, I would say that's a big win for Onic.
It's definitely a win, but keep in mind with a Luo Yi, the early game, especially pre-level 4, is going to be very, very strong. It is something that I think Onic failed to recognize. You saw Sans just sitting there with low HP, getting immediately jumped on by Geek Fam. Keep your eyes open on the lanes though, because both teams are going to clear and trying to make their rotations. CW can join the fight if he wants to, but he'll then open the lane up for Chidera to just farm up a Storm.
FNATIC Onic, will they be able to contest this one as the Turtle Pit has been controlled? And Kyrie secures it, steals it. Ray will ask for war, but Kyrie secures that kill. Last inside pop, Keyboy taken down. And Geek Fam, they have responded. But take a look at Sans in the mid. Recalling, putting style, and he survives.
A lot of confidence now for Onic in this early stage of the game. The fact that Kyrie was able to get that retribution down as well was a good start for their game at the moment. The talent predictions, however, oh wait a minute, Sans. Beloyski's gonna go for it?
Wow. Wow.
Oh no.
Boy is there. Crash Force has not been committed and Beloyski just gets out.
Just walks over and takes a bunch of damage from the turret, but on the talent prediction, Papulong on the Indonesian desk has never, for the most part, voted for the majority. He likes that underdog story a bit too much sometimes. We'll have to see though, will he prove us wrong today? Because right now, Onic is doing really, really well, even in this lane right here. The CC X Brock matchup, Lutpi seems to be still quite comfortably not really bullied out of it just yet.
I mean, remember, right? This is more of a ticking time bomb for FNATIC Onic, right? The fact that Geek Fam has done a ton, all they need to do is weather their storm a bit, right? They need Chidera to get to his power spike as soon as possible and try to prevent damage from happening, but damage is coming.
Oh, shortcut used on towards Beloyski though. Ray in the backside actually taking, oh my god, a lot of damage by Kyrie and taken down. To the front side of the map, it is Lutpi, and as well as the X-Force will find that kill. The boy stuck in the 3v1. Sans quite low, needs to back away, and Geek Fam, they will chunk T-Boy to take him down. Oh! The bottom side of the map, Kyrie picks up a kill.
Was that a solo kill onto Chidera?
It was with CW.
Was CW present?
Yeah, he was.
That's so unfortunate.
Whoa. Okay, Beloyski gonna just deter CW, but both teams going aggressive right here. But I can't help but feel like for the side of Onic, they're getting a bit more value because they got Ray twice now. And of course, there's gold involved in these skirmishes, but also the XP. Kyrie 3-0, level 7, already a level ahead, going for the turtle right now. If this goes on, Geek will have to concede most of the neutral objectives. They can go for the fights, but they can't really go for 50-50 contest any longer. And that is a big part of their gameplay.
Yep, they haven't been able to get any objectives on the board. Still a perfect turtle now for FNATIC Onic, but it looks like this is the trade, right? Ray going in very aggressively onto the purple buff. Actually gets it, by the way. Say goodbye to that purple buff Kyrie, unless he goes in for a counter jungler play, which it looks like he's aiming for, but not just yet. Oh, Chidera!
Oh my god, what happened? Top side, the shortcut actually assisted FNATIC Onic to take that kill. And Geek, they were a little bit late to that party.
He traded in to top. The portals came in so quickly. And Chidera gets punished again.
It's just a good read from Onic there. Just identified that opportunity during the shifts. But ooh, Lutpi getting jumped on. Won't be taken out. So I think for the most part, Onic is getting so much success here because they are playing very well around the Luo Yi, right? A boy in the Luo Yi should be very dangerous right now. Even with only one item, we saw that the Luo Yi can absolutely chunk down a fighter or a frontline member, and multiple members actually from the side of Onic. But the way they're playing right now, the tug of war, the pull and push from Onic is making it difficult for a boy to really be decisive with how he wants to position and walk up to do that damage.
What's happening here?
the bottom side, actually. 3v2. Oh, Luke off camera kill in the mid. Now Chidera stunned up by Keyboy, but no follow-up damage just yet to the Geek Fam. They have reinforcement also with the shortcut Onic. Cuts off Chidera. Avoid the backside trying to survive, but Keyboy will be the trade as well as Sans. Now good stun towards Ray, and he will be taken out as well. Luke, a little bit too aggressive there, and he will be punished. CW though, Spear of Destruction, will he commit? That boy, 1 HP, and will be taken down. CW with the triple kill.
3-4-4 trade, a triple kill for CW. That was a very risky play under the portal. They went in for the gank, but they were able to get the most out of it. That's another objective taken in by FNATIC Onic in the first 7 minutes of the game, a 3K gold lead. Arashi, talk us through what happened there.
This is a great dive initiated by Keyboy. He's been playing this chip so aggressively and so nonchalantly that Geek Fam were thinking, oh, this is just one more move from Keyboy. Just walk up and take damage, and it won't be a big deal. But he walks up, brings the whole team in with the portal, uses the portal to tank some turret hits as well, and then they just go in for it, and they have better AoE. Sans was just zoning, but CW was hitting multiple members at the same time. And even though initially it seems kind of even, that final play from CW, I guess a boy just wasn't expecting it, was kind of waiting for it, but now look at this. Sans once again making sure that the core members from Geek Fam are always under pressure.
Well, MLBB committed there, but it seems like diversion play. 3-man rotation towards the bottom side of the map. Looping, pots in a no man's land. Keyboy a little bit late, but he committed onto his shortcut as well. Teammate here is there, but Keyboy will be taken down. Now let's see here, Sans here trying to escape, but the damage will not be enough to take any Geek Fam members down, and the Priestess Wrath also committed, but no members from Onic are down again.
Ooh. Hang on a minute, that was a flicker play from Beloyski there. CW already with the preemptive escape from the situation. Now with Lutu picking up the Brute Force Breastplate, this means that in a fight, Geek Fam are going to be forced more and more to corral around each other unless they want the backline members or the guys flanking to just be absolutely shredded down by Lutpi on the Chi-Chi. And you can see the damage ramping up for CW already. With Chidera only having 2 items, he's still far from that late game monster that we are expecting. And to make things worse for Geek, their source of physical damage mainly is the X-Borg. So for now, if Onic is itemized heavily for magical defense, they can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and deny damage from both Aboy and Chidera at the same time.
That's definitely a problem here, especially now that both of them are corralling for the next neutral objective. The Lord has already spawned in the Land of Dawn. The fact that FNATIC Onic are controlling the map so hard, you can see that both Aboy and Chidera are worried even just about clearing the lanes. CW already doing some damage. Do they want to go for it?
Forward. Geek Fam with a play to respond. Now take a look at the rough way. Sans though taking a lot of damage and taken out with the trade of Ray. Now take a look at Beloyski soaking damage as well, but CW will fall first. Now let's see here, without Moskov, FNATIC Onic will lack damage, and it seems like Kyrie will not be able to escape. 4 members taken out from FNATIC Onic.
The Kingslayers, they're not going down without a fight. Chidera goes back in.
Oh my god, Chidera looking for the kill. As Insanity committed as well. Keyboy, where are you going? Chidera collects the killing spree.
That's essentially 5 taken down in a span of just a minute.
It's basically a wipeout for Geek Fam. The fact that they were able to really find Sans in the middle of that engagement, take him out, and they were able to find CW when he went in to try and surprise them. It's like Onic have been making all these crazy plays from the beginning. Geek Fam are adjusting, and they were expecting that crazy play. The Spear of Destruction flank coming in from CW. He is still ahead, and by all means Onic is still at a 1k gold advantage. But in the middle of a big fight, if it's a 5v5 without any macro split, without any pickoff, now with the Loi and the Natan, there's going to be a lot more damage in the hands of Geek Fam if there's going to be a big fight like we saw earlier.
The defending champions are now starting to feel the heat from the Kingslayers. Diversion play, Luke goes in, but not necessarily to engage in anything just yet. If we take a look at the comparison of the gold laners, we do see that CW is still ahead. He has his core items as well, in addition to the Malefic Roar. What is Chidera at right now? Is he ready? Is he online just yet to be able to participate and deal out the damage that the Natan is expected to in this 11th minute?
He is waiting on the Holy Crystal Power Spike, and he is relatively close to it. Probably in the next minute or so, he will have it available, but now Geek Fam feeling that advantage, feeling the tempo. You can see how they're moving around. They're no longer just concerned about the pickup potential because they can send Luke in just like this and leave everyone else hidden, just in case that big flank comes in. Just slowly but surely looking for more opportunities and trying to set up potentially for this next Lord. With 38 seconds to go, it feels like both teams are just waiting and saving that global skill for the right moment. And there you go, Holy Crystal.
Chidera with the Holy Crystal, that's his power spike, right? The damage will be ramping up for him, and all that damage that FNATIC Onic received happened before that even occurred. So now that he has the Holy Crystal, FNATIC Onic need to respect Geek even more so now.
And that's the issue right here for Sans in particular. He hasn't been having the most stellar of games. Right now, at least, he is 1-3, and he's up against 2 Purifies, so he doesn't really have a really ideal target in these fights. Maybe if they go for a pure 50-50 Lord contest, he can go on Ray and be that source of crowd control. But otherwise, with 2 Purifies in the hands of a boy and Chidera, it's going to be difficult.
They're going to go in for Luke here, who has no Faraga. Has the immortality, though. Now concealed from below, he can assist Luke. He's going in an off angle here, looking for an angle. The Geek Fam here just poking around the Lord here. It seems like no problem. Somebody from FNATIC Onic needs to somehow bait this purify from Chidera. Then Sans can go in. Let's see here, Kyrie. With the shield immunity, stunned, Ray out. Oh, he's chunked, he's low, he's taken down. Ray and Beloyski are out of this game now. It's a 3v5. My goodness, Sans taking some heat, but Kyrie falls as well. No retribution from both teams. Keyboy is there to secure the Lord. Now it's a 3v1 for Luke in the top side. Will save his immortality though with a boy and Chidera backing him up.
What is that outcome? What? That would have been so disastrous. Oh, wait a minute. Diversion player, they're going to go for it? It looks like they don't want to go for any more risks here, and they will retreat. That was such an expensive Lord steal by Keyboy.
I mean, to begin with, the fact that Kyrie got so low and he was finished off by Luke there, that's a great call from Geek to try and get the jungler. But as a result, that damage, the physical damage, right? The only damage that's not magical from their team isn't really thrown at the main carries who are participating in the fight. So everyone was zoned away, and that's where the CC really comes in, when he can go 1v2 and just get that insane amount of sustain. He's going with the Vengeance as well, so at least against Chidera, that's kind of window heavy, but look at his play though, whoa.
Keyboy using the ult a little bit too early. And all of the Geek Fam members were there and took him out.
That was so close as well in that mid lane. If CW didn't retreat, that would have been disastrous. That Lord push doesn't eventually end in an inhibitor turret takedown, but they were able to take a few turrets. By the way, earlier on in that Lord dance, FNATIC Onic actually let a turret go in the bottom side because they didn't clear the lanes or the waves. Was that on purpose, or was that them kind of letting go of the housekeeping?
That was just Onic getting an advantage due to the chip. They sent CW down and he can join in with the shortcut or with the Spear of Destruction. So he was able to push a lot further and a lot longer than Chidera can before joining and coming into that fight. And that's the value of the chip. The Loyi can't do that, right? It's no longer a two-way, it's not a two-way street as well with that portal. Now with the gold advantage just shrinking though, still 1,500 gold lead for CW, but Chidera is one item away from that full power spike, and he's already doing an insane amount of damage. Now I don't think Onic can really stand in front and tank that damage. They have to try and find ways to zone him away, to threaten him away before they go and execute for that big fight. Sans though, was able to get several kills in those fights. He can now maybe threaten with damage, and even though he can't get the full-on knock-up whole combo, if he just uses the rough waves and jumps on Chidera, he might have to trade his life for it, but he's denying valuable seconds in the team fight that Chidera can't use to deal damage.
Do you think the main job to take down Chidera in the backline will be for Sans?
If possible, but if it's not possible, then he can at least zone. Because aside from Sans, no one else here can really go in the back and get to him safely. I mean, maybe CW can try and do that with the Spear of Destruction, but it's a bit too risky. He does not have that invulnerability with the rough ways provides for Sans.
Wait a second, did CW trade in one of his items? Did he trade? Did he get the Haas Claws, or was that earlier
he sold
on?
his boots for the Haas Claws.
Okay, what does that mean, Arashi?
That means that in these fights it will be a bit more sustainable. So a lot of the smaller chip damage that the Fredrin, oh hang on, Keyboy shocked me a bit right there. But the chip damage that Luke, Ray, and a boy can deal can be mitigated, and he can kind of go for a 1v1.
Well, without sounds now, it seems like FNATIC Onic will try to commit. Now with the shortcut committed! Kyrie still finds the Lord. Boy, down first now with alongside Keyboy will be the trade now. Beloyski Quiet Low will be taken down. But Sans and CW, they are wreaking havoc towards the formation of Geek. 1, 2, 3, 4, and soon 5 members of Geek will be taken out. Wiped out in the first game.
The second triple kill for this man. This myth, this legend, CW, once considered one of the weakest links from FNATIC Onic, has now become one of the main anchors. 2 times in a row, another wiped out in for the Kingslayers themselves, and Sans has even initiated a takedown into the base. This looks like it might be the end.
Yeah, with the attack speed, ladies and gentlemen. FNATIC Onic, they take game 1.
That was insane, the damage and the Haskell change to be able to stand there and do that. In that one fight, CW dealt 26,000 damage alone. That will seal the deal for game number 1.
What a statement. What a statement by FNATIC Onic. And again, that was Keyboy on a debut pick chip, by the way. He has not picked up the chip up until this point, and this just goes to show how flexible, how many strategies, how many cards up their sleeves that FNATIC Onic has kept secret, has kept hidden up until this point. But it's still the first match, the first game of this match. It's still a long way to go for the defenders of the throne.
Very convincing win, I have to say. And it seems like they are still cold-blooded team, even with their new shining armor.
All right, setting the tone here for this match, Onic. It seemed like it was so close, but out of nowhere, the bomb explodes and they're able to seal the deal just like that. That is the Onic we have seen since way back, man. They take it easy until they don't. And Geek Fam, for sure, will have to try and strategize differently to try and get the best of Onic right here. That's looking really good, really flexible as well.
The adjustability of Onic. In-game, out-game. Because at that point, right, technically Geek already found that power spike within a ton.
But Moskov as well, right? 3 items needed. Corrosion, EHS, and Golden Staff done. Malefic, Rose Gold, and then House Claws. So, crazy power spike from CW.
And crazy sustain as well. Rose Gold and Has Claws, that's like double the healing, right? So I think he was feeling some danger. He goes in, and with that healing, he just goes at it unfazed, man.
Unfazed. Untouched.
Unbothered.
Unbothered. That's been Connie's favorite word.
Unbothered.
Since, how long has it been? Since high school.
Since high
How
school?
old are you?
21.
21.
Forever 21.
Forever 21. Very interesting. But again, right? I mean, again, a lot of people are like, okay, Onic, they're looking so shaky in the regular season. It looks like this might be the end of their era. But then they pull out a performance like that in game number 1, and you're reminded why they were considered, why they had the reputation. Despite them kind of falling off at M5, they were still the runner-ups, mind you, against all these regions across the country. MSC as well, and it looks like they are serious about this, and they do want to defend their title at MSC as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is still game one though, right? We have to see more samples of buffs, but yes, very convincing win, very strong, still very structured and organized, shown in game one. They were very composed in and dealing Geek Fam with their threats, diversion plays. But let's see here, what made them win?
Who else?
Calvin
Who else?
Winata?
Constantly winning.
Constantly
CW.
winning. Winata has a win in his name, right?
Calvin win nada.
Yeah, not lose nada.
Yes, it's definitely win nada. Last we checked.
That's a player of the game, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. And again, 619 KDA only taken down once. 2 times he was able to get a triple kill in this game. Almost a maniac up until that point. An impressive GPM as well. What do you think, Arashi?
I think it's great. We've talked again in this season, again and again, about how CW used to be, just the weak side player, the safe player. He doesn't really carry, but he's always consistent. This season, it's a whole different CW, man. He knows when to go aggressive. He is comfortable with these aggressive picks. And if his team wants to go with him as the edge, as the tip of the spear, he can absolutely deliver. Here's a player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, Ubas Gold. In the early game, you know that it's about to be an eventful, bloody game with a lot of fights, a lot of kills. Already from the level 2 fights, 2 mid laners taken out. But afterwards, that chip, I think, from Keyboy was just so difficult to deal with. Again and again right here, there were just dives that looked so weird, but yet Onic were able to just find ways to make it work for them. And even though it looked kind of sketchy at some moments, really looks kind of dangerous, kind of risky for them, they're able to make plays like this individually that kind of saved it. And if it works, it works.
He's improved so much. That's all I can say right now. I think he was considered one of the weakest links. And then he does a performance like this. Look at the way he follows up here.
Yeah. Just finding the right space as well. He gets taken out, but hey, you know what? It's CW.
It's CW, well, it certainly is. But I think they learned from that fight, being in a line, technically taking all the AoE. Now they go for that pinch maneuver, coming in from 2 directions. And despite their best attempts, when you have Chidera just focused down from so many different angles. We talked about how Sans was unable to get the pickoffs here because of the Purifies. But it doesn't matter, right? When you come from all these directions, he's going to be forced to use that Purify so early on, and Sans was just playing patient with it. He had no urgency, right? Some players maybe would feel like, man, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm one of the star players. I got to do something. But no, he just waits for the right moment, and when he does go in, it's always to great effect. And here's a gold distribution. If you look at how both these players were able to find their resources, kills and assists, funnily enough, for Chidera, there's a lot of times where Geek Fam won a fight, and that kind of is what allowed him to catch up with CW. But when it comes to the jungle, right, that's where we see, I think, the highest difference, aside from the Turtle and the Lord. And CW just finding ways, finding time to clear ways, but also to go in the jungle and take extra bits of income from both, I guess, his jungle and the opposing team's jungle, because he knows he can come in with both the Spear of Destruction and the shortcut. So that is something that is, I think, a bit underappreciated from the chip.
I agree. And if we take a look at the gold distribution as well, I think it was Miracle who mentioned it yesterday, or was it you who mentioned it yesterday, about Chidera needing a strong side gold laner lately, right? The fact that he was given the Natan in a Moskov matchup, we even saw in the gold distribution with the minions that he was kind of limited, maybe perhaps because of that. Do you think that played a factor as to why Chidera couldn't perform the way that he normally does?
I think the dives definitely made a big problem for Chidera. Even with the Purify, he's still a very vulnerable laner, and there were so many ways for FNATIC Onic to threaten and at least force him to, at the very least, stay in the lane. We talked about how the jungle creeps were something that CW was able to collect a lot more often, and that's because there's not the same kind of threat against CW when he was just roaming around and farming, whereas Chidera is always constantly wondering about when that next gank is going to come. So he's always sticking with his team a bit more, and that just means slower farming, because he's sharing that resource and EXP with the rest of his team. Looking at the items though, again, he was almost, I believe he was going for a win of Hang on a minute. Not quite sure actually. Don't play marksman too often. I'm not sure what his last item is. But as you mentioned, Eterna, with the Divine Glaive, the Holy Crystal, he was doing a lot of damage already. But he just wasn't allowed the space to actually do it.
Yeah, I mean, based on the performance, CW, he pulled up a Rey Mysterio, right? 619. Shows that early game, focus on farming. Who created the space? Your man Keyboy, right? He was so invasive. He was always and constantly pressure the jungles of Geek Fam. And with that, in the mid, you can see CW, when he's comfortable and he has those 3 items, he was more ready to fight. This is the gold difference over time. It seems like a valley.
It's a valley with a little bit of a puddle. Arashi, why is there a puddle there?
Because there was a dip in gold. And I mean, there's a few big fights where there were shutdowns picked up by Geek Fam that definitely...
The wiped out? Was it the wiped out moment?
Yeah.
I think...
The 4+1.
Is this a 4+1?
4
I think
kills
so.
for Onic and then the additional, right? It wasn't a wipe out.
So again, it was a bit of a messy game for sure. So usually, I was expecting FNATIC Onic to be a bit more calm and composed, calculated, and Geek Fam as well. So I thought this game was going to be slower, but it turns out when there's 2 teams that are very similar, they end up just going at odds with each other, just going for fights again and again. I don't think anyone was expecting Geek to go for this brawl-heavy style either.
Because we talked about this, right, yesterday. Geek Fam, they really need these team fights to be organized. They need the team fights to be template, but when it gets chaotic, that's when they kind of falter. We saw that yesterday in their matchup. But the fact that Onic kept going for that, so what's the plan? What went wrong? Is it the device that they're using? Is it the connection? Maybe with Geek?
I think the device couldn't... It's impossible for the device to be an issue.
Why?
Because they're using the Samsung Galaxy A series, man. The Samsung Galaxy series is just so good right now. And if you want to play games with auto win streaks and smooth performances all day long, like, why are you even exploring other options? Try out the new Galaxy A series 5G with the Exynos 1480 processor.
1480 processor?
That's tech language, but it means it's amazing. Okay,
awesome.
20 gigabytes of RAM. Bro, 20 gigabytes. And of course, 256 gigabytes of storage. There's no way you're gonna run out of space.
No way. What else does it have?
Well,
will I lag? With so much memory, will I lag?
Of course not. How could you lag? It's just so good, man. Especially with the 5000 mAh battery, there's no lag and you can keep using it for up to 2 days. Wow. Right? They've tested this, right? They had the lab and all that. They've tested it 2 days.
Look at that sexy beast.
Super sexy.
Right there.
And apparently, if you guys are content creators, they also have a nightography feature, so you don't have to worry about taking content in the dark. And if you guys want to get your hands on one of these for your own personal arsenal, you guys can head straight to the Samsung.com/ID website or your nearest Samsung store to get the new Galaxy A55 5G as well as the A35 5G with installments starting from only 400,000 rupiah. Can you imagine? 400,000, and you get your hands on that beautiful beast. And with that 400,000, you guys can actually head over to the Galaxy Zone. Sit in the front, in front of the players directly. You can basically hear them breathing.
Yep, privilege. That's those are the privilege zone, right? Samsung Galaxy Zone. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in Indonesia, check it out. But this is on your screen right now, the FNATIC Onic crowd. It's amazing, by the way. And also,
so what's their new fan base called? They used to be Sonics. Are they now Phonics?
Phonics? Well, there's a Sonic flag on the right there. So maybe they're just hanging on to the Sonic moniker. I mean, Goni should be able to shed some light on this.
Oh, that said Sonic? I thought that said Gonic.
Oh, Gonic.
That is my flag.
I remember, right, back at MSC, you were so happy as a Gonic, as a Sonic, right?
2 times champion, by the way, last year. And if they do have a slot, they are definitely a contender. But this season, ladies and gentlemen, Kings of Sea versus everybody. If Onic makes it, there will be a lot of debutantes.
And there's a lot of interesting teams that are going to be coming up to try and take them out. So I think they're really preparing, and they definitely have their eyes on this match as well. But I mean, if an upset happens and Onic don't make it, all these teams that are trying to take out the king suddenly find themselves without an opponent. That'll be a wild situation to be in.
Has that happened before? At MSC? Like the defending champion doesn't make it? Because if I'm not mistaken, Omega came back, right? Execration came back as Omega to defend.
RRQ?
RRQ?
Well,
RRQ never won.
was the runner-up. RSGPH. RSGPH?
Did they make it?
Came back.
We'd have to double check that, but again, this season, right? That's why even at the start of MPL ID season 13, people were like, you know what? Onyx not focusing on the regular season. They don't care about the standings. All they want is that upper bracket slot, which eventually they were able to sprint towards, by the way. And then they'd focus on MSC. They'd focus on Riyadh in order for them to prepare to defend their MSC title, the Kings of the Sea title.
That's a sentiment we hear a lot from someone on the English desk likes saying that so often. I almost memorized the whole spiel, right? But moving back to the game though, the previous game recap, if you guys missed it, the highest damage dealer on the side of Geek Fam was Luke. That was how bad a boy and Shader were pressured in the middle of the fights, and I guess it shows again that when you have a similar source of damage on your main carries, it is still, even though you're the best team and you have strategies to try and make it work, it's still gonna be a big problem. So Luke on the X-Borg was able to do more damage than the Lo Yi that we saw do so much damage in game number 1. Showing again that it's not just about the picks, man. It's just not just about the compositions. It's not about getting all the prior heroes. It's also about the plan, how to use it, when to use it properly in the Line of Dawn.
What about the player's performance? Let's one up you a bit, okay?
Okay.
Some people are saying that a boy underperformed yesterday. What do you think about his performance earlier on with the Luo Yi?
Oh man, I feel like he still has moments in these games we've seen, at least in the first 2 days so far. But I believe it's more of Onic realizing that, okay, we've seen how this Lo Yi was so devastating in both matches yesterday. What's the problem? Oh, people stick together, people go from one direction, and when you're in one direction, you take that rotation, you take those blasts from Lo Yi, you just get absolutely chunked. We saw a bit of that in the early game just earlier from Geek Fam, but immediately Onic recognized it, and they're like, okay, we ain't doing this. This is a bit too much damage. And so they start going for weird flanks, weird angles, weird push and pulls until they can get a proper guaranteed fight. Which is why you can still see all the way to the end, if they don't really fight properly, they can still get wiped out, even though they were a couple thousand gold ahead.
Which is mostly done by Kibo in that game, right? With the chip provided off angles, provided off weird angles, weird flanks, right? So let's see here the adjustments, not just from Geek Fam, from Onic as well. Will they change their approach in the second game, or will it be similar? Let's see here before we jump into drafts. I think Luo Yi still will be that's out by Onic.
I literally
especially if they
invented one.
decide to stay on the same side.
Now there's a chance for the first pick to really pressure and force out like a ban, right? If they ban away, let's say, the chip, then maybe they'll have to force the Lo Yi to be banned away. And that's what happens right here. They ban the Lo Yi, but Geek don't bite. They go for the same bans and they let go of the chip. But now Geek will be taking that Moskov away, so the gold lane landscape will be looking quite different in game 2.
Seems like the Moskov will be taken away, and I think I know that Yeb should saw this scenario right off the bat. Moskov taken out. Will they instantly pick up the Natan, or will they have their own approach, right? Will it be a trade, or will they have another at that chip? Again, this just adds more
I see lots of gray.
versatility in the maps, right?
Versatility.
More map control.
Ooh, there we go. As you're talking about solutions, Connie, the Roger coming in. Solid laner, good aggression, and the Farsa that was banned in game number 1 moves up. But that means that Onic will not be securing that Baksha too early, so that can be banned away as well from Geek Fam. If they really want to try and shut down that, take that jungle angle and target Kyrie.
I mean, wouldn't you want to let that slide into the late stage of the drafting phase? You can play with Kyrie's flexibility here. If they want to go for an assassin, I think at this point they still can try to do that if they want, because like we all know, with the changes in the jungle, utility heroes, sure, they still clear quickly, but they can't go for the invades onto the assassins, not without so much risk happening on towards them. We saw what happened to Yaoi yesterday, so that's definitely something that can be considered. The only way to prevent that from happening is to pick up something like the Ruby.
No one
with
can
really
take it
good
from
crowd
me.
control against these assassins, but other than that, that shutdown needs to really be thought about. With the Ruby pickup, again, flex, like we mentioned in game number 1, it's a power pick for Luke, but Beloyski can also utilize this hero, and they're gonna play with that flex. The one thing that I wanted to talk about in that early stage of the game is that I'm not a big fan of Natan, and so far Natan doesn't have a great win rate either. So the fact that they traded the Moskov with the Roger clearly shows that they don't see the value in the late game, and they do want to try and pick up a snowball with a Roger in the gold lane for CW. But you do have a comment here from a boy. My hopes is we don't need MSC.
We have to just win all the matches.
Okay, so they don't want to hope too far.
Right, they want to stay grounded.
And
focus on the task at hand.
Exactly.
Because they know Season 13 has been a very difficult season for any team, right? I mean, MLBB, if he was here, he was going to go like, well, Bigetron, we know, right? But the fact that every single game just seems so close, so intense so far in Season 13, has to be a big problem. And teams, I think, will be unwise to look too far ahead, even though Goni might disagree.
He's smiling right now. He's smirking. Are you Smirko now?
Smirko?
Smarny?
Smony.
Smony?
Smony.
But here it is, Teresa. Okay. So that's a big power pick for Lutfi, taken away. He does still have a few options. With the Pokito and the Teresa taken out, Arlet was one of the heroes that he performed really well in. Is that a potential pick here? Does it work well with the composition?
Considering that it's a displacement tool, I think the Arlet can definitely set up for some pretty good combos.
I mean, Geek Fam can pick Arlet for themselves, right? In this position, right? So maybe we'll see. FNATIC Onic though, will they commit another Beloyski ban?
Or they can ban the Lapu maybe, because they have a Farsa. Going up against Luke's Lapu, I was thinking it would be something a bit too dangerous, but they are banning with the Mathilda. Second time they've done it. They banned it in the second phase of game 1 as well.
There's something about early game pressure that Onic are trying to eliminate right now. Novaria, there you go.
Wow.
So Matilda banned in the second phase again, right? And that's kind of where we're seeing Onic is heading with this composition, right? With the chip, with the Farsa. Farsa with the Wings by Wings can mobilize very quickly around the map. That early game damage is also very great for pickoffs if they want to go for it, especially after that level 4 power spike. Roger is also a very snowballing hero. And to have Beloyski given a hero like the Matilda, I think would kind of hinder that strategy or that plan for them. But the Novaria pickup, what do you think about the Novaria?
Has range, right? And also, it's not static. Feather Airstrike, static move, but Novaria has mobility in that sense. Baksha, and as well as Benedetta though. It's gonna be the response, so mobility versus mobility now. Geek Fam, wow, very fast pick. So they saw this pick and instantly picked up the Masha.
They want to make sure that Sans is going to get controlled completely. Okay, there you go. I was thinking like, wait, are they not going to swap there? But they do swap. Now the Farsa is going to be so vulnerable right here. The Masha can take him out. The Fredrin, if he can go and flank and catch him solo, can 1v1 him. And so can the Moskov. So you can go and start the Feather Airstrike and get hit by a Spear of Destruction and get completely demolished. That is something that Onic have to keep into consideration. But when it comes to the mobility, and especially, of course, that global presence with the chip, Onic has it again with the Benedetta as well as the Baksha. You're seeing this strat actually applied by Liquid Aura just in day 1. Everyone being so versatile, so mobile, going around the map again and again. that is something that Geek Fam will definitely have to try and find a solution for. And so far, it has been very difficult.
So we'll see if it works out, ladies and gentlemen. The adjustments from both of these teams. We have FNATIC Onic with the speed, with the global presence, but he picks up the Moskov this time around. Is this going to be the proper setup that they need? The proper winning conditions to succeed in game number 2 of this best of 5 between FNATIC Onic and Geek Fam.
Keep your eyes peeled for early action, especially in the mid lane. We're seeing this trend where the mid laners are always just fighting for dominance, trying to find space and safe zones for their jungler. And look at that, Lutpi trying to be a bit aggressive, trying to threaten Ray, but you can see that he just takes a lot of damage, too much damage, and he'll be backing away. So if the idea for Onic is to try and go for the jungler, so far doesn't look like that will be possible.
At this point, we can also take a little look into the battle spells. Sans opted to go for the Purify. Keyboy gets chunked a little bit low there. Still going to be able to retreat in that situation, but there it is, right? The mobility of the Pharsa. But Rupture as his option here.
He wants that early game damage right here. And with the right setup, there's more than enough ways to really stun someone down. But in the grand scheme of things, these are very short stuns on the side of FNATIC Onic. From the Benedetta, from the Baksha, as well as from the Chip. There's no real long duration lockdown. So that is something that they have to be a bit careful about. Because for Geek Fam, they do have the Imo Pendant, and still, that's a more effective form of crowd control.
It's here already. 10 seconds towards the first turtle bottom side. It's going to be a 1v1. CW and Chidera just trading. They're even. But yeah, Keyboy and Boloiski looking for 4 in that mid. Seems like very organic, very natural early phase here for both of the teams.
I think things are going to start exploding at level 4, right? Because that Feather Airstrike will come at that. Keyboy will be able to open up the ultimate as well. But here it is. Sans!
Oh, Purify and Wings by Wing committed though. Feather Airstrike was also invested. Now take a look at top side, Lutpi as well as Luke going at it. Boloiski though quite low, and first blood will go to the hands of CW. Sans will be the trade, but now let's see here, FNATIC Onic, they will try to contest this turtle. Ray has yet to get an objective in that first game. Will it be the same this time? Ray, my goodness, finds the first kill on him and also collects a double, but it will be just a trade because Kyrie will secure that neutral objective.
I mean, you called it, right? The inability for Sans to properly output the damage with the presence of all these sources of damage, all these risks, and at the end of the day, Luke was able to take him away, deny him away from that team fight. So they lost a few members there, but they were still able to claim that turtle. But all in all, that 3-1 trade, it's in favor of Geek.
Good immunity. Oh my goodness. Final blow to save Lutpi's life with the Feathered Airstrike. What a sequence there. Finds the kill.
The revenge from Sans, just being in the right position, reading the aggression coming in from Luke. It's a great moment for Onic, but as you mentioned, Eterna, they have to be really careful right here. Even when they go with the shortcut, we saw earlier, they were unable to really get anything conclusive in those situations. They were able to get the neutral objective, but they have to try and find ways to keep Kyrie ahead, because we've seen the farming potential from this Fredrin, and of course there's damage there. We saw earlier Keyboy getting bonked out immediately. Both teams are just waiting around, and I feel like the big moments are going to be coming from the shortcut.
Oh, good shortcut now. Boloiski, 4v1, will not be able to escape. Ray jumps in. Good taunt, but the damage is not there. Ray jumps in to his death. 2 members taken out, and Onic, they are just controlling this time. Top lane again. Final blow just to clear. Oh my goodness. Lutpi with the juke. Top side.
What is going on? And it looks like Keyboy gonna dish out some damage here onto Boy in the top side. But a 1v4 situation. Ray, what outcome was he expecting there? There was absolutely no follow-up from the rest of the teammates as well. And then Lutpi gets even more value in the top side. It's chaos.
It's an all-out brawl. Not what we were expecting at all, at least yesterday. Ray, though, this is the problem with going up against a Farsa with a sustained fighter. There's no time at all before you get completely nuked by the fighter airstrike. And that outplay, man, Lutpi just shows again that he is not backing away, but look at Keyboy.
Yep, now wants to engage. Flickers out though, as Geek Fam members are visually shown in the map. Kyrie taking his time to take this turtle, but take a look at Keyboy in the backside, trying to force a spell, but Beloyski will be out. CW secures the kill. Ray now will be the next target as Luke is just hiding now. Ray is receiving heat. CW though will be taken out surely, but oh my goodness, good cover as CW survives that one.
That was such great backup, and now FNATIC Onic, they pick up the turtle as well. That was a 4-0 trade basically. 3+1 turtle. But again, the backup coming in from Onic onto CW, that should have been him dead. And this is a snowballing Roger. 4-0-2, 3K gold lead.
It's the flanks, man. Geek Fam, they just can't establish a proper front line. And if they want to go all in for a big dive, they just haven't found the right moment to do so because they are outmaneuvered every single time. And of course, the 1v1, Lutpi here goes for it again.
It was Lutpi outplaying Luke top side earlier, but now Sans with the juke from Luke from that feathered airstrike. Now bottom side of the map though, 3v1, 4v1. Keyboy will not be able to escape, but Sans and CW pops from the shortcut as well as Kyrie. Will they be able to find blood? Ray now isolated in front side. Beloyski looking for a cover, but no. Ray will be the trade for Keyboy.
No, you're not allowed to take down my Keyboy. I don't care if it's a 2v, 3v4 situation, we're still gonna get it traded back, and they do. The fact that Geek went running for the hills as soon as they saw Sans and CW, it just speaks volume to the dominance that they're currently holding right now.
It's just so dangerous the way Onic is playing. They're relying on the speed and the damage. They know that there isn't a full-on solid tank hero on the side of Geek Fam. There isn't a Uranus, there isn't a Barats, so they just keep going for maneuverability and more burst damage with the Farsa. And even if you look at the itemization from CW, he's going with the Endless Battle for an extra chunk of just big damage. So in these short engagements, I think Geek Fam has to be very, very careful.
3 seconds before Turtle. Top lane though, it's a 2v1. Oh, 4v1. But it's all for naught. Luke finds the space to escape. Kyrie, CW versus 4 members of Geek Fam now. Let's see, Astrolife go committed. Ray finally collects his first neutral objective, but Beloyski will fall now. FNATIC Onic, they want war. Ray and Chidera caught. Flickers out, perhaps here, no. Chidera used the Purify. Sounds quite low, but Ray, taunted, will not save his life though. He will be taken out as well.
2 levels below, by the way, Ray. Still able to get that neutral objective.
There was the team just committing towards it immediately. And that shows again for Onic. They can go for a play on the top side and somehow make it back in time to the bottom side as Luke takes a lot of damage. I have to say, man, that chip, that's a surprising amount of damage for a roamer that builds full tank. It's a bit unfair, I must, in my opinion.
Chip is broken. The shielding is huge, the damage is there. Well, look at this, Lutpi again.
Yeah, for round 3 perhaps, but no, this time it's not going to be a clean 1v1. The home members of FNATIC Onic will help Lutpi out. Luke will go down for the 4th time this game. Now let's see shortcut. Oh my goodness. Bottom side, Beloyski caught, stun. Feather airstrike, force Beloyski to use the flicker, but Geek Fam, they will not lose another. And FNATIC Onic gain nothing from that shortcut.
The Farsa isn't really able to just stand there and do damage reliably, but what it is causing is for Geek Fam to immediately back away, almost on reflex, because they know that the Feather airstrike is coming. The fact that every single time, even though there isn't a big stun or a big setup, Sans is very willing to just pop out that Feather airstrike. It just kind of forces Geek to react faster, and because of that, make more mistakes. The thing we're talking about, where they seem to be struggling a bit more when they are forced into weird, fast-paced games, like we saw with RRQ in game number 3 and 4. With the Lightning Truncheon already completed, Sans, he's definitely able to just one-shot a Boy and Chidera, so that zoning potential is very much there. The game plan is very simple. Go in with the portal, and then set up for the further airstrike, and see if Geek wants to force a fight in the middle of the artillery.
And it just becomes too chaotic for them, right? They have to process so many things at once, and especially now, CW, how many items does he have? If I'm not mistaken, he just picked up the GDS?
Yep. Yeah, three items already. Well, there are 3 items in the hands of Chidera as well, but that GDS is going to be massive because you see how Geek is playing. They're trying to outrun and outmaneuver FNATIC Onic, and the thing is, they're just way too mobile. Now CW can also follow in with everyone as Beloyski goes for a concealed play but does not find anyone.
Meanwhile,
Luke again.
more mobilization here from Onic.
Will he go down for the 5th time?
Ooh.
Seems like CW will be sealing his fate. Goes down for the 5th time. Turtle is up, unenhanced. Let's see here, FNATIC Onic, how will they go about this? Bottom side is actually benefiting Geek Fam for now.
My question is, how do Geek want to play this, right? They're a man down right now. Do they try and buy some time? Looks like Kiber want to force it, though.
Yep. Feather airstrike also here early towards Beloyski. Beloyski flickers out of that fight. Lord still here, chunked, 4,000 HP left. Ray looking for the steal, no. FNATIC Onic denies it, but Keyboy taken out by a boy from 3 there. And that's Geek Fam finding a trade. 2 members actually taken out.
That is a trade onto Lupe as well as Keyboy, but remember, FNATIC Onic still hold on to the Lord. But that extra space that they have with the man advantage has given them that mid-side turret, and it looks like they're eyeing for more. Smelling out the buff right now, but he's alone. Has he used the retribution? He has. He doesn't want to go for it, he backs off, and CW will be able to claim it.
Good stun here, but Geek Fam will try to cover Ray out. Kyrie, soaking damage. CW also forced to back away very low there. But FNATIC Onic, they will not really commit with the 6th man, all right? It's still the first Lord, it's a whatever Lord in Geek Fam. Take a look at their mid though. Still 3 turrets still standing.
Well, Geek were able to get a surprising amount of turrets right there. I think Onic kind of were forced to go for a fight because they know there was a massive wave on the bottom side, like you mentioned, Gani. But now with the Lord coming in, Onic are trying to get value out of it. Oh, 1v1 on the bottom side though.
Technically, they're round 2. Oh, Flicker! Petrify though, committed as well. Lutpi.
Oh, Keyboy's coming?
Oh my goodness, Kyrie, Keyboy looking for the jukes here. Luke quite low. But Spear of Destruction connects both the EXP laners down. And with that trade, it's just going, yeah, they both disengage.
They trade EXP laners for EXP laners, but Lutfi nearly got out. Keyboy, however, in a no man's land.
1v4, he's stuck. No way out, and Geek Fam punish Keyboy.
Trading his life for a turret, kind of worth it, but at the same time, usually you would expect a more calm and calculated Onic. They seem to be a bit more scrambly right now, just reacting for a lot of these fights. They still have the control though. Their whole game plan of just going in with the portal and then threatening Geek from far away hasn't really been solved just yet. And to make things worse, Luke 1 and 6 right here. If Geek want to let him farm up and kind of match up 1v1 against Lutpi, it's gonna take quite a while. As we take a look at the gold distribution here between CW and Chidera, CW still definitely getting a lot more resources, and you can see again that the jungle creeps are what is allowing CW to just be a lot more economical with his in-game gold.
And with that being said, is there still a way for Chidera to come back here? Because technically, like Gani mentioned earlier on, that he has his items ready. So what does he need? Does he need just proper setup from the team? And if they do need proper setup, what is the proper setup against this combination that FNATIC Onic has brought?
It's almost they have to try and make a play happen and not wait for the portal. But Luke, once again, rematch. Relentless.
But Lutpi knows his calculation, right? Always. Oh, Keyboy this time will engage Beloyski though. Again with the defensive flicker from his side. And Geek Fam, they do not want business. Take it to the Lord though. Fredrin is actually poking the Lord. But yeah, CW, last item collected. For the airstrike on towards Ray. Oh my god, the damage will be enough to take him down. Now Beloyski looking for another counter engage, but he will fall to the hands of CW. Double for that Roger.
That was a 1-4-2 trade. What was Ray doing as well? He was committing so further in without any backup up until that point. And the trade back is again not worth it for Geek.
They just feel pressure to make a play happen right there. And now, to be fair, they have a situation where they don't have the junglers though. So it's a waiting game. But in the middle of all that, if I'm not mistaken here, Geek Fam lost the base tower on the top side. That was a very costly situation, and now they're trying to salvage it, but Sans is low, but he's still in the fight.
He's a juicy target. Spear of Destruction connects, but Chidera will not commit on towards the fight. Now, Lord will somehow be controlled by Chidera. Ray is already back in the game, so it's an even game except the map control and the economy. Concealed by Keyboy, looking for an engage off angle, shortcut also puts, good petrify by Ludpi in the backside. Chidera quite low, half HP. But take a look at Ludpi now being the target. Luke takes him down. Now the Lord will go to the hands of FNATIC Onic. Oh! It's actually Ray who finds the Lord. And take a look at the speeds of the destruction, finding another mark as well. 3 members of Onic, they're down.
A rising star indeed from Geek. He was a level below of Kyrie. Still able to get that neutral objective, and with 3 members taken down, Beloyski is looking for more, and the siege continues.
Luckily, Onic has Sans with the feathered airstrike, was able to clear that wave. And Geek Fam, they understand that there are going to be no more objectives, so they back off and wait for the Lord.
Great move from Geek. This is what they just love doing. Pressure for the Lord and go for a drawn-out fight every single time. With the spammable nature of the spells of Beloyski compared to Keyboy, with the fact that everyone is already gathered anyways, the chip loses value, and when it comes to damage output, you can see the difference with Chidera and CW. CW is going for a very heavy burst damage build. After the GDS, he went for the Blade of Despair and the Rose Gold Meteor. He just wants to go for all the executes, the cleanup after the big fight. Whereas for Chidera, he's a full-on damage dealer. He went in for the Malefic Roar, and he has the Wind of Nature as well. So when it comes down to a full-on 5v5, right now, with Geek getting the gold advantage, Onic are the ones who have to try and force themselves to try and find some kind of pickoff.
TW's at 12-0-2, by the way. 12-0-2. He's a monster.
Question is, will they be able to defend? Kyrie very low. Astro Recall does not connect Spear. Now, Ray looking for the zone on towards Keyboy. Keyboy, half HP, looking for an escape route. And it seems like Geek Fam, they want the mid. Is it too greedy? It seems like, for now, FNATIC Onic, they managed to clear that wave. Oh my lord. Luke, that damage was incalculable. Sans taken out. Now let's see, Beloyski quite low as well. They want this fight. Oh my goodness. Take a look at Chidera doing a CW on towards CW.
No way.
Chidera, will they be able to end this game? Top side will be taken out. Kyrie, Keyboy, and Ludwig. Will they be able to clear this wave? Rave looking for an engage. Keyboy looking to cover. Seems like for now, FNATIC Onic, they will not have Keyboy. 2v4. Minions have not crashed into the base just yet. It seems like Ludwig is very low. It seems like the damage will not be enough to take him down. And FNATIC Onic, they survived that wave.
I would have thought for sure that would have been the end of it. But ladies and gentlemen, the defending champions are still in it to win it with a successful defense earlier on. But man, that play by Chidera, the spear into the backside, seeing that CW was low, was able to take him down. That was the moment where I was like, is this the end for FNATIC Onic?
And look at Geek Fam immediately going for the Lord. Onic is scrambling to try and find something, but they're going to be forced into a fight.
Kyrie taunted everything. Take a look at the damage. Chidera almost takes him down. And Luke also just being a constant nuisance towards CW, zoning him out. And that's going to be a free Lord for Ray.
They're controlling the objectives so well. What do you think here? I mean, Ray so far in game number 1 wasn't able to pick up most of the objectives. In game number 2, it feels like the setup from the rest of the team is enabling that, facilitating that Geek have come back in this game. That's early snowball that FNATIC Onic had built gets immediately turned around in this 20th minute of the game. And look at this. That inhibitor turret in the mid lane, it just falls.
A situation reminiscent of game 1 between Evos and Liquid Aura just yesterday. The high mobility worked in the early game, the burst damage helped them out. But now in the late stages of the game, they are lacking in damage. And Luke!
Oh my goodness, Luke! Finds CW, and Ludwig falls as well. The firepower for a defense seems like it's just overwhelming, and game number 2 will fall to the Kingslayers.
It's not just Onic that have come prepared for the playoffs. The Kingslayers have as well. What a performance by the rest of the members. Chidera with the Moskov, the way he utilized the spear, the way that Luke utilized this Masha pick to disrupt in the stage of the game. What a comeback by the Geeks.
Wow. They're showing again when it comes to the late game, the patience, the shot calling in a split second. We thought that they were overwhelmed, that FNATIC Onic were gonna just take the game and run with it. But they recovered, and they just patiently waited for all their late game tools that require items, the Masha, the Moskov, the Novaria, to finally come back online. And they have equalized against FNATIC Onic, against a lot of people's expectations. The untouchable Kings, losing one game.
They have managed to equalize the series to 1-1. And wow, what a performance by the Geek members, I gotta say. Chidera, when they were able to just facilitate him, it's done.
Goni just looks shook though. You okay, Goni?
It's 1-1, hey! I'm chill.
He's chill, guys, of course.
Still chill, it's still a best of 5.
It's still a best of 5, it's the upper brackets as well.
It's the upper brackets as well.
But you can see in the face of the supporters so far,
yeah,
you just realize it's about to get real.
That was so entertaining to watch, man.
That was a fun match.
I love the layer of resources that were allocated by Geek and that instinctual moment by Luke when he goes in. We saw 2 instinctual moments. We saw an instinctual moment by Chidera, and we saw one by Luke towards the later stage of the game when they went in for the siege, right? They were able to take CW down first. He's like the main defender up until that point, right? At that point, Sans already utilized the Feather Airstrike, so he couldn't go for the clear. That was already wasted. All they could rely on was the wave clear from the rest of the skills of Sans or CW with that constant damage, but CW was completely eliminated. A boy was able to get the sphere in first into CW. He was forced back, but before he was able to get into the base, Luke came in. So beautiful.
At the late game Masha, we haven't seen a lot of teams go back to it after that certain week where everyone was hyping it up. But Luke, out of nowhere, man, the MVP presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy series.
I think this Masha last pick just won them the game, right? Against Farsa, sure, against I want to say a glass cannon Roger as well. Very, very just juicy targets, 2 juicy targets, and Luke towards the later stages provides that damage and accuracy towards the composition of Onic.
And that answers the question again where we're asking about, whoa, Farsa? Is it too vulnerable? Well, he got deleted instantly in his own base out of nowhere. So there are moments like that that you kind of have to expect, especially against a team as dangerous as Geek Fam. I was honestly wondering towards the late game, where is this, the big advantage they had over Geek Fam was that global presence with the shortcut. So where was that? Why was it not being used? I initially thought that maybe you can kind of send, the way Baloyski does it, send the chip to a faraway lane with someone. That way you can just go with a shortcut. But at the same time, maybe they were a bit concerned because there wasn't any other front line except for Keyboy. That's what we're talking about in day one, right? When you want to have a utility, whether it's crowd control, whether it's a portal, you have to have someone else to take away the burden of tanking as a front line.
That was the problem, right? I mean, the only person they had left was the Boxia. The Benedetta earlier on was great. Really fast, Clear was able to mobilize around the map quick as well. The Jukes as well, very expensive to buy the time. And this was a beautiful 1v1. And we actually saw a few 1v1s, but at the end, he had to call in some reinforcements and make it uneven.
It almost feels like Onic were kind of feeling the urgency to really try and end out the game. Of course, it is reasonable because they do not scale as good. And here you can see, again, there are moments here where Geek Fam were still able to get close fights even though they were behind. And it's always when there's a big flank happening, either from Ludpi or from Keyboy towards the back line. So when the core members are just strong enough to hold their ground and instead turn the aggression towards the members of FNATIC Onic instead, it's a whole different story. So it almost feels like they could have played a bit more patient, lock Geek Fam in their base and wait for the next big lore to try and have some backup to end the game. But this play, Chadera fearlessly coming in, knowing he has the wind of nature. You're talking about his aggressive instincts awakened in Season 13. You're seeing it really proven in the playoffs right now.
And even here, right? Sounds eliminated. Oh, this was a beautiful moment by Chidera again as well. I just love what we're seeing, especially since yesterday. It's like that instant adaptability from these players that we didn't really see in the regular season. Evos, for example, and now Geek as well. It's really ramping up to maybe a full best of 5 here.
Ooh, I'm all for that.
20 minutes.
It'll be cool. I mean, both these teams are known to just be comfortable in these long marathons of a match. I think what's very impressive from Geek Fam though is that for the longest time, everyone is talking about FNATIC Onic always having the very impressive individual skill. Macro-wise as a team, they're very solid of course, but individually, they can make the crazy outplays happen, right? But in this game, you're seeing some individual plays at least being attempted, and sometimes you can see individual playmaking from the side of Geek Fam, and they're not worried to try and do it against a team that's known to be generally better than the other teams in doing so. So the play from Chadera to go in the back line, the play from Luke to just immediately go in for a massive dive. I like the decisiveness and how they're kind of saying to Onic, like, okay, you can do solo plays, we can do that too.
Exactly. That's why I thought it was brilliant. It was instinctual, but it was also calculated, right? Because if they attempted that at the wrong time with the wrong calculations, that would have been so bad for the team.
And if you look at the items right here, CW, about calculated aggression. In the beginning, it was enough, right? The calculations for damage is enough to actually get him a 12-0 KDA ratio. But as the game goes on, his choice of build just makes him lose out in damage output. Very different to Brands, who we saw went for that same full attack speed, shred late game build on that Roger when he knows that the game might go that long. Yeah, the gold distribution here, minions for Ludpi, actually a lot higher. I was expecting Luke to be the one to have the higher one, but the kills and assists, I guess in the late game, even though Ludpi was showing great amounts of outplay, was actually matching the macro. Towards the end, Masha is just, the kit for Masha was just so difficult to deal with. And maybe that's why Keyboy wasn't feeling confident going for a quote-unquote split using that chip.
So what do you think was the main problem here for Onic?
I feel like they just drafted for the early game. Like we saw look at Aura. It's almost the same situation.
Okay, but like what specifically would you change? Obviously this Farsa in the first phase no longer works unless they're planning on taking away the Masha perhaps in the second phase of the draft, but then they would have to leave open the Florin and the Matilda.
I feel like either we go for something a bit more late game for the to replace the Roger or the Farsa, right? Something more, let's take a Lilia as a quick example, right? With a lot more spammable abilities. Or they should get something a bit more engage heavy that they can use to try and force fights and end the game and kind of force Geek Fam out of the game when they're going for that base defense. Because for Geek Fam, again and again, when they are forced to defend inside their base, when they lose a lot of their outer turrets, that's where they seem so dangerous, so solid. right? They don't make any misplays, and they just position so well that teams just can't really crack it open, and they're waiting for that late game Lord fight again, where that's their element.
I'm surprised that it's getting to this pattern, right? That comebacks are so possible and so common.
I mean,
because I think coming into this, somebody mentioned that the meta is like, if you are able to take in the early game, it's very difficult for you to lose control of the game.
Someone mentioned it, yes.
Was it Mirko?
I think it was Mirko.
But we're getting so many comebacks lately. See, in game number 1, it was a comeback. In game number 2, we're seeing a comeback. What's happening with the comebacks?
You know what? I think personally, Onic overlooked this Masha pick, which if they picked it up for themselves, it's a-okay. Sure, Geek Fam has a Ruby, which can deny the movement from that Masha, but Novaria and Moscow, though, same like Onic, it's just juicy targets for that Masha, right? So instead, they pick up the Benedetta. Sure, has fast clear, can control the split lane as well, and also a huge threat towards Novaria and as well as the Moscow. But that Masha is just more straightforward, right? Because Benedetta, you somehow need the Petrify to be available to have that kill threat. But Masha just has, it's only ult. Then instantly, right, that kill pressure, that kill threat is always there. I think Onic just overlooked on that Masha pick.
All right. Wait, so you're saying if they somehow found a counter to the Masha, they would have won this game?
I think they should have picked up the Masha instead of Benedetta alongside. That was the Masha last pick, right?
Yeah.
So,
right.
So they should have picked up the Masha and then.
Interesting theory. I feel like that has some value, man. If Lupi was on the Masha and he was winning out in that early game, then he can actually do more of a split push and then join in with the chip portal as well and still do, you know, just Masha things, just jumping in the back line and just deleting the main damage dealers, Chidera as well, potentially. Could work.
That actually reminds me of Boots, though.
Exactly.
I miss that. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game number 3, we will be seeing what exactly Clara Mongstar is doing up on the stage with Moko. So with that being said, don't go anywhere. We'll see you after.
Ya, dan tenang saja, ini best of 5 series, jadi masih ada game point selanjutnya yang harus dimenangkan oleh tim-tim yang ingin melaju dengan nyaman di upper bracket.
Yes, karena tujuan mereka pastinya satu, mewakili Indonesia di MSC 2024. Siapa yang tak mau? Karena kita udah melihat banyak sekali dari region-region tetangga yang sudah memiliki perwakilan. Kita juga jadi penasaran siapa yang mewakili Indonesia.
Betul sekali, kalau yang kita tahu sudah ada perwakilan-perwakilan dari MPLBH, kemudian dari Kamboja, kemudian ada juga dari NACT atau dari North America Region yang mewakili di MSC 2024.
Yap, ada tim BTK yang kita tahu ada satu player yang sudah sering kita dengar dengan performa junglernya yang bahkan beberapa kali dia pun sudah ke Indonesia. Memang sempat untuk vakum beberapa saat di scene internasional, namun kita melihat kiprahnya di North America khususnya, di international event pula, begitu memukau dan meninggalkan jejak yang baik. Siapa lagi kalau bukan
Mobazane. Dan kalau ngomongin Mobazane ini, Bude, emang ya kalau dari debutnya aja di M3 itu udah langsung top 3. Dan kita sudah terhubung dengan Mobazane.
Hello Mobazane, how are you? What time is in your country?
It's really late. It's 3:30 in the morning right now, New York.
Pagi ya, jam 3 subuh di tempatnya Mobazane. But congratulations for winning NACT. And can you tell us the journey and how was it like for you?
It was difficult, you know. We're basically with a whole new team, but we worked it out, and now I'm really glad to be back to international stage.
Wow, ya dia happy, dia susah perjalanannya, apalagi timnya juga baru dan dia happy banget akhirnya bisa kembali ke international stage. But right now you're in Indonesian stage in MPL. Can you say hi to your fans here because everyone is so hype when you appear in our screen?
Hello, everybody from Indonesia. I miss you guys. I miss Jakarta.
Wow, we miss you too, Mobazain. Jadi kata Mobazain rindu dengan Indonesia, rindu dengan Jakarta. But Mobazain, after you've been through the NACT this season, how is it comparing to the MPL Indonesian stage right now?
Could you say that again?
After you've been through the NACT this season, how do you compare it with the MPL Indonesian stage this season?
I mean, NACT probably has less competition. You know, there's only 1 or 2 really good teams in North America, but everybody from Indonesia usually is really strong of a team. So, I mean, even just this series, Onic versus Geek, I feel like it could go either way.
Wow, jadi katanya memang ini kompetitif sekali ya kalau di skena Indonesia, di MPL Indonesia. Apalagi sekarang ini juga Onic lawan Ki, katanya wah ini cukup kuat juga katanya ya.
Yeah, and we saw you on your watch party. You're watching MPL ID and on the first day and then probably on the regular season too. But I want to ask you, Mobazain, is there any players that caught your attention?
In MPL, Indonesia?
Yes.
I really like Taz, to be honest. I think he's an amazing player. Luke, I'm a big fan of. T-Boy, of course. I like a lot of the players from MPL Indonesia, to be honest. I think they're amazing players.
But what characteristic that you are looking for that can caught your attention, Mobazain? Because you mentioned a lot of names. Taz is a jungler, and then we have, who else? Luke is the AXP laner. Is there any pattern that you are looking in the teams, in the player?
I think Taz just has a really good retry and just a really good player overall. Luke, I like his attitude. I think he's funny, and he's also just an amazing player. You know, there's a lot of different personalities and gameplay styles in Indonesia. So a lot of the players are different. They're all really good in their own way.
Wow, jadi itu ya kalau Tas katanya retrinya keren. Terus kalau Luke attitude-nya katanya funny, lucu Luke ya.
Jadi macam-macam dan memang dia melihat player Indonesia banyak sekali yang menarik perhatian dari Mobazain.
Betul sekali Bude. Tapi, but Mobazain, which team do you see that could represent Indonesia in the MSC 2024? 2 teams.
I think BTR is obviously a fan favorite, and I would expect them to be going to MSC this year, to be honest. For the second slot, it's really difficult to say. I would say it's one of these teams. It's either Onic or Geek.
Ini menarik.
Whoever wins this series is probably going.
Oh, jadi slotnya akan ditentukan dari match pembukaan di hari ini. Jadi memang satunya adalah Bigetron sudah pasti. Namun tim kedua dia masih bingung antara kedua tim ini. Apakah Onic atau Geek Fam.
Memang sengit.
Dan akan ditentukan siapapun yang menang ini kemungkinan besar akan juga mewakili Indonesia. But we want to show you something and everyone here. We will talk about this because this is the representative of MSC. This is something that we want to show you and yeah, who will be the strongest on the MSC 2024 because you will meet a lot of regions. Which region or which team that can be the one that makes you maybe hard or something?
To be honest, I'm really only worried about the big 2 regions, which is Indonesia and Philippines, of course. I think BTK and North America will be able to carry out among the others.
Wow, jadi ini yang perlu, memang region yang perlu diwaspadai itu adalah di Indonesia, kemudian di PH. Tapi percaya diri nih ya, katanya BTK kayaknya bisa pokoknya untuk melaju di MSC 2024.
Ya, dan inilah dia memang tim-tim yang sudah kita lihat banyak sekali perwakilan dari beberapa region dan kita masih menunggu untuk beberapa region lainnya yang belum kita temukan ya seperti halnya di Indonesia.
Betul sekali. But Mobazane, you mentioned the regions, right? That maybe they are your strong contenders. You mentioned the MPL Indonesia and the MPL PH. But are there the teams that could be your strong contenders?
To be honest, both teams that qualify from both regions are probably really amazing. So they're both going to be on BTK's radar when going to MSC.
Oh, jadi memang semuanya ini di Indo, di PH, ini jadi masuk dalam radar waspadanya BTK nih.
Yeah, we will waiting for the teams, all of the teams that will meet you also, and we will cheer you guys up. And is there anything you want to say before your debut again, your performance in the MSC 2024?
Thank you to all the Indonesians that always support me. I love your country. You guys have been so welcoming to me over the years. And I'm able to put on a good show for you guys in MSC.
Wow, terima kasih katanya karena memang Indonesia sangat welcome terhadap Mobazane. Thank you very much Mobazane and good luck for your MSC 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good
Thank
day. Jam 3 pagi di sana ya.
Iya, bela-belain tetap harus nontonin MPL Indonesia untuk ngelihat nih karena memang MPL Indonesia menjadi salah satu region yang kata Mobazane ini diwaspadai, masuk dalam radar yang cukup harus diwaspadai oleh BTK.
Apalagi akan menjadi lawannya nanti di MSC 2024. Kita masih akan mencari tahu karena 4 tim masih akan bertarung habis-habisan sampai pada akhirnya kita mendapatkan 2 tim untuk mewakili Indonesia.
Betul sekali, tapi kali ini tanpa berlama-lama lagi kayaknya kita perlu untuk melihat kalau saat ini kita sudah melewati 2 game ya.
Sebentar,
Bude.
tapi sebelum kita masuk
Kenapa,
game 3, Bude mau ngecek nih.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that break. I hope Bude Clara Mongstar, Mobazane, as well as Moko took good care of you. But we're back for game number 3 in this best of 5 series, a 1-1 now, as the Geek has equalized the defending champions. Are you sweating a little at this point?
I gotta be honest with you, I'm not sweating at all. Because keep in mind, it's the upper brackets.
Okay.
So, 2 lives.
Okay, so you think that Onic might fall to the lower brackets?
What I'm saying is, if Onic loses the series, we are still in the playoffs.
Well, the funny thing is, in that interview, Mobazane actually mentioned that who he thinks is going to represent Indonesia at MSC is Bigetron for sure. But the second one, he's not too sure about. But he's still kind of tossing up about Onic and Geek. But a lot of people are saying that it might not be Onic.
For the first time in a long time, people are doubting the absolution of Onic, you know, the inevitability of Onic. All right, I mean, that's a exciting development for season 13 because for Indonesia, for the longest time, there's always a certain few teams that people think will be the grand finalists every single time. But now it's a whole different story, man. So we're looking forward to it, right? The upsets, the comebacks. Because for Geek Fam, they weren't really high placers either in the regular season, but they've just shown that they can match Onic, at least in the individual performances, in the drafts, in the game plans. So now it comes down to an actual adaptability strategy battle.
Are you thinking that it might go to a full best of 5?
Oh, it might. We might have to prepare for that.
Me too. I have a feeling that it might go to a best of 5. But we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, because of course, I think if it does go to a best of 5, I need to open up my GoPay app, right? With this new app, you guys can actually do so many things other than, you know, grab your way here or even, you know, get some snacks, right? You can also vote for your champion event during every playoffs match in the GoPay app, and everyone has a chance to win free GoPay coins of up to 10,000 that you can later use to purchase something else. The Vote Your Champion event opens at 10 a.m. daily. So, you know, open up your Samsung phone, put in the alarm because the prizes include GoPay coins and free smartphones. Enjoy 100 times transfers to any account as well with the cheapest phone credit. There's just so many things that this app can offer you, especially if you guys want to, you know, see some skins, you like them, you want to top up. You can do that too with a cashback of up to 20K. Can you imagine, Arashi? Tell them what else that it has to offer.
Imagine. I mean, I already use it. I take advantage of these deals, man. Why would you not? So come to the Velodrome and don't forget to stop by the GoPay booth. Right? It's not just the app, the booth is also pretty lit because there's plenty of exciting activities from a lucky spin with prizes like a GoPay balance up to 500K. Am I hearing that right? 500K and cool merchandise to fun matches and meet and greets with influencers and brand ambassadors. So if you've always seen them on the stage, you know, on the online broadcast, come see them in person, right? This is your chance.
Definitely. And if you guys are Depok residents like me, I'm a Depok resident. I live in Depok.
Depokian?
By the way, don't leak my address. Okay, don't leak my address. Do you want my address?
Chidera seems uninterested.
He just wants to win. But anyway, if you guys live in Depok, you guys can actually come to the Nonton Barang GoPay event on June 8th, 2024 at Kopi Bento Depok.
Just you guys, watch party.
Yeah, a watch party, just in case you guys can't make it to Velodrome, Jakarta International Velodrome, the venue that we're at right now.
How nice is Kopi Bento?
It's amazing. It's right next to my house.
Okay.
Three seconds away now.
I thought you said don't dox. You kind of narrowed down the radius, man.
What did I keep doing this to myself. Why do I keep doing this? I did it yesterday.
The one with the black gate.
And then I did it. Thank you.
Everyone's in chat like, Goni, thanks, Goni, Goni. Goni God.
Sorry, green gate.
Thank
green
you.
and black.
Or is it?
Okay.
Or is it?
Or is it? I'm not really sure, but I know this is Beloyski, and I know this is the General, but I know that Luke was a god earlier on. What in the world was that Masha play?
I mean, talk about recovery, right? He was at one point in the early game 04, 05 even, but then he recovered. He was actually one of the reasons why CW and Sans wasn't able to find the right positioning. That Masha with that kill threat. You know, especially the new skin.
A very casual watcher in the audience earlier told me like, hey, I play marksman, and I feel like CW, he went for the BOD, not the Malefic Roar. So he has more damage, more snowball and execute potential, but at the same time, he actually was struggling to burst through the main front line. So that's another factor, man. Shout out to Mirko, the casual audience member.
But if I'm not mistaken, he's also in the Discord of Kadia. And if you guys want to join the Discord, you guys can actually scan the QR code earlier on. So don't forget to check that out.
Nope.
Find your people, bro.
Your people.
Find your people.
Find community.
Find community. Like both of these teams are looking to find a place in the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. Whoever wins this will go to the final upper bracket match.
That's another step closer for MSC.
Grand finals and MSC.
Going to Riyadh.
Where is Riyadh?
Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
Clover said it was in Egypt.
What? Did you really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Come on, hey, that's not nice.
Okay.
Who?
That was a...
Who?
You know, the veteran gold laner that didn't make it to the playoffs? Made history?
The one who cut mid lane alone.
Okay. I think that's enough. That's enough.
A lot of details coming out right here from the woodwork. But we're already in the drafting phase, and there's a lot of big moves. And the Akai has been taken, so this is the official tournament, the drafting phase presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G, where the Akai now finally goes through.
Okay. Let's see here the adjustments. Finally, they switch size as well. Natan, though, you dislike this Natan. Now, this is an early pickup as well. Natan, they can just counter draft this with some heroes that are very aggressive in the early game.
Especially with dive, you can counter it with range, you can counter it, and with the claw, that's dive.
That's dive.
And in the early stage of the game, I do believe that Natan will have a little bit of an issue in this gold lane. CW back on the Natan. Weak side gold laner. What do you think?
I mean, it's a familiar spot for CW by all means, and he's shown he can really carry through. The draft is where I think there's some kind of idea here, some kind of vision, because the Akai, it was banned by Geek Fam 2 games in a row in the first phase, so it was that important to them, but they let it go, and Onic immediately snatched the opportunity. So I'm looking forward to see what's the idea here. Is it just for coverage for Natan? Is it for, again, the neutral objective competitive? Or could it possibly be some kind of flex attempt right here? Only time will tell.
Flex 4? The Akai?
Maybe jungle, maybe roam.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Maybe EXP? Hey!
Oh.
I have options here, even though Fluffy isn't really in the picture just yet.
I wonder if Ludwig can play the Akai. Has he played the Akai? No, he hasn't. But there are a lot of debut heroes that we've been seeing from both of these teams, so it's definitely a possibility. A little bit far-fetched at the moment, but anything is possible. Paquito and the Valentina gets banned out. Seeing as they did pick up the Faramis in this first phase of the drafts, the Valentina gets eliminated away from Geek.
And again, for what now, 3 games straight, Paquito has been banned from side of Geek, right? It says a lot that they really do not want to give Ludwig his signature hero. And potentially, they can also ban another hero for Ludwig in that last ban, right? So let's see here. Onic, though, they will adjust from that second game. You know what? You don't want to pick up Masha, but we don't want you to pick up the Masha as well.
I mean, fool me once, shame on me. No, shame on you. It's fool me twice, shame on me.
There you go, finally!
But the official version on the English desk is the reverse. So there's that.
Yeah.
Anyways, the audience understands what we're trying to get at. The Nolan, though.
Okay.
So there's still going to be, they're expecting some kind of flex here, right? Banning away the Nolan.
They're not really convinced with the Akai jungle, so that's a good spot considering perhaps, with Claude, maybe it's vulnerable towards the fracture of that Nolan, right? Of the Nolan, so you know what? Let's just ban that away.
Nolan was devastating yesterday in the hands of Annabelle, especially in the early stage of the game, up until the end. So it does make sense why they want to take it away from Kyrie, a very infamous Nolan player.
Cold-blooded.
Now for the side of Geek Fam, though, they have a lot of fighting power in the early game so far against a Faramis and Mathilda. Even if they if Onic want to try and disengage and avoid any kind of fight, they have the Guiding Wind, they have the Netherrealm, they have the Heavy Spin. A lot of ways here to just tell Geek Fam, yo, no, back off, man.
And also,
we ain't interested.
NACT data. Ruby was the most picked roam hero in the NACT Spring 2024 regular season with 27 picks and a 55.56% win rate. We're seeing it very popular for Geek as well, that flex potential, but it's no longer flex here. It's going to fall into the hands of Luke this time around.
Yep. With the Florin Novaria as well, the double mage, it's going to be very scary, right? Because Beloyski on that Florin, we saw it yesterday as well, got the job done, and it seems like he wants to replicate in this game. Question is, FNATIC Onic, what will they go for here for that last pick?
Exactly, final pick.
Assassin? No?
Oh, it's maybe a Chi-Chi. CC, yeah. I was thinking that something bursty would work, because right now, a big problem for Geek is that the main frontliners, Fredrin and Ruby, they're kind of fighters, but they're kind of sustained base and they gotta keep fighting, right, to actually gain some kind of HP. The Florin will allow them to be a lot more tanky, but at the same time, if they get really hammered down by a lot of damage, they can struggle to really keep up their survivability. Very different to the Akai or the CC. Now with the idea is Onic, I guess, wants to take this to the late game, so we'll see how this plays out.
A step closer, ladies and gentlemen, to match point. Who will get there first? Will it be the invaders, the challengers, the Geek Fam, the Kingslayers, or will the defending champions be able to get there first? Into the Coliseum we go, into the Ring of Terror we go, into the Land of Dawn for game number 3 between Geek Fam and FNATIC Onic.
Keep your eyes on the jungle. It always has been a very important part of both these teams' strategy. Kyrie on the Akai though, presumably will be clearing a bit slower. He was assisted by CW. Of course, look at that mid lane already contesting for control. Paramis not really as good in the early game just yet. I think Keyboy will be doing the heavy lifting here, so he might be forced to stay mid a bit longer, and that could mean that Geek has opportunities elsewhere on the map.
And if we take a look at a quick scan of the battle spells, we do see that Chidera here opts for sprint on the quad.
It'll be dangerous considering that the heavy spin potential is there. But I guess he feels that he is going to be dealing more likely with Lutpi later on. He'll be chasing him down where the mobility will be so important. So we'll see if that will come to haunt him later on, if Onic can get their hands on him.
It's been a 1 minute, and honestly, I'm kind of curious as to the specific emblem choices. Oh, there you go. The emblems by GamesMax. Does anything stand out here?
Agility for Chidera and Beloyski, so kiting is the name of the game for now. Kibui, though, with the Wilderness Blessing on top of that, will be very, very active around the map. So there's a chance that Geek Fam, if they're really trying to force for a pickoff, they have short duration card control like the Ruby and the Fredrin. They might not be able to really find the opportunity to actually lock someone down before Kibui can show up and save the day with the Guiding Wind.
Top lane here, no Purify for CW, but is able to recall. And let's see here for that turtle fight. It's still a balanced fight except for that gold lane, right? Because Baton already recalled. Let's see here for that turtle. Will Onic somehow find an equalizer? Getting, again, that first turtle.
Looks like they're already setting up here. Both of the junglers are at the same level. And it seems like Sans already has his ult as well.
A boy spots 3 with the ult. Luke trying to grab more space. Ray, though, distracted. CW quite low as well. Back to the turtle pit. Luke with the healthy HP actually claims first blood, but Kyrie again finds the first turtle of the game, though. He's isolated. Good taunt by Ray, and this time it is actually going to be Kyrie. Saved by Keyboy.
Nearly gets taken down there, and it looks like Sans was taken down before he was even able to pop in the net.
Ooh, good juke there, good awareness, and CW will pop that entropy to save his life. Second recall of the game.
CW just getting absolutely pressured right here, but he's doing pretty okay. He went with a weakness finder though, not the quantum charge, so lack of sustain. You can see him getting low and low again and again in this laning phase. But with the weakness finder, when Chidera comes in for those short trades, he's going to have his attack speed lowered down quite a bit, and later on, it can facilitate for some ganks. Just show that CW isn't really planning on fighting back too much later on in the game. Yubi's just staying his ground because he knows that his team has the tools to protect him and allow him to be that artillery, just stand in the back and do that damage and shred everyone.
I agree. I guess he's been the weak side laner for quite some time now, so he looks quite comfortable there. Being able to stand his ground will be very important to the sustainability of his team in the later stage of the game. Meanwhile, Chidera looking to farm up as soon as he can. A little glimpse into the jungle. Kyrie is a level ahead. Are they going for a play?
Now they're going to collide here in the river. Astral Echo connects on towards Keyboy, but that will be all. FNATIC Onic, they realize that they're at a disadvantage and they will not have business. Top lane, though, is going to be the main focus from the side of Geek Fam as they are rotating towards that lane. Circling Eagle early on towards a boy, but take a look at the cover. Kyrie jumps on towards a boy. The Bloom will not save his life as Kyrie secures that kill. Geek Fam, though, will they be able to trade? It seems like this time, not yet.
CW gets stunned, but there's no follow-up just yet. Keyboy is also in the vicinity, but right now Luke looking into a play to 3 members. He gets chunked quite low here.
Second neutral objective of the game here. Let's see here, Geek Fam, will they be able to find space as Kyrie comfortably this time controlling the turtle pit, but good taunt, NetherRealm. Wow, invested as well. Ray, very low. Survives, but Kyrie will secure that turtle, but Luke will fall. It's a 2-4-0 for Onic.
The defending champions bite back here in the second neutral objective take. Meanwhile, CW still has remained untouched in the top side. That's homework. That's a ticking time bomb for the Kingslayers.
CW has finished the feather, but he also went for 2 magic necklaces. So it really seems like he's not trading with basic attacks. He's just coming in, basic attack for skill, and back away. He's going for these even shorter trades, maximizing the window of that weakness finder as well. And Chadera, he isn't really getting to win in this lane at all. And go Keyboy!
Different story. They want business. Take a look at Kyrie though. In the front side, Sans as well repositions as Geek Fam is actually finds the taunt on towards Kyrie. Now take a look at Luke. It's a 5-man rotation. Rotating towards the top side, and oh my goodness, Sans! He needs to back away. This time he's able to find the escape route. No casualties there from both teams.
The Meteor doesn't land. The Meteor doesn't get that final hit onto Sans. And it looks like Keyboy is trying his best to buy some time for CW to at least clear that lane. But do you not think that it was surprising that FNATIC Onic even considered going aggressively under the turret to punish Chadera, seeing as they have a later comp? Wait a minute, Lutfi!
Oh, vengeance popped. I'm offended. Was invested there, but Lutfi, with the help of NetherRealm, actually comfortably will back away. And again, it's just both teams here trying to trade, trying to find the right angles, but no casualties yet again. Still just a 3-kill game.
At the end of the day, though, it's a bit of a ticking time bomb, especially for FNATIC Onic, who have 2 ways to secure CW's performance in the late game. Now with the Starlium, these short trades are going to be even more devastating. That is something that Geek Fam need to take note of.
We have a game fun fact here for Claudera by GoPay. Claude was the most picked and banned gold lane hero with a 68.39% pick and ban rate. And he's been performing so well. We've seen that 100% win rate that he had in the regular season kind of falter, but we'll see how it pans out today and how he's able to perform on it today as Kyrie gets caught.
Yep, CW doing work in the bottom side of the map though. Oh, good, I'm offended. Heavy spin will save Kyrie's life, and that will be all. Geek Fam, for the first time in this game, finally have a control on that turtle pit, but still, inner turret bottom side. Oh, Kyrie out of nowhere finally finds the retribution. No turtle, but Chadera finds the blazing duet. NetherRealm will save the members of Onic, but Lutfi now will enter that area and actually survives, but Kyrie will be caught and will be taken down. Geek Fam, they still want more, as Lutfi and Keyboy should be the juicy trays, but CW is actually the one to fall.
That was huge. Geek sacrificed that bottom tier turret, exposing that inhibitor one in order to trade for the turtle, and in the end, that entire setup, that entire sequence of events didn't even pay off. They do get a trade onto CW, Lutfi, and Kyrie, and they do get a trade here. So at the end of it all, who was it worth it for?
I think it's definitely worth it for Geek Fam. Initially, it just seemed like a great play from Onic. Second, they can get a turret, and they still allow time for CW to rotate and come and join the fight. But I think they miscalculated the damage that the Claude brings to the table, and Chadera just guns down CW. It's definitely not in the plan, even though FNATIC Onic were able to go for that steal. But look at the items right here. 2 Brute Force breastplates for the side of Onic. They know that it's about maneuverability. They want to kite in and out of fights. They don't want to sit there and just take the DPS and try and match the healing. Right, for the side of FNATIC Onic, there's a lot of shielding and second HP bars, but when it comes down to just pure healing output, the Florin is almost unmatched right here. So that's not what they're they're attempting to do.
They gambled. Onic gambled, giving out Beloyski one of his signature picks, the Florin, and so far in these team fights, especially now that Chadera has reached his 3-item power spike, it is going to be a lot more difficult for FNATIC Onic to maneuver around these team fights.
For now though, it's going to be a waiting game. Later on, Sans himself, right now, still seems to be focusing more on the utility aspect, but he will be starting to scale, especially if the fights really start breaking out. Only sitting on a Necklace of Durance and the Bloodlings for now. with 1 or 2 more items, his damage can still do a significant amount to the members of Geek Fam.
Ray's a level ahead, by the way.
Yeah. So, again, Ray is doing work with the farm. Let's see how Kyrie will find an angle, but he's chunked as well now. He needs to back away to Derek. Doing work with that DHS. Just chunking now. Let's see! It's going to be Ray this time finding the first Lord, but that will be all Onic. Knows better, but Ludwig, unfortunately, will be caught in that mid lane and will be punished. Geek Fam finds the Lord and the kill.
This isn't good. This isn't looking good for the defending champions. And the Kingslayers finally show their true colors. A 3.5k gold lead. You can see Chidera doing work in the bottom side turret, and this Lord is marching in the mid side. CW does have the high ground. Let's see the defense.
Still the first Lord. FNOC will try to defend, but Chidera with the blazing duet and the dive. Netherrealm popped out. FNOC now, let's see what will they do. One base turret done, and Geek Fam, they know better. They move towards the top side of the map as the inner should be their main target.
16 seconds till CW is back with that DPS. Everyone else not so good. Now fight's breaking open again though.
This is too greedy here. They will go and pressure the mid. Kyrie chunked, but that will be all. FNATIC Onic, they will be able to clear that mid wave, but they will lose the bottom side turret, and also they will find the members of Geek Fam if possible. Let's see. Geek Fam finds Kyrie, but the damage will not be enough to take him down just yet though. FNATIC Onic survive, and Luke will be taken down. Again, Ray now caught in the front side. No healing for you as Ray will be next. Blazing duet defensively as Luke be trying desperately to survive, and he will still stay alive.
They wanted so bad to get that turret in the top side. They wanted so bad to end the game, and honestly, the base was already at half health. I would understand, but you can't make mistakes, you can't make greedy movements like that. Luke gets brought back way into the base, gets taken down, so that was a trade for 2 members, but in the grand scheme of things, Geek, they were able to get 2 inhibitor turrets with a 2,000 gold benefit.
2 base towers down means that Geek, already having so much control, will have even more to play around with, but now they have to be a bit more careful. In the beginning of that base attack, CW has not finished his Holy Crystal. After his first respawn, he came up with it, and you can see the difference in damage immediately. Keep in mind that this composition in the beginning is all about saving CW. So as long as they respect the damage potential, there's still a lot of dangers available. But for now, especially the damage coming in from a boy is something that Onic needs to take note of. It's very subtle, it's not flashy and continuous, but when it hits the right target at the right moment, we saw how CW just disappeared in a blink of an eye. That's when Geek Fam knows exactly what to do here. They know that in the fight, if they can target CW, and even if there was another realm, burn it, make him, in a stasis, put him in a stasis so he can't do damage, they can still win out on these fights.
There you go. That's the damage. Sans immediately gets stuck to half health before this very important Lord Dance. You can see Ray is still level 14, so they do want to find as many advantages. But wait a minute!
Oh, I'm offended. Connects out towards Kyrie. The round popped early, but take a look at the damage. It's not coming through just yet. Blazing duet by Chidera. While Kyrie falls as well as Lutfi. Chidera finds the mark. It's a 3v5. The Lord is actually free for Geek Fam, and things are not looking very good here for Onic.
The vengeance wasn't enough.
No.
Lutfi tried his best to go into the back line to take him down, but it wasn't enough. The damage wasn't enough. Chidera, they're coming back in. They're going in for the final moments.
Sans taken out. It was a 3v5 and 2v5, and this time FNATIC Onic, will they be able to defend this one? Sans with the passive already deleted again. Ray offside, but is still alive there. But again, FNATIC Onic, they somehow managed to survive that offense.
But remember, the Lord has not even started marching down. So this is a complete reset here for both of these teams. This is going to head to match point if FNATIC Onic can't defend this.
FNATIC Onic with 5 though. Will they have enough firepower to defend? All good taunts, and that will be all. CW taken out. Let's see, 4v5. Keyboy trying to distract the backside. Kyrie though will be the next target. Tadera with the right target inaccuracy. And now the base will be their target. And Geek Fam, they're at series points, 2-1.
One more game away of falling to the lower brackets. The defending champions, number 2 in the regular season standings, and it does not matter. Under the banner of General Beloyski, his teammates, his members, his clan, his fam, they're rallying to find a success to move forward to the final upper bracket.
Taking the lead over Onic. And people thought that they would be demolished. Geek Fam just putting up a great fight and showing again, even in the late game, their ideas can match up to the best of Onic. Now this is a scary situation for Onic to be in for sure.
Playing aggressively, Luke's initiation leads Geek to match points. In the past 2 games, Luke has been performing incredibly. First on the Masha, and then he gets his signature hero, the Ruby, and you saw what he was able to do.
He's just making the plays happen left and right. He was frontlining, but also being utility. I thought that there's no way he can do both jobs equally well, but especially with the backup from his team who understands the vision, the idea on how to play this matchup out. Even in the final sequence where Onic were completely prepared for the onslaught, CW keeps getting found, keeps getting focused down before he can even do anything. And that is a rare sight to see from a team like Onic that usually just sees ahead, sees through the plans of their opponents.
A very sharp execution here from Geek Fam in their 3rd game. I really like how it's simple. They made it simple that game, right? They made it a spike. Onic in the early towards the mid doesn't really want business because CW was not ready, but towards the late when they thought they were ready, Geek Fam were readier. They, again, with the right initiation from Ruby, from Luke, this time it just sets a lot of opportunities for Geek Fam, and they've done it. It's done. 2-1, match point. One more game to send Onic, FNATIC Onic, down to the lower brackets.
Again, I don't like the Natan pick. Again, right?
I see your point.
I don't know what changed with the Natan, but if the Natan gets his power spike, the Holy Crystal item, it feels like nothing can stop the Natan at that point. But coming into the playoffs, I feel like that invincibility, that illusion of invincibility has kind of gone away, has kind of faded. And people who pick up the Natan, 1, it takes too long to get to that Holy Crystal power spike. And 2, even if they get to that point, it seems like it's so difficult for it to be like that groundbreaking play or hero that it was notorious for in the early stage of this season.
I mean, there's probably a reason why it's fallen out of the meta for now. A lot of teams no longer focusing it so early on. But more on that later. For now, we have to give credit to the player of the game, presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G. It's Luke, big man Luke, with the Ruby signature play. This combination, right? The fact that the Ruby can be used by him and Beloy is just so good and so annoying to try and strategize against. 100% team fight participation. I'm just saying, we've seen high, but 100%?
As an EXP?
Exactly. I don't think I've seen that so far. But I do have bad memory, so that might be the reason.
No. So far, 100% TP, it's absolutely impressive. And like you mentioned, especially as an EXP laner, and that's one of the things that Geek Fam has, the fact that they can always utilize the Beloyski and Luke combination, the fact that they can change roles at any given moment. And among others, that Ruby flex pick that happens, right? So you can see in this particular game with Beloyski picking up the Florin that Luke assumes the title or the role of the initiator, and he did amazing.
he was just in the right place at the right time. And considering the fact that they're just the one that's supposed to be trying to go in and find CW, they did a great job cutting in and out, just matching away the positioning to ensure that, okay, we can take damage, we can lose members, but if you want to do that, we're going to make sure that whatever damage you deal to us, we deal twofold, with Chidera just doing a lot of damage, and keep an eye on the healing as well for Chidera. He can play so aggressively this time, because the healing from Florin is just amazing, especially with the Lantern, the Seed in his inventory. Afterwards, it's just Geek Fam once again showing their control when it comes to the neutral objectives with the main engage tool, with the poke damage as well. Onic were forced to force something out, try and get a desperate play, and Ludwig there, to his credit, almost took out Chidera. He got pretty low, but in the end, this was inevitable, and Luke somehow, some way finds CW, and it's almost like it's all planned, because with the I'm Offended, there's always a Astrosphere coming right behind it from a boy that just seals the fate of CW.
And it's so impressive because CW utilized the Purifier. But even that, they were able to find the loopholes and make the plays happen. And that was literally the only winning condition that they needed. Eliminate CW, and the rest kind of fell like flies, like a domino effect. 14 minutes. That's all it took for Geek Fam to win that particular game. And I gotta say, in this particular game, I was also very impressed by Ray. The fact that he was always able to be a level ahead of Kyrie. There were a few Lord Steals here and there from Kyrie, but for the most part, the neutral objective control was mostly favoring Geek.
I think the big difference right here is in the EXP lane idea for both teams. For Geek Fam, they want a spammable skill frontline initiator in the form of that Ruby. For FNATIC Onic, they were banking on that CC being able to just walk in and just be a big distraction on the side. And just like that, they lack the front line as well, because they have the Akai, of course, but mainly in the front. It can't be the Mathilda, right? And it can't be the CC as well. So they're lacking in that front line, and they're forced to just go with this dive idea, and they're relying on the Netherrealm to try and augment that tankiness. Whereas for Geek Fam, it's a lot more, I guess like you mentioned, Eterna, straightforward. They want to go there, they want to sit in the fight, spam out all the skills as much as possible, and land the crowd control tools on the right target. And unfortunately for FNATIC Onic, the CC just wasn't strong enough, right? Maybe if the CC was snowballing a bit more, was winning in the lane a bit more, he can actually shut down that backline, but it just wasn't possible. Looking at the gold distribution right here, for Ludwig, he was actually farming a lot better, but when it comes to the Turtle Lords, turrets, kills, and assists, 100% kill participation gives him 500 gold over Ludwig, and that's only from the kills and assists. So Luke was just a lot more willing to stay with his team and get resources that way instead of going around trying to farm.
Would you consider this the weak link for Onic? Because Ludwig performs. He's been highlighted as a rising star this season. I'm not saying that he's a bad player. I think he's fit into the shoes of Boots so well, but if he isn't given his signature heroes, it feels like Luke can get the better out of him, right? Paquito constantly banned out.
Yeah.
Terizla earlier on was also banned out. Do the CCs, do the Benedettas, do they just not work well enough for him?
I feel like it's hard to say that when you saw his performances and some of that outplays you've seen on the Benedetta, on the CC as well. But at this point, his career is just, in the MPL at least, a lot newer. And it really does seem like he's not bad, but without the Paquito, without these signature picks that he is so well known for right now, it's just not exactly good enough, especially if he needs to be the key to victory for his team.
And also, just looking at the composition here from side of FNATIC Onic, right? Just not enough crowd control, I feel. Just the heavy spin. Mini stuns from the Mathilda, mini pull from the Paramis, and apart from that, the composition from the side of Geek Fam, they're just free. You know, they will be able to grab space, they will be able to back away easily, and especially they have the Ruby. They will control more fights, considering apart from the Natan, the composition from Onic, they're just short range, right? The Paramis, the Mathilda, they will close the gap, they will close on you, and with the Ruby, it adds a lot of value when team fighting. And you can see it's very evident in that fight that there's the I'm offended, that there's the flicker. So there's a lot of resources from that Ruby alone that can bring a lot to the table regarding team fights.
I wonder if this is a question as well to the effectiveness of the Faramis, right? We haven't seen it too often, especially in the other regions. It's not really the most picked hero.
Except NACT.
Except
exactly.
NA.
And so only one region. And so far, not a lot of teams still go back to that Faramis. So maybe there's a chance that it's been solved, right? There have been changes to the Faramis. It has come and go. Maybe now with teams just wisening up and having better executions when it comes to those big, massive team fights, especially near neutral objective, maybe the Faramis just leads to being too predictable, right? Crawling together to try and to get that value from that Netherrealm and then getting punished instead. So if you want to get value, you should go for something more reliable like Indomart.
That's actually a good point. Because 1,000 plus 14,000 equals 15,000, and that's the amount of discounts that you guys can get your hands on if you utilize the Indomart app. It's okay, it only took me 10 weeks. But either or,
we're so proud.
If you guys are watching the show together or you're playing games together and you guys are feeling a tad bit, you know, skittish because you're a little bit hungry like me right now, it's all good. They got you covered. You guys check that out, and there's actually a discount code that you guys can check out previously. But if you're also thirsty, you want to be satiated.
Are you thirsty?
I am a little bit thirsty. Thank you for offering. Why?
You know what?
Something.
Here.
Oh, what is that?
Wow, thank you so much.
That's,
ladies and gentlemen,
coffee
for you. This arena is pretty hot sometimes with all the action. So, man, that looks real good, Eterna.
Arashi, check your left. There's a surprise for you.
Oh man.
Yep.
Bro, this is actually really good. I think this is the iced lemon tea.
Do you, Arashi, do you mind switching?
What?
Do you want to switch?
Is that chocolate?
That is chocolate.
I love chocolate.
Okay.
Give me that.
Okay.
There you go.
You guys don't have to trade straws.
Oh yeah.
It's the same
sure.
straw.
It's
All
part
right.
of the package.
That's point coffee for you, ladies
See?
and gentlemen.
Wow.
Anything for everybody. You got chocolate, you got coffee, you got tea, but you also got the team Galaxy Zone up front. It looks like, oh, he's a little bit shy. Is this his first date? Arashi, tell us, is that his first date?
How am I supposed to know if that was his first date?
You go on a lot of dates, so you have a lot of experience.
Well,
you can read body language.
Considering I'm like the third wheel on the desk today, I don't know, man. Someone tagged me on an Instagram story and went like, why are you third wheeling? It's like, bro, what do you want from me?
Oh, man.
But your date is in the building, so technically you're not third wheeling.
Which date? He has so many in the building. It's so confusing.
Seat, right? Legend, Mythic. Arashi's got it all.
That's
Which
what Goni
alphabet
claims.
is more accurate?
Wow. I did not know your game, Arashi. Wow.
My game.
Well, and apparently, Onic didn't know Geek's game as well.
Oh. Yes, because if you look at the damage dealt, Chidera actually out-damaged CW with all the tools right there to try and secure the Natan. Yes, Goni has a point right there. Lack of crowd control, a lot of protection for the Natan. But when it comes down to it, when it comes to a brute force fight, you can't just expect to win in a full-on damage contest when you are up against so many crowd control tools that can stop the marksman from doing damage. So that will be something that Onic will have to amend. It was a very ambitious strategy there to just go for, okay, protect the Natan strategy. We haven't seen it in a while. Well, Geek has shown that they know how to deal with it, and they can even do better. You're gonna try and play that protect game. We have Baloyski, man. We have a boy.
And they're looking confident.
Very confident.
They're looking confident. I think that was one of the main things that everybody was worried about, Chidera's mental state. You know, coming into the playoffs, sometimes he falters. Especially going against a big team like Onic. But if you saw on screen earlier on, it's CW that looks more focused. A boy all smiles there. Hello. Playing with the camera.
Yo, look at the camera, bro. There you go.
One more game. They're feeling confident here.
one more game to secure that upper bracket finals. Just one more step closer towards the MSC slots. But Onic, FNATIC Onic, seems like Sans. He's just chilling.
He looks worried to me. Is that Sans chilling? He's usually all smiles, joking around with Coach Jeb.
It's quite the intense look on his face.
See. I think,
Interesting. Here's the question though, Goni, right?
Goni just rolled his eyes, by the way.
Right, Goni, here's a question, okay?
Okay.
For the longest time, a lot of people say, hey, Onic looking bad. No, bro. Onic has always loved the lower bracket strategy, the lower bracket meta. Is this potentially the idea?
I mean,
what do you think as a guy who watches Onic?
You know what I think? I think this match,
okay,
it's
in the bag.
Yeah, I think either way, they will still have their playoff run.
True.
But they will, if they lose this game, they just lost a life, you know? So we're still here.
But do you think they're intentionally trying to go for that lower bracket?
Maybe.
Okay.
Let's see the drafts.
We'll see the outcome
for
this game first, right?
Of course.
If it even gets to that point. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game numero, what's 4 in Spanish?
Cuatro.
Game numero 4.
What?
Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Swap sides once again here. FNATIC Onic in first phase. Oh, Luyi. So already a very different draft here, ladies and gentlemen, with the bands pouring through. Chip band out. Halkert, Moskov. On the other side, we have a Ling, Harriet, and the Fredrin.
Right. Let's see here. What will they prior here, right? Geek Fam, I think the approach from Onic, I think they're going to secure a hero for Luke in the first phase. But it's going to be the Barats and Claude here from Geek. FNATIC, I think they need to secure Paquito here for Luke.
Paquito? Or potentially an X-Borg as well, right? With the Barats with the Barats in the picture here. This is the issue with Geek. The Barats we haven't seen being used at all in the jungle. We have seen Geek use it in the EXP lane, being the main front line, being the main annoying front control, Daytona's welcome tool. But now wow, FNATIC Onic take away the Ruby. They feel like that's a bit too annoying to deal with. But will they get something in the EXP lane? Technically, the Ruby can still fill that role as well.
Around here.
But let's see, one more pick. It's gonna be the carry. They're trying to shred through this big dino.
That's a big adjustment here. Like a completely new strategy. They went, you know, crunch on the paper and threw it out the window, right? Carry being picked up for CW here.
Okay, against Claude, and it counters Barats, right? So it does make sense if you see the picks from the side of Peak. But yeah, I think I really like the Ruby. That's another approach that we haven't really brought up. The Ruby has been the main topic for the second game and that third game. They took it away, they denied it, right? They pick it up for themselves, and the Novaria will be added. Again, a hero that has range, that has vision. One of the main reason why Onic lost as well that last game. So Geek Fam, very solid first phase.
But again, the Paquito has been taken away. So it's no longer even an option.
Fire of battle never extinguishes.
X-Borg will follow soon as well. The Masha, though, still very much expected here. They could have, I guess, banning away Luke's hero right here will kind of force that Barats to be in the EXP lane, technically. But the man has still a few options available. And I mean, hey, right on cue.
Luke. Will Luke's pick-offs make him the Kingslayer for the Sky King? This is a good question because it's bringing me to the next topic that I wanted to bring up. Luoyi and carry. Who is usually the roamer if you see a Luoyi and a carry?
I am the power of light incarnate.
And it gets instantly banned out. Thank you very much, Geek. That takes away my point. Franco is still an option. Put Ruby in the EXP lane for Lutfi, and you can pick up Keyboy with the Franco. That's definitely still something that can be explored.
Any kind of real catch will be very beneficial for sure for the side of Onic. And depends though, I'm wondering if this is an idea, if they want to go for the macro value of the low E, or do they want to just go for the straight up team fight value, right? That AoE, the passive, colliding multiple members from inside a Geek Fam. That is what I'm waiting to see, and it will be revealed once the heroes do roll out.
Make the whole
The final ban here though, it's gonna be that Florin, a big factor in how Geek were able to just outpower, outmuscle. Because remember, CW and Chidera did the same amount of damage more or less. There was like a 2k difference in damage, and yet you can see how one-sided the fights look. That's the Florin healing.
Yeah, and I think FNATIC Onic, they were torn between Matilda and as well as Florian, right? Matilda is still on the board here technically for Geek Fam, which I think is also, if added, brings a lot of value. Barats, right, with the Matilda, as we all know, the mobility will be covered with the Matilda in your comp.
It's always been an annoying combo for sure. Because one of the only weaknesses of the Barats is the mobility. Now with the Claude in the picture, the Claude's independent, so there won't be a need to use it to exclusively guarantee the guiding wind for the marksman. And now with the expert coming in, it is going to be a jungle Barats then. Or hang on a minute, could it be a jungle X-Ward?
I think
too far?
X-Borg here, it's just to deny FNATIC Onic to not pick for themselves. It's also luckily they're killing two birds with one stone. It's a hero for Luke as well. Fanny though.
We get the Fanny and a Uranus. What? We did not think about this at all. We didn't think the Fanny would pop up. It was not even a discussion from us. Uranus against the X-Borg, however. And the Franco.
Ooh.
I thought Franco for Onic. I didn't think Franco for Geek, but it still pops up here.
Good suppression available to shut down that Fanny. Yep. But man, Uranus and Fanny, shame on us for forgetting that Kyrie has that Fanny in his pocket.
Yep.
The Uranus against the X-Borg though, I feel like since it's regeneration and not exactly just normal tankiness for the Uranus, it actually might end up well. The X-Borg will be able to still bully around the Uranus for the most part, but he won't be able to force him out of the lane. And even if he does so, you can go into the jungle and get some more passive stacks from the jungle and heal back up. But that is a passive angle that we're not used to seeing Lutpi take.
Very different playstyle. What do you think about the Fanny and the Barats real quick?
Well, right now, invading has been made a lot more difficult, which is why we saw the Ling ban away. In theory, there's a chance that this Fanny can go right out of control and not really be punished as easily.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance for sure.
There is a chance, ladies and gentlemen. Match points for Geek. They need one more game to make that dream come true.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Can the throne defenders, can the defending champions equalize this 2-2 with a pocket strat in the Fanny for Kyrie? We're seeing him back on the Assassins and the Uranus for Lutpi.
That's how big the Kyrie, the Fanny pick for Kyrie is. Whoa, hang on a minute.
Early hook and the flicker. Sands though, very low now. A boy will be there to provide the damage for Bluiski. Will secure the first blood, a boy. 1 HP himself, but not enough damage to secure the trade.
Oh wow, we were talking about pocket strats coming in from Kyrie. We forgot to mention the Triple B himself, Beloyski and the Franco. It has been a signature pick from way back when, a power pick from way back when, and we get to peek into the strategy. Do Geek actually want to go in for the pickoffs? Do the emblems tell us something about that?
Well, it's a focusing mark and the Inspire, so expect a lot of hooks coming in from Beloyski. I really wasn't expecting that first blood though, considering that it's a low Yi that's very strong in the earlier levels against the Novaria, but that's the power of the Franco. For now, we'll have to see. As predicted, Lutpi can be pushed out of the lane, but he will always be back. That is how he's willing to play this out. But Kyrie on the Fanny isn't really being disturbed as much as it used to be before the changes to the invasion of the jungle. With 8 seconds to go, both teams seem to be trying to scramble, try and get something right before and possibly secure the first turtle.
So I wonder what the Kyrie pick was for, right? Because is it for neutral objective take? Is it for kill pressure? Because it looks like now Geek are in complete control over this turtle and they will be able to get that for free. What's the plan for Onic?
Well, first of all, Fanny in the right hands is always a very dangerous pick. Oh, right there, the whoa.
Oh, that's the diversion play as well. Voloisky now caught, and Kyrie will equalize on that total kill. It's a 1-for-1. But yeah, that's just a roamer.
It's like they heard Eterna. Like, what's the Fanny for? Let us show you, my friend. But yes, if he can keep snowballing like this, that also denies a boy. We talked about how a boy was critical in securing the victory for Geek Fam in the previous game. Now with the Fanny around in the Land of Dawn, he has to be a lot more careful, and he might be forced to just save his Astral Recall to try and escape by walking through the walls instead of just spamming it out to do damage, but also to gather intelligence. And that way, it also denies their chance to try and find Sans making a play with the diversion. It's a multi-layer strategy from Onic here.
Well, see here, Geek Fam already taking space top lane, and FNATIC Onic, they are a little bit late, as Chidera was able to grab some extra gold. But yeah, it seems like FNATIC Onic, they do not want to fight just yet. And also, Geek Fam as well. Gotta take it slow.
I think earlier we saw the Iron Hook cancelled by the knockback from the Barats, I believe. There could be moments like that in this game that Geek need to be very careful about. But for now, we'll have to see. The later the game goes, the tankier Ludwig will become on this Uranus, and he can tank some of these hooks. But suppression!
Good hunt. The damage will come through, and Ludwig will fall. Take a look at that last Insanity on towards Keyboy as well. Will not take him down just yet though. But take a look at Kyrie. He's there to find the trade. It's a 2-for-1 for now still in favor of Geek Fam.
Wow, all right. So things are getting heated up here for both of these teams, but again, for the most part, Geek have been able to get more of these favorable trades down. Neutral objective done. Kyrie goes in.
Oh, see here. Oh, Ray will find the turtle, but seems like a boy will flicker just in time to get out of that killing threat.
So even then, that kill threat is not there. It's not evident here for FNATIC Onic. No kill pressure just yet, but Voloisky still able to flicker out. Yep. They haven't been able to get value.
Intense back and forth right here, and Geek Fam always seem one step ahead when it comes to the exit plan, but Kyrie makes a play for the purple.
See, invasion success. You can see here Ludwig will try to get away from that last Insanity. Damage will not be enough, though. Yeah, again, the Barats will not have the purple. Kyrie collects it.
It's a cheeky play, diversion.
Oh, damage will be enough, though. Luke will fall with the diversion help as well. And Sans collects the assist. 5 minutes in. Economy still in favor. Just as much there for Geek Fam, but the suppression comes through towards Keyboy. The damage well as well, but he will find space to get out. Ooh. But Chidera denies that. Finds the kill at that board to Geek Fam.
Things are getting even messier here in this particular game. Kyrie gonna be able to secure that as well, so that rush in did not work out at all. Kyrie goes back in. Woo. And finally, we get to hear the crowd come to life. Did you finally hear the chants coming through for Onic?
They were sound for quite a bit, and who can blame them? But with the Fanny just showing up, it's just so good for them right now. Ludwig, though, by the way, with the Purify, he's going to be harder to catch technically, but he can still be suppressed. But if Geek Fam use the suppression on him, it's still a good value play. But look at this!
Oh, that's the perfect setup there. Finding Chidera, who wasn't able... Yeah, I think he opted to not pop the Purify. And that's an important kill for Onic.
That's the kind of crowd control that Fanny can bring for your team. It's not a stun, it's not a root, it's death straight up. And now Ludwig suppressed.
Taking a lot of heat, but the Daytona's welcome actually finds one. Now the damage will not come through just yet, as Voloisky is actually the first one to fall. Traded with a roamer. Luke falls as well, but a boy will be the trade. It's an all-out fight. But Onic, they managed to take 3 members down from the side of Geek Fam.
Oh, Sans goes back in for the diversion play. Oh, meanwhile, the top side, CW nearly gets taken out there, forced to use that flicker as well. But 2-for-3 trade in favor of Onic. And if the kill pressure from Kyrie isn't enough to be able to take these members from Geek down, it's enough of a distraction for the rest of the members to do the dirty work. But now you can see both of these teams are going back and focusing on the turtle.
Last turtle, mind you. Well, Geek Fam finally collects the perfect turtle. Now Ray distracted. Kyrie denies that perfect turtle. Keyboy flickers out of that last insanity. But now with the diversion from Sans, he will help Keyboy to get out from that sticky situation in the mid. It's going to be the Han connecting on towards Lutfi and say goodbye to their rookie. It seems like FNATIC Onic, they need to control and stabilize. They are 1,000 gold lead ahead, but their job is not done yet.
See, the problem is, even though that both of these teams are equal in kills, most of the kills that have been placed on to Onic is Lutfi and Keyboy. Kyrie still 4-0-2, CW still 0-0-0, so the shutdowns haven't been made possible. That Iron Hook lands.
Oh, purifying, but a boy flickers out in time, but the retribution, not the retribution.
Lethal ignition.
Lethal ignition will secure that kill. Wow, what a performance by Kyrie, man.
A lethal ignition indeed. Onic is pushing the tempo again and again, almost like how RRQ did it. They're just making sure that all the plays keep happening with all the mobility and the diversion. Every single member on their team are just making individual plays, trying to show out. And MLBB getting caught.
Oh, is this the right play? Is this wise? MLBB now will be taken out, no problem. But Chidera pops a blazing duet as a bluff, not as an offense. Lutfi showing vision on where Ray is. And again, FNATIC Onic, they are somehow controlling this game, but I don't think they're out of the woods yet. They're not really comfortable on this lead.
And the problem is, for Geek in particular, right, with Kyrie on such a high mobility hero like the Fanny, they're also able to play the cross map really quick, put some pressure on the far lanes, and you can see that Kyrie has been busy doing that work, and it's a little bit too expensive for Luke to have to be forced to control those far lanes, and because they need that his presence in these team fights.
The longer the game goes though, even that being the case, I guess Luke can't really clear as fast as other heroes technically, unless he uses his ultimate, which is still a very valuable resource to be spending out. And later on, Lutfi can take most of the poke damage from the Astral Spheres, and Beloyski, even if he grabs someone, is there even enough damage to just completely burst him down before the bloody hunt ends? That's the big problem right here, and Beloyski.
Kyrie jumps in as well, that's the perfect I'm offended on towards Beloyski now. Lutfi though needs to back away. Last insanity just to show off presence. But that's the main initiator for Geek Fam. And it's done, eliminated. So FNATIC Onic, they might have full control on this Lord.
Meanwhile, Kyrie was just doing work in the bottom side of the lane, being able to push that turret and eventually get it for himself. That's a Malefic Roar. Third item, by the way, for Kyrie. 5-0-3. He's taken all the retributions as well so far in this Lord. Wait a minute.
Last insanity. Sans will be taken down. That's a shutdown. Lutfi looking for an escape route here. Still able to just hover around, but damage will be significant and will be taken out. It's two members out from Onic. Let's see here. Ray secures the Lord comfortably. There's a disconnect there from FNATIC Onic.
That is just not how they were planning on that fight going out. Especially with Sans taken out here. Luke, though, stranded.
Yeah, CW is there. The damage will be enough, especially Kyrie is also in the vicinity. Monster kill for Kyrie. 6-0-3. This time from Kyrie.
Different beast. He's a different beast here. We finally get to see glimpses of the old Kyrie, the Kyrie that we knew and loved on the Assassins. If we take a look at the real time, oh, wait a minute, he flickered out for that. And if we didn't, Kyrie would have definitely taken in that kill.
With the BOD in the Heptases, he's just an absolute menace right here, especially with the diversion. Inserting him into weird locations in the Land of Dawn. Geek Fam now trying to get value with this Lord, but they're always constantly checking behind his shoulder. Is Kyrie there? Is the menace about to make a play? So far, that'll be the Lord cleared out, but the diversion.
They will
my God!
Oh my goodness, that's a very, very intense diversion. 2 members taken out. Geek Fam, they knew it was coming. And it was inevitable.
You're right, like, that would have been so disastrous. That was so intense. It's too intense, I can't think right now.
Just came out of nowhere. Gila-san showing again the next level game knowledge. No iron hook means that Onic will be moving up right here, undeterred.
Oh, last insanity from Luke to take space. And Kyrie is just farming the jungles of Geek Fam. Ray though spots this one out, and Kyrie will stay disciplined. He will not force that one out.
Just when you think that Geek Fam have the upper hand, Onic turn it around with their macro play, with the Luoyu, with the diversion plays, and say, well, not really, and completely turns it around again. Lord advantage minus 1,000.
It's kind of crazy though that Geek Fam are able to force Onic to play this playstyle with a lot of outmaneuvers, right? With a lot of mind games with the diversion. Going front to front, they're able to match Onic, but right now they're just completely confused. And the experience, the craftiness of Onic is really showing. And if you look at the items for CW, he is approaching that late game status. He has the Wind of Nature as well. He'll still struggle a bit against Luke. They can't do true damage. But aside from that, he is clear. Just go in and go aggressive.
Loisky pulls the buff to take time to buy some time. Daytona's welcome, connecting onto his 1 member. Keyboy will receive a lot of damage, will be taken out as well. Luke in the front side will not be able to find anyone, but Luke will destroy his immortality, and Kyrie finds the godlike. It's a 1-for-1 roamer for EXP. But take a look at the Lord Pit. It is all Geek Fam in that vicinity.
This is a big problem.
Oh! The CW and Sans! The connection, and as well as Kyrie. Ray is very low. Sans though will flicker out with the slide there. And Kyrie secures the jungler of Geek Fam. That's the Lord for FNATIC Onic.
What a setup, what a play, what a macro usage of the Luoyi for Onic to completely dismantle the entire plan that Geek threw at them. To top it all off here, Kyrie gonna be able to steal that purple buff. And so FNATIC Onic, they're picking up the value left and right.
Malefic Roar also completed for CW on the back of that fight. Now the frontliners need to just look for the right moment. They can just stay in front and tank damage. It's almost like Onic is using that diversion off cooldown every single time. A very bold choice to use it in a bush that's so close. Usually you want to go further away, but they use the diversion right next to the members of Geek Fam, and they get absolutely rewarded for it. Now with the waves coming in, with the Lord pushing at the top side, they're gonna try and go for an end angle, but they don't have a lot of technical high ground, but they're going for the diversion.
They will go towards the top side, and Luke is gonna be the target. No Faraga, no last insanity. The bait still stands this time. And okay, Geek Fam will concede that mid lane. The mid base turret though will be rescued and still up for Geek Fam. Purify, clutch, purify from Lupi.
Just as it lands, it gets purified away from Geek Fam. And Jakarta International Velodrome, they have finally come to life once again with this meaningful lead from the defending champion, 6K and counting, with so much in their hands, with so much control that they already have. The chants are getting even wilder. It looks like this is control from FNATIC Onic.
FNATIC Onic, man. By the way, you just have to love offline events, because when the hook almost lands, you can hear the audience go, ooh, it's so good. And right now, despite the fact that there is pickup potential, the iron hook becomes even more lethal technically the longer the game goes. But as of right now, they can just send Lutpi to just stand in the front, and even if he does get taken out, it's gonna take so much effort and so much time from Geek Fam that Onic can absolutely just turn it around, go for another diversion, and make it absolutely worth it. They have the tools to catch up to Geek, so they can't really be outmaneuvered the same way we saw in the previous game.
6,000 gold lead here in hand. And you can see here the tempo already just held down, not just by Geek Fam, of course, because they're behind, but Onic as well. They know that, you know what, let's just wait for the next objective that is in the Lord.
Yeah, they're playing it patiently now. But obviously, Geek Fam are put in quite a precarious position. They can't play the front to back when they go for dive. Somehow, they're either utilizing the kill pressure from Kyrie to find a flank, or even utilizing macro plays from Sans. So it's difficult. They have to rotate as 5. They have to check their bushes. Even that doesn't land a concealed play. Big Brain Beloyski, again, using all his brainwaves right now, using all that he can to figure out a way, a loophole, to figure out this win from FNATIC Onic, but diversion again!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, what a conceal as well.
Conceal as well. Well, they find the angle. The off angle, Chidera though, will show. Now, Luke will be chunked. Beloyski in the backside finds the suppression. Sans deleted! That might be a mistake. Geek Fam now has more control in the Lord fight, potentially.
5v1 right now, and they were very patient to wait for all these resources to be utilized, right? The diversion, they utilized the conceal as well. Those were 2 big ones, but now there's still a looming danger. There's still a looming Kyrie, but it looks like they try and bait him out. Are they looking for him right now? They can't commit because that looming pressure is always there.
Now with the soaking damage, B-Boy has the immortality, will find multiple members, but Last Insanity towards CW will actually not take him down yet. Luke loses immortality. Now take a look at the damage. Luke, oh my goodness, untargetable. But now Lutpi in the front lines, trying to buy time, trying to take space as well. Still survives, but the hook will be recovered with the Purify. FNATIC Onic, they managed to recover now with 4 in the Lord Pit. Will they commit to this Lord as the hook connects on towards Lutpi? Ray is there as well. Lutpi still holding on towards that immortality. But Geek Fam and Onic, they will take their time.
They need Chidera back. They needed to buy some time. And all they could do was utilize the burst pressure, the burst potential coming in from Aboy. But at the end of the day, there was no finisher in this. And so the Lord once again gets a reset. And ladies and gentlemen, but wait a second.
Oh, Aboy, 1 HP and CW. Last shuriken hits. Now Kyrie jumps towards the back of the diversion. Play! CW! It's just free hitting. He finds a double and he collects a triple. And that will not be a maniac, but I said corrected. CW collects the maniac.
What a performance once again. Just 1 moment is all it takes for the comeback of the defending champions. And they have officially equalized. We're going to another game.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we remind you that this is the rematch of MPL ID Season 12 Grand Finals. And we are going to Game 5.
What an effort here from both these teams, but Onic, they find that last play. Caught Geek completely off guard, gets all the combos. Kyrie going in, getting hit by the Daytona's welcome, by the way, and then sells an item, gets a Winter Truncheon, turns it all back around, and of course CW. We can't stop talking about how aggressive he now looks in that gold lane. Even though we're already at the playoffs, the whole season we've been hyping up aggressive CW. Constant wins.
Game 4, Onic more. Seems like they were just hungrier in Game 4.
For sure. Man,
more intense.
This is reminiscent. Hang on a minute. This is reminiscent of yesterday though. 2-0, 2-2. But in the end, for our Q, it did not work out. Today, for the other king, would it work out, man? There's some eerie coincidences we're having in the playoffs right now.
Kingslayer's doing work for the Empires of MLBB-ID.
Coach Yep looks sweaty. He was nervous, man.
I mean, they're called the Kingslayers for a reason, right? Sure, for up until this point, it's always been because they've been the kryptonite for RRQ, but in this particular case, giving Onic a run for their money in a situation where everybody would agree Onic being the strongest, it just goes to show that all the teams have really prepared for one another and why these games are not just as simple as one-sided ones. It always is either a full best of 5, and even if it isn't, we get a 30+ minute game. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at match point once again, but this time match point for both of the teams. Onic have equalized. They are not going to back down without a fight. But I gotta say, a really great performance by Onic there. I think Sans, his macro plays, that decision making that he makes in the last moments, the integral moments, those important moments, were very effective at catching Geek off guard multiple times. And you even saw that there was a little bit of an adjustment by Geek. They wanted to kind of like bait that out beforehand, and so there was that adjustment, but it came a little bit too late.
Yeah, the aggressive diversions, right? It just shows not just sending out a member or two, he's also in that diversion looking to deal damage, and you can see what it does to the formations of Geek Fam. Scattered.
But at the end of the day, we've got to crown
King Kai.
Our King Kai, our Sky King, the player of the game, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, a Samsung Galaxy. Kyrie back on his assassins, back on the Fanny, and back with such an aggressive build. That lethal ignition in the last moment of the game, remember, with a boy being taken out. I miss this Kyrie.
Do you miss it, Arashi?
I think we all do. The good old days of the assassins, man. It seems like they're making a comeback, so we're looking forward to how this develops. But you just reminded again that when you see Kyrie play that Fanny, it just seems so next level, so special, man. And it's not just the mechanics. Of course, mechanics are flashy, are great, but even the decision making, how decisive he goes into the jungle to try and steal away some camps, the targeting in the middle of a fight, and his cooperation with Sans to go for a diversion delivery to the backline. It was just a great showing, and it kind of reminds us about the good old Onic, man. Let's take a look at the highlights here. The player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, Evos Gold. It began with a first blood for Geek, and we're really all quite surprised that it wasn't the low Yi that got it. But afterwards, a big shout out to Lutfi here. Every single time in this game, he's been taking a lot of punishment, especially in the last sequence. I'm not sure if it will make the highlights, but he was taking way too much damage than legally allowed, man. It's just a bit too much. And right here, you can see that the fact that Lutfi puts himself either right in the front or 90 degrees to the side, it's just so annoying. But eventually, he bit off more than he could chew. It's a work in progress, but afterwards, it doesn't matter. Onic still wait for the right moment. They back away, they clear out, but then this diversion, man, was so massive. They got two of the main carries out of nowhere, Chidera and a boy. Here, same, Chidera just did not see it coming. A bold diversion. And that seems to be the solution to try and deal with Geek Fam. If you can find a pathway to the backline, they get demolished, man. Keyboy on the Ruby with the tenacity, with the firmness, staying in the front and just making the plays happen. Kyrie hit with the Daytona's Welcome right here and still finds a way to come out on top. Makes Geek Fam wait for the suppression, the immunity. And as a result, that's the Maniac coming in from CW, just shredding everyone down. And Sans sends a message, getting into the base of Geek Fam.
Also, correction, it's not massive, Arashi. Ooh. It's intense.
Intense.
Intense diversion plays. And this was a 19, almost a 20-minute game that previously was 14 minutes. So despite us seeing that it was very dominant by Onic, it wasn't as fast as we thought.
Girl.
I thought it felt like a 14, 15-minute game.
Sure.
20 minutes.
It's the pace, right? The fact that at every single moment, you see a diversion. Oh, it's either a gank or a diversion. You wait for it, diversion, right? Oh, Lord, diversion. That's the global presence here. Whenever there's a chip and a low Yi in the game, it just feels so fast because there's always action on the board. And there needs to be action on the board because otherwise you're not really using those picks to its maximum potential.
I'm wondering though, how many maniacs has CW been able to get?
This season? I'm not quite sure.
I'm checking. Oh, he hasn't gotten a maniac. This is his first maniac.
Really?
Maniac holders are Iman, Albert, Watt, Kabuki, Skylar, Chidera, D, and Annabelle.
All right, so finally he caught up.
Yeah, finally.
Here's everyone like, okay, you know, my turn.
Interesting. Anyway.
But Albert got a maniac. Right, according to the data.
Yeah.
Well, looking at the items though, it was a late game performance, and you can see that Chidera, on the same claw that was so respected, doesn't have the same kind of impact because now it's different, right? No Florin, no Ruby to help him out. The bulk of the crowd control Garnet that we were talking about that led Geek Fam to actually have so much pressure in the fight now are used so early on to try and initiate to begin with. And as a result, Chidera has to be a lot more independent, and against a team like this, with a short-range marksman like a Claude, against a Loyi, against a Ruby, with Kyrie on the fanny just waiting in the wings for you to just misstep ever so slightly. It was just a tough game to be in for Chidera.
Definitely a problem, right? See, especially towards the late stage where technically there's two flanks coming, right?
Right.
Fanny and the diversion.
Yeah.
Where would you run? If you're a boy, if you're Chidera, there's no way to go.
It's very difficult.
Nowhere to go.
It's very difficult. That's why.
Wow. Well, Game 5, the Fanny ban?
Maybe.
But if they ban Fanny, could something else pop up? Nolan? They banned 2 assassins, Ling and the Nolan.
True. We'll have to see. What really surprised me here though is the damage taken. If you look at it, it's only 9k higher damage taken for the side of Onic, when we've been seeing Ludpi just getting beat up by the whole team, dogpiled on by Geek Fam again and again, just regenning back up. So I really thought that it was going to be quite different, you know, quite a stark differential. Looking at the gold difference over time, it's a Mountain Eterna. What do you think?
It depends.
On what?
Because this is a lake first, so it's a lake with a mountainside view, not a mountain with a lakeside view.
What exactly is a mountainside view though?
This.
Because you can see mountains from so far away. Does it really count?
Yeah, because it's really close. See, there's like that small bump. See, that's a small mountain.
There's like 2 cities in between.
We have the bigger mountain, and then we have the Ginormous volcano.
The Ginormous volcano.
Yeah.
This is where you want to buy a house.
Exactly.
The lake.
Yeah.
You have
I
a
see.
mountain view and also a lake view.
Interesting real estate tips by Goni and Eterna.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. I have to find out. Maybe someone else can add to this as well.
Hit me up if you guys need more real estate tips. Okay.
It ain't free.
It ain't.
Well, you know, good things cost a good amount. So we have to see.
We do.
Especially now, waiting for the final game of this match.
Do you like lakes or mountains better?
Oh, that's a tough situation. I think I would prefer a lake, actually.
Lake.
But fun enough, I spend more time in the mountains.
What about you?
What are you doing in the mountains? I prefer both.
You like both?
That's classified.
I like suspense. That's what I like.
That's Sasarashi. You like suspense?
Suspense, get it?
Suspense?
I like suspense before we get into the finale of this best of 5 upper bracket match between Geek and Onic. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go through a short break. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll see you right after. We'll see you right after.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
pada saat season lalu di babak playoff.
Betul sekali Bude, kalau kita melihat hari ini, wow, ini performance kedua tim begitu luar biasa di upper bracket. Karena kalau mereka berhasil memenangkan match kali ini, perjalanan mereka akan lebih nyaman di upper bracket. Tapi tentu saja kalau misalnya mereka harus kalah pada match kali ini, tenang saja, masih ada nyawa selanjutnya di lower bracket. Tapi tentunya kalau di lower bracket Bude ya,
no.
jalannya panjang kan ya?
Betul, nggak ada yang mau berjuang di lower bracket karena itu begitu beresiko. Mereka ingin perjalanan yang nyaman, dan karena kita melihat betapa ramainya juga hari ini dari support dari Geek Fam Unity dan juga Sonic yang berkumpul untuk memberi dukungan penuh kepada kedua tim ini.
Betul sekali, wow, ini di match pertama pada hari ini, hari yang kedua. Ini luar biasa sekali kalau di sini.
Ada support dari para BA sudah hadir, para talent hadir, super fans juga hadir. Belum lagi tentu saja ada yang spesial. Kalau dari para player tentu saja ada dukungan yang spesial dari keluarga.
Iya, dan tentunya kayaknya kita ini menarik perhatian di antara barisan para BA. Ada yang menarik perhatian Monica dan juga Bude. Ada BA baru nih kayaknya Bude nih.
Langsung kita ngobrol-ngobrol boleh Tante?
Halo Tante. Wah ini nih sama ya kayak Bude tadi ngomong support dari keluarga. Jadi kita bakal ngobrol sama Mama dari Kiboy.
Halo Tante.
Halo juga.
Dari mana nih Tante?
Dari Manado.
Wih, bentar. Ini dari Manado, beneran Manado?
Iya,
jauh banget dong ke sini.
Iya.
Wah, kebetulan Monica juga Manado nih Bude ya. Kalau kemarin kan Bude translate Korea nih ya.
Sekarang bawanya kamu berarti ya?
Iya, Monica translate nih ya,
Bisa
Manado.
ya?
Coba kita cek beneran gak nih Tante dari Manado. Coba dong Tante bahasa Manadonya.
Halo semua. Ini mamanya Kiboy. Baru datang dari Manado. Mau support langsung Kiboy dengan tim Onic Esport.
Valid ya berarti ya?
Valid. Gak perlu ditranslate lagi, udah ngerti ya?
Yes, tapi Tante ini kan baru kali pertama nih Bude ketemu sama Tante. Dan waktu itu ayahandanya, sekarang ibundanya hadir untuk Kiboy. Kali ini requestan permintaan Kiboy atau memang Tante ini ingin hadir nih?
Permintaan dari Kiboy baru memang request juga dari Tante. Kan barusan juga kali ini kesini. Pingin nonton, saksikan secara langsung
Jadi
Kebanggaan kita semua.
Permintaan dari Keyboy, terus ternyata Tante juga mau nonton akhirnya nih Tante. Berarti pertama kali ya nonton secara langsung. Gimana nih rasanya ngelihat panggung, ngelihat anaknya main di stage MPL Indonesia secara langsung?
Merasa bangga. Apalagi sebagai orang tua, sebagai mama, sebagai keluarga sangat-sangat bangga.
Tapi kalau
Dan sangat-sangat bersyukur.
karena harus bisa melihat anak tercinta di atas panggung dan pula akan juga membawa nama Indonesia kalau nanti sampai bisa menjadi top 2.
Betul sekali. Kalau udah top 2, Tante, berarti ini bakalan mewakili Indonesia di MSC 2024. Berarti Keyboy bakalan berangkat lagi nih ke Riyadh. Wih, Tante, ini rasanya gimana nih sebagai seorang ibu harus ibaratnya LDR nih ya sama anaknya. Apalagi kalau keluar negeri juga ke Riyadh nanti bertanding. Rasanya gimana tuh Tante?
Rasanya bangga saja, tidak ada kata-kata untuk sedih, tidak ada. Hanya ada support, doa dan harapan yang terbaik untuk anak-anak. Terutama untuk Keyboy sama tim Onic Esport.
Wah, memang hanya bisa dukungan terus yang diberikan. Nggak boleh sedih, nggak boleh apa. Yang penting dukungan. Namun Tante mendukung Keyboy pasti dong. Keyboy itu mungkin sebelum bertanding kah? Atau sebelum ada acara kah? Minta restu dari Tante? Seperti apa tuh bentuknya?
Dan selalu.
Biasanya kayak gimana Tante?
Mama dukung ya. Terima kasih juga untuk dukungan doa dari keluarga, dari saudara-saudara, bahkan fans-fans di seluruh di Indonesia, di luar, di Bitung, Manado, Tondano, dan semua wilayah Sulawesi Utara.
Sulawesi Utara luar biasa. Nah Tante, kalau Tante tadi kan bilangnya dari semua keluarga ya dari Sulawesi Utara, itu biasanya ngedukungnya gimana sih? Apalagi kemarin kan regular season berarti nggak nonton langsung. Siapa tahu nobar-nobar kah di kampung, di Manado, di Bitung, di Tondano?
Iya, sering nobar. Ada perkumpulannya, per tim juga di sana, sering kasih support, perkumpulan, apalagi lagi di rumah, seru banget. Pokoknya seru sekali.
Seru sekali, seperti hari ini juga. Tapi ada yang mau disampaikan dari Mama yang ingin kita juga bersama-sama dengarkan. Jadi untuk Mama Keyboy dipersilahkan.
Ini dukungan, doa dan harapan, support dari keluarga, terutama dari Mama dan seluruh fansnya Keyboy. Besar harapan Mama, fans dan keluarga untuk bertemu Keyboy karena memiliki potensi besar untuk menjadi salah satu pemain paling dominan dalam komunitas game. Dengan keahlian dan dedikasi yang telah ditunjukkan selama ini, salah satu harapan utama dari Mama, dari keluarga bahkan seluruh fans, Keyboy terus meningkatkan kemampuannya secara konsisten, baik dalam hal keterampilan individu maupun kerjasama tim. Dengan menemukan keseimbangan antara keduanya, ia dapat menjadi pemain yang benar-benar menginspirasi dan semoga bisa go champions. Selain itu, doa harapan Mama Keyboy bisa menjadi contoh positif bagi komunitas pemain Mobile Legends dengan mendorong semangat persaingan yang sehat dan mengedepankan etika dalam bermain game. Tentunya dengan berbagai pengetahuan dan pengalaman Keyboy bisa menjadi mentor para pemain muda yang bermimpi untuk mengikuti jejaknya. Sukses untuk Keyboy bersama tim Onic Esport. Terima kasih.
Ini kayaknya langsung ekstra energinya Keyboy dan tim ya habis disemangatin oleh Mama Lani.
Yes, begitu luar biasa. Terima kasih sekali. Kita akan bersiap untuk lanjutin permainan. Boleh Tante?
Semangat.
Semangat. Dan podcaster kita harus bersemangat. Semangat semuanya untuk kedua tim. Jadi bersiaplah untuk menyaksikan game penentuan antara FNATIC Onic dan juga Geek Fam.
The conclusion to this upper bracket match, best of 5. We're going all the way, all 5 matches, as both of these teams do not want to go down with a fight. Can you imagine if Geek pull yet another Cinderella story this time around? And if they're able to push Onic to the lower brackets, Kingslayer title, their reputation precedes themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, FNATIC Onic, they will do everything in their power to defend their upper bracket rights. It's not gonna be easy, clearly, but I expect a different Onic in Game 5.
Why?
More intense.
Why is that the case?
Because it seems like in Game 4, it shows that they're just a lot more sharper. They're just more. They connect more in that game, right? The timings, the skills
Okay.
that were put.
Could we be expecting yet another assassin from popping up? Because if we take a look at the previous game recap here, Arashi, he played so many roles, right? He was so busy doing so many things. Utility was there. Neutral objective take was there. Kill pressure was there. The mind games was there. Sometimes he was the ones to go in first to dish out and bait in so many resources from Geek, but in other times, he was always able to adapt and go for the killer, the last slot of HP to give them more of an advantage in these team fights.
That just shows again the class, the level, the caliber of player we're talking about right now. You know, back then, to a degree, if there's a player that stands out so much in MPL ID, some teams are just that much better. But now in Season 13, the fact that you can still stand out and have highlight performances when everything is so competitive, I think that just shows again like there's even more levels and we actually, I guess, thought before.
It's so intense.
He loves that word. What is with this intense word?
It's the intensity. The theme of the series.
Okay, I agree. I agree.
Intense.
Going full best of 5.
Yep.
It's been intense. Even the wins that these teams have been able to accumulate wasn't easy as well. Okay, I'll give it to him. Intense.
All right. Intense, guys. Intense in the chat, please, for Goni. But looking at the intense faces, you can see that Onic, even though they're usually a bit more cheery, not completely just joking around, but they're usually a bit more lighthearted. Now it seems like everyone's locked in, man. They need to pull everything they got. And this current season that's so competitive, so risky, so volatile, going to the lower brackets, that's just a massive blow in its own right.
Because even if you fall to the lower bracket, right? Who are you going to be in the lower brackets with?
Yeah.
Either way, that's another tough battle. Evos
or
Bigetron.
Yeah. And fun fact, I believe the last time Onic were sent down to the lower brackets in the second day, or it was Season 7. And they got immediately knocked out. Season 7. It's been a while. Season 13 now.
It has. We're so used to the dominant Onic. The Onic that has no equal in the regular season, in the playoffs. But it looks like we are moments away of witnessing the final mind game of the drafting phase, ladies and gentlemen. And we do hear the picks and the bans coming through quite quickly. We will be expecting yet another assassin ban, respecting the capacity, the capability that the Sky King still possesses up until this point. And the answer is only one. Just the Ling has been taken out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase of game number 5, the final game of the series presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And look at the insta adjustment.
Wow.
Ruby, just that prio for Geek Fam right now for them to take in that first phase. And Onic respond with an Edith.
Edith, out of nowhere here for Onic.
But I do know my
I think they're noticing that they need utility, they need tankiness, but they also need that versatility for maybe an extra bit amount of damage. The Edith can fill in those shoes, but it's very situational. And Geek now going for the Natan themselves. Up against an Edith, technically the same kind of style, rapid fire, magical damage. Noticing that hyper carry in the backline for Geek Fam though, Onic must be looking at trying to get rid of that Florin. We've seen what it could do in the previous few games. I think right now Onic do not want to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, Florin is just so expensive in the hands of Beloyski, right? So much value. But the trend is, the series especially, the team that picked up the Natan loses. So, Geek Fam, are they trying to break that trend? They surely are, but oh my goodness. Wow. Another Barca first face pick for Onic.
This is quite bold by Onic, right? Because technically, the Barats and the Ruby can still be flexed around. Barats can still be flexed into the EXP lane, and if they do that, the Ruby can still be placed in the roam for Beloyski.
For sure.
So they don't know if the Masha can still pop up yet or not, unless they want to go for the bans right here, right now, to take it away from Luke. I mean, we saw what he was able to do on the Masha, and the fact that they were able to eliminate the entire artillery, the entire purpose of the Barca was just tragic to see, especially for King Sans himself.
It does seem like when Sans can find ways to be impactful, Onic just do a lot better. We've said that a lot in previous games, but in this game, in these few games in particular, also very much important. Looking at the bans though, Hellkurt for the side of Onic, and the Fanny ban away finally for the side of Geek Fam. So both teams respecting the potential of an assassin making a surprise appearance.
What do you think about the Nolan? Do you think the Nolan could pop up here for Onic?
It can, but against a Ruby, that is a risky preposition. With how fast the skills are off cooldown, the AoE, it's kind of easy to land on the Nolan, and he's just not as safe. He has a lot of mobility, and we saw how Annabelle, despite being up against crowd control, can position himself and maneuver around well enough to ensure that he can find opportunities to get those solo kills without being threatened by some kind of catch from his opponents.
Never extinguishes.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, right? Masha is too much of a nuisance, especially in the hands of Luke. They will not deal with that this game, the last game. Let's see here, Geek, what will they go for here for that last ban, right? Florin is still on the board, so I'm sure that Geek Fam might pick it up later on. But what do you go here? Oh my god. Just ban Paquito. It's 100% Paquito ban, right, this series?
Paquito? In the last game, yes. Paquito, yeah.
Yeah. No
Paquito has completely been taken out as an option for Lutfi to pick up for himself.
Seems like Geek just don't like boxing. Just are not willing to try and get into with that. And technically they've been going with the X-Borgs, right? And Paquito is a tough matchup for the X-Borg to try and go up against. So now, going for the Baxia, seems like it's gonna be maneuverability. So Onic are trying to impose the same kind of high-tempo gameplay, and Geek, oh, they show their cards, man. A ton of sustain.
So much. You get the Netherrealm from the Faramis in these team fights, and you also get the Blooms coming through for Florin. That level 4 power spike is lethal here. So definitely, even if they went for an assassin, that's so much miscalculation. That probability is so large that the Baxia is a safer pick. But how do you shred through that much sustain is the question. Now that they already picked up the Cloud, they already picked up the Farsa as well. Here, EXP lane is left open, right? Or
still, either can be roam, can be XP, right? So this is what they're discussing, I believe. But remember, the Baxia here adds purpose, right? It negates, remember the passive negates the healing, extra dominance, ice free.
Right.
So let's see, will it be enough though, is the question.
Well, the extra question layered on top of that, Goni, is also that the Florin can remove the healing reductions. So that's also another factor. But with the X-Borg and Edith, we've seen this before when a team goes for all the sustain, but the other team goes for even more damage. With Edith and X-Borg, if they're not really too far behind, there's still a lot more damage than expected coming out from the side of Onic. So Geek Fam, even if they do have all these sustain tools in the right situation, especially if they're clumping up together, they still need to be aware, or they need to be beware of the damage coming in from the other members, aside from the gold laner of Onic.
The last chance for the King Slayers here in this best of 5 series to bring down the reigning champions, the Kings of Kings, the King Skies, the Kings of the Galaxy, the Kings of the Sea, all the titles of the sea here held by FNATIC Onic. Can they do it? Can they recover? Can they prolong their reputation of taking down royalty? Let's get into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game of this series.
Upper bracket slots is at stake, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see, Geek Fam and FNATIC Onic for the last time today.
Seems like there's going to be a lot of action. As for now, it seems like Onic are the ones who have the lead when it comes to the speed in rotating towards these neutral objectives. The Litho is a small victory. Looking at the emblems right here by GamesMax, you can see that Luke going for a bit of tankiness from the firmness and of course the Festival of Blood. So he's trying to be sustainable and around in these fights. Beloyski with the Bargain Hunter. Whoa, hang on.
Early purifying, early aggressive rotation. Sans even committed the wings by wings. Not to a fruition though, still killless in game 5.
They're trying to put pressure onto Chidera. They're trying to put pressure onto the Natan. Noticing that the Natan is so weak, so vulnerable in this early game, but Sans is quick to rotate back down.
Ooh.
They wanted to go in for the pressure, forcing a Purify out there actually earlier on in the first 2 minutes of the game. That's no Purify for the next neutral objective.
It's a big trend we're seeing right now. The mid laner getting ganks from the roamer and the jungle. Never really a 1v1 Keyboy though.
Oh, Daytona's welcome, finds the mark, and damage will come through. Ray collects the first blood in the game. Geek Fam will push the pedal on the gas here towards that turtle. Bottom side, Luke actually here. Actually chunked as well. Now, Kyrie jumps in with the Buissons on towards the turtle. Feather airstrike and the retribution will find the turtle as well. First Newt goes in hands of the FNATIC Onic.
They had one member down. Keyboy was not there to help with the setup, nor is he level 4 just yet. So that was the perfect setup for Geek, honestly, but they lost control of the retribution battle.
Just again, great performance from Kyrie right there, showing that his retribution has been solid and it will be solid still for this game. Now with Chidera, with the entropy, just trying to play a dangerous, just tempting Onic in a very dangerous way. Look at Ray, spending a lot of time just sitting around right here. Usually you see junglers power farm, constantly being active, but now they're both waiting around for that Litho, it seems. Showing again how intense and how one single jungle camp can make a big difference in this matchup.
A boy here is receiving a lot of damage. Bloom was pushed as well. So that's info. No ult for the Florin.
Not just Florin, but also for a boy there. He was forced to utilize the Netherrealm earlier on, and Keyboy already very annoying. Giving information, giving scouting for his team, for the farming rotation coming in from Ray, and that's information as well for Onic to try and look for more pressure in the top side of the map.
Yeah, the player head-to-head here by our application GoPay. Aboy and Sans actually quite similar when it comes to their stats, and that's what people have been talking about. Aboy is one of the contenders for that best mid lane spot that usually is just dominated by Sans. So you're seeing that there's a lot of new names in the mix, and even if you are quote-unquote the best, you have to be aware, man. People are trying their best and they have been catching up.
Catching up with a target on your back, it's a harder time to try and stay consistent as being number one, and Geek are proving exactly that. A lot more play on towards this neutral objective.
Oh, Feather airstrike to deal on towards Ray. Now Kyrie receives a lot of damage as well here. Stunned up. Luke though will be the target. Netherrealm popped from side of Geek Fam. Boy, oh, the damage will pop the rival rather finds the kill. Yeah, boy, very low. Kyrie secures it. 2 members down and out from side of Geek Fam, which allows the FNATIC Onic to grab that turtle.
Keyboy already on the way to try and disrupt Ray, but they don't go for it. That's a free neutral objective, a perfect neutral objective, taken in for once again the defending champions, FNATIC Onic.
Without their gold in the picture, they can't really match up to the DPS output. CW though!
Oh, placing the wets, Feather airstrike as well, and good night Chidera. Beloyski able to escape, but the first turret here top lane is almost down. But FNATIC Onic now with the economy lead.
1,200 right now. I wonder what the items are looking like. That was nearly a takeaway, but still unable to get it.
The big point here is I think that Ray has the Radiant Armor already completed, so he's going to be a bit tankier, walking in, especially against the magic damage. But Luke, against Ludpi, is feeling the pressure of that X-Borg. Already with the War Axe completed, more penetration, more movement speed technically for the chase, for the maneuverability. And you're seeing that being so useful in the middle of the back and forth. And you see this as a trend, the Kyrie going with the Brute Force Breastplate, no Molten Essence either.
Will it finds its mark? 3v4, it seems like Onic will not commit on towards that, and Geek Fam smells the threat top lane.
Did you see Ray's items earlier on?
Steel leg plates as well as the Radiant Armor for Ray. So he's actually worried a lot more about the magical damage coming in, especially from Keyboy, I believe, because for now, the gold leaders won't really be in the picture just yet. That Primal Wrath is what's really shredding them down, so the Radiant Armor will help with that, but he's getting picked off a bit too early.
Looking isolated. Last Insanity and Flicker will save his life, though. But Geek Fam, they will not be able to find another kill here just yet.
They're trying to find a way to funnel more gold into Jadera to get him to that power spike as fast as possible, but with that burnt out Purify coming in from Ludpi, that actually gets denied away from them. A 2k gold lead still for Onic, and you can see Kyrie is already onto the neutral objective. I don't think this can be contested. They're late to the party, they're late to the dance, they're late to the tango, and they're late to pick up that snowball that perhaps they were looking for that mid-game power spike.
It's the speed, man. Onic is just outspeeding the members of Geek, always faster to every single objective. Beloyski now picking up the Flash Oasis first item though will mean that there's more sustainability in a fight, but when it comes to damage output, it's still gonna be quite lacking unless Chidera joins in. Even if they want to use Luke as a damage dealer on that Ruby, it's gonna be so difficult to match up to the X-Borg. Although Luke already has the War Axe, so he still does a decent amount of damage for now.
Okay, Chidera picks up the Starlium Scythe, so that's 2 on the way, but Kyrie says, no, you're not gonna get your third.
Somehow has the entropy to get out. Seems like Geek Family will, again, take their time. They understand that they are in a disadvantage, but oh my goodness, boy, pops into the realm. The FNATIC Onic, they move onwards. Dayton is welcome, committed on towards Keyboy. The damage will not take him down just yet, but it will be enough to clear the wave mid lane.
And right now, both turrets in the bottom and top side for Geek has been taken out. So if this mid one falls as well, there's going to be more avenues for FNATIC Onic to just run around and flank. And now look at this. Geek Fam engaging.
Yep. Oh my goodness, damage will be enough to take Luke down. Now Ray will be the juicy target. Dino will not survive, surely. Sad secures it. Keyboy low. Kyrie with the Renaissance trying to get away. A boy. Smell blood, but does not connect just yet. 2 kills already again for FNOC.
That was so unfortunate. A boy would have been able to get that trade over onto Kyrie, but he went for Purify in this game and not the Flicker. And he couldn't catch up to the rate that Kyrie was fleeing. A 2-0 trade in that exchange. And with that being said, oh, Brother Airstrike already used up as the Lord spawns. That's a resource already burnt out before they go for the tango.
You're gonna need that, man, at this kind of game. Every single bit will count. And Ludpi, this damage coming from the X-Borg is one other thing that they have to keep in mind. Even though Ray is trying to itemize against Keyboy, against Sans as well, that X-Borg damage really adds up a lot, and Ludpi is very willing to stay there and trade damage for damage as they're walking around. The sustain from Beloyski will make it more beneficial for Geek Fam to trade without a conclusive decision for the big fights. But right now, look at Onic. They're the ones controlling the pace. They have the mid turret taken as well, so they can go for weird flanks right here. But CW is the one that's isolated.
There's a lot of pressure onto Geek right now. Ray is a level below of Kyrie, 2 levels below of Kyrie at this point. So they need to figure out how to make this battlefield even, because even when they were at the same level, it seemed like Kyrie was still able to get these retributions down. But the clock is ticking. Chidera.
Oh, purifying, but the damage will come through. Chidera finds a solo. Now it's a 5v4 without the marksman. Onic, they will back up, but they will try to buy time perhaps for this Lord take. Mind you, this is the first Lord. FNATIC Onic still hovering around B-Boy. I'm offended towards this guy, but he survives. FNATIC Onic again just trying to buy a lot of time here with Luffy in the vicinity as well. Trying to perhaps pop that last. Deciding Sans good position with the wings by wings. Feather airstrike onto the boy. Force the purify, but now Ray finds the Lord. And that will be another dub for FNATIC Onic.
They were doing everything that they could, ladies and gentlemen. They were even able to take down CW. And even with those odds, Kyrie is still able to get that retribution down and to get that Lord for themselves. So unfortunate for Geek.
Geek Fam is not happy about that whatsoever, man. Holy Crystal for Chidera, but whoa, hang on a minute.
Damage will come through towards Chidera. That will be all. No casualties yet. Lord watching top lane.
As I was saying, man, it's just such a clean take because they send Ludpi to zone everyone away and they use the primal ref from Keyboy to just burst the Lord down. And I think Geek Fam weren't expecting that extra bit of damage that allowed Kyrie to immediately take it away. And now with the Starlium for Keyboy as well, he's a damage dealer.
He's going aggressive. Extremely aggressive. But remember,
I'm offended whips. FNATIC Onic taking their time. They know that's just the first Lord. They don't need to force anything just yet. Let's take all the inners. If they don't have, there's no window, let's just back away.
Back to that point, right? Aggression. Chidera has now secured this third item. I think that was the Holy Crystal for him.
It's a massive power spike for sure. So he'll be doing a lot of damage, but the question is, will he be allowed to do so? With the Feather Airstrike, with earlier, we just saw it earlier, the last Insanity. Everyone just barreled away, not willing to take the damage coming in from that X-Borg. That is the value that you can get, especially against a Barats. It's a well-known counter we've talked about so often, but now we're seeing it really big for the good use. Whenever Lupi walks forward, Ray immediately just backs away.
Still has a Viraga armor. Now we'll lose it though. Oh my goodness. Take a look at the Chidera now. Trying to deal damage. CW will find the blazing duet, but Keyboy will fall first. Now FNATIC Onic running for the hill. That's Geek Fam. They want business. Lupi low. CW able to find space to get out. But Geek Fam, they still want blood. But they will take the mid lane turret first.
Did Keyboy get a Earth Shatter on more than one member earlier on? Was that the knockup? Was that where it came from?
It has to be. I don't see any other knockups available for FNATIC Onic. But look at Geek Fam, immediately barreling through just with the roamer advantage.
Yeah, the timing couldn't be more perfect as well. 20 seconds towards the Lord. Last Insanity will try and deal hefty damage. But with the Bloom, Geek Fam, they are now back at full HP. FNATIC Onic slowly but surely getting out of their own jungles. But the Lord now is up. Still 4,000 gold. Benefiting Onic.
Oh, divine glaive for Chidera. But he has to be careful, right? He's going full damage, full glass cannon, and the problem is Sans just picked up the Holy Crystal as well. So they're banking on utilizing the range and the burst potential from Sans to get Chidera in the back line.
Purified, caught by a boy. FNATIC Onic looking to reposition, especially CW. Lupi though, on another angle. Recipient of that Daytona's welcome. We'll some more Viraga armor, but take a look at Keyboy. In the backside, other round committed, but Chidera is just feeding alongside CW. Now, CW blazing duet on towards a boy's face, but Ray will fall. No retribution for Geek Fam. That's a green light for FNATIC Onic to take on the Lord.
Let's see, 4v4 situation right now. Lupi caught very low. The Viraga armor does come back up, and Luca does get this, but there's no follow-up. Chidera was still 2 behind, and it looks like CW now going to be focusing on trying to get that slow push in the top side towards their benefit. But neither teams want to go for this. They're going for another reset in this 15th minute of the game.
It's a bold play by Keyboy though. flickering with the Earth Shatter, hitting the whole backline of Geek Fam. Unfortunately, he had to be taken out. He's just not tanky enough with that Starlium build, but he definitely was a big problem in the backline. If that kind of fight happens again, Geek Fam have to respond by taking him out. They cannot let him free hit like that. Now it's back to the waiting game. Luke tries to make the play happen, but it did not land.
I know I'm offended here for the next 10-15 seconds. FNATIC Onic now. They are together. And the Geek Fam, they right response, right? They just back away. And with this, it's just not a lot of time. Now Boy though, this time will pop and force the bloom early. Perhaps that's a green light for FNATIC Onic to really commit on towards his Lord.
But remember, the Netherrealm is still available if they want to utilize that extra layer of sustainability in these team fights. But look at Claude, look at CW, keep an eye out for him.
Oh, Lutpi, oh, immortality is still there, but now with the help of the Feather Airstrike, will it be enough? Lutpi trying to survive, trying to sustain last Insanity. Will it be enough? Geek Fam running for the hills as Geekboy finds an angle, CW! In the bottom side of the map, with the split push, finds the base! And this time, FNATIC Onic, with their new armor, they have defended their throne.
The defending champions, the Sky Kings, the kings of the galaxy, remain untouched. Their throne remains unchallenged as they move forward in their playoff run, as they move forward in the upper brackets. And the kings, the King Slayers, the Geeks, they are forced to continue their journey from down below.
What a conclusion. It was so intense that we did not see it coming. The Sky King refuses to lose, forcing the King Slayers to fight their way back from the lower bracket. It's a denial, but Geek Fam will still be around. For Onic though, that is a statement made. We're a different kind of king.
It looked shaky there. It looked worrisome for a bit. But they still remain persistent. They still remain determined to defend what is rightfully theirs.
Geek Fam, their job is not done. They can still fight their ways off the lower brackets. But what a series.
What a series indeed. A full best of 5.
Full best of 5.
That's kind of been the trend so far for the playoffs. First match, full best of 5 series.
Will it be the same for the second match though?
I don't know.
Compared to the first day.
I mean, technically Bigetron and Evos, that's going to be a nail biter as well. And that's exactly the point, right? Geek falling to the lower brackets, one more life. And they have to either face Evos or Bigetron. Those are not easy opponents either.
Not at all. I would say at this point, there's not a single easy opponent in this in MPL ID Season 13 playoffs, man. Every single one has their own skill sets, their own real threats. I think they just want to make sure, teams just want to make sure they go in that upper bracket, they stay up there. And it's fortunate for Onic that they were able to do so.
And with that, let's take to our winner interview, ladies and gentlemen, with our defending champions, the villains of this season, FNATIC Onic.
FNATIC Onic membuat seluruh Sonic dan juga Superfans berteriak dengan kemenangan yang begitu dramatis. Congratulations! Wow, luar biasa ya. Best of 5 series, semuanya diambil gamenya. Ini luar biasa dan cewek. Wow, apa yang terjadi tadi?
Yang terjadi, menang sih.
Menang sih, bener sih, ya nggak salah. Namun, itu kan mungkin momen yang begitu mendebarkan, kalian lagi di posisi unda-undi banget. Tapi gimana caranya kalian melihat kesempatan di posisi yang begitu mendebarkan?
Mungkin tadi Lutfi sih.
Lutfi nih?
Iya Lutfi.
Apa yang dilakukan Lutfi?
Gua pegangin katanya.
Oh, jadi komsnya gitu tuh? Tapi ketika itu memang kalian sudah ngeplan kah? Atau memang itu, wah ini bisa nih, gitu?
Sebenarnya ada ngeplan juga, cuman ya mungkin ya ada kesempatan aja sih buat main.
Oke, Budi denger di sini nanti pada minta cewek pantun ya. Boleh dipikirkan sekarang karena apalagi tadi momen-momen yang sangat bisa dibilang kalian ada kepikiran gak sih? Wah kita turun ke lower bracket nih guys. Ada pernah kepikiran kayak gitu nggak di saat gamenya susah, balas membalas?
Nggak ada sih kalau aku percaya kok sama timku.
Percaya. Tapi kan ini kalau dari awal match hari ini kita sudah lihat kayak ini deja vu Grand Final Season 12. Sans, ini kamu jadi teringatkah dengan Grand Final Season 12 kemarin lawan Geek?
Nggak ada sih, nggak ada teringat.
Nggak ada
Cuman
teringat.
main biasa aja.
Ada yang beda gak sih ketika kamu ketemu dengan Geek Fam di Season 12 kemarin di Grand Final dengan hari ini?
Nggak ada, sama aja deh. Sama aja.
Tapi kayaknya nggak sama ya untuk FNATIC Onic dengan jersey terbaru, warna baru untuk Onic. Sans datang ke playoff membawa warna biasa aja nih untuk Sans, nggak ada yang spesial dari Sans?
Nggak ada yang spesial. Nggak ada, cuman kita datang buat main aja. Nggak ada buat yang spesial, nggak ada. Buat main datang buat main aja gitu.
Main dan menang atau hanya mikir udah main aja? Ada harus menang gitu nggak Sans?
Pasti dong, pasti.
Main dan menang, 2M untuk Sans. Bener dong. Tapi tadi menarik juga di mana ini begitu ketat, balas membalas. Gimana caranya kalian bisa ngeriset setiap saat untuk Onic di babak playoff? Ini kan panggung perdana kalian di season 13, babak playoff.
Ya risetnya mungkin ya seperti biasa, teman-teman pada bilang riset, lupain game sebelumnya, fokus ke game kedepannya. Jadi ya riset, lupain game sebelumnya.
Reset ya, lupain game selanjutnya. Tapi di samping Sans ada Lutfi. Wow, luar biasa. Ini rookie kita di MPL Indonesia Season 13 dan langsung nih masuk ke playoff bersama dengan FNATIC Onic. Gimana rasanya panggung playoff Lutfi?
Senang ditonton banyak orang kan, beda sama yang di reguler. Seru-seru.
Seru sekali, tapi kali ini ketemu Geek Fam dibanding mungkin pada saat regular season ada yang berbeda nggak nih?
Beda sih. Sekarang poinnya lebih banyak kan, kayak bisa 2-3 gitu. Kalau di reguler kan cuman itu doang, 2-3 doang.
Gamenya lebih banyak. Wow, berbeda betul Lutfi. Tapi Lutfi, di sini kan kamu bisa dibilang player yang anyar, menjadi yang begitu megah, begitu banyak penonton dan supporter. Dan gimana sih cara kamu untuk seperti, apalagi lawannya juga international stage, mereka sudah babat. Teman-temanmu pun demikian, apa yang mungkin dikatakan oleh teman-teman teammatesmu sebelum bertanding kepada Lutfi?
Main enjoy aja, jangan dibikin pusing.
Jangan dibikin pusing, udah sesimpel itu.
Yeah.
Jangan dibikin pusing. Tapi Lutfi, dari tadi kalau kita di backstage ya, ngelihat kayaknya ada Coach Boots nih mondar-mandir sibuk gitu ya. Gimana peran Coach Boots nih buat Lutfi?
Ya sangat penting sih, dia sering ngingetin.
Ingetin apa?
Banyak lah pokoknya.
Pokoknya di situ ada Boots yang khusus buat Lutfi aja nih, apa buat semuanya?
Buat Lutfi doang.
Lutfi. Coach khusus ya ternyata. Tuh, senyum-senyum katanya, bagus nakku, bagus. Lutfi, melihat hari ini lawanmu juga lawan yang cukup berat. Dan tentu saja kita menantikan performa selanjutnya dari tim FNATIC Onic. Tapi kamu sendiri dari sudut pandangmu, apakah ini Lutfi sudah mengeluarkan kekuatan penuh by Lutfi?
Belum sih, hitung aja nanti nextnya.
Belum, hitung nextnya. But how is for you, Kyrie? This is the first match. Ini match pertama kalian di babak playoff. Are you okay with the result?
Ya seru banget.
Seru banget.
Ya.
Meeting with Baloy?
Ya Baloy sama ya Marky. Terus ada jungle baru juga, Ray.
Oh, bagaimana tuh pertemuannya di playoff ini? Apakah di panggung ini berbeda, Geek Fam? Dan mungkin player-player yang kamu sebutkan tadi, siapa yang paling bikin Kyrie pusing tuh di match ini?
Pasti Baloy.
Baloy. Wow, ini luar biasa sekali. Tapi kalau tadi dengar-dengar ya katanya, Monica sama Bude tuh ngobrol-ngobrol belakang katanya, hari ini ada yang spesial dari Onic pas persiapannya. Bangun pagi katanya. Benar nggak sih bangun pagi? You wake up early this morning katanya. Wah, itu persiapan untuk menuju playoff kah?
Nggak tahu sih, konsep tuh.
Kocep yang membangunkan. Namun support system dari kalian akhirnya kalian rasakan dari para Sonic, dari semua super fans dan khususnya Mama Kiboy hadir hari ini. Kiboy, hari ini apakah season ini begitu spesial sampai pada akhirnya kamu meminta Mama untuk hadir ke sini?
Ya kan kemarin Papa udah datang, sekarang gantian lah.
Sekarang gantian ya. Tapi rasanya gimana nih? Akhirnya kalau tadi kan ngobrol kata Mama Kiboy, ini pertama kali nontonin Kiboy secara langsung. Rasanya gimana tuh? Jadi gugup gak sih? Atau makin semangat?
Ya yang pasti seneng banget lah. Kayak ada motivasi tambahan lagi, terus buat bisa kayak lebih fokus lah. Biar kayak punya pikirannya harus menang, tapi gimana caranya menang gitu.
Harus bisa menstabilkan ya, pengen menang tapi harus tenang, tapi harus bersemangat juga. Dan itulah yang dilakukan oleh tim Onic. Kalian adalah tripit champion untuk mempertahankan gelar itu di season ini. Apakah tantangannya berat buat kalian? Cewek katanya.
Dia mau jawab.
Iya. Tadi cewek dari tadi kayaknya mau ngomong kok, iya betul.
Apa ya, ya namanya mempertahankan ya pasti sulit lah. Cuman kita bakal ngelakuin yang kita bisa buat pertahanin gelar itu.
Pertahanin gelarnya Bude ya. Tapi ada yang menarik, kayaknya ini masih agak terlalu early. Tapi nggak ada salahnya kalau kita tanyain kalau season lalu kan. Ini pada saat grand final udah siapin kaos nih. Kali ini udah siapin juga nggak? Sepede itu nggak sih untuk bisa menjadi champion di season ini?
Sebenarnya kalau ngurus kaos sih Gilang sih.
Oh Gilang ya.
Tentang kaos ya.
Oke, tapi Gilang mungkin bukan kaos ya. Tapi Bude mau penasaran nextnya. Untuk upper bracket final, kalian udah ngedapetin satu slotnya. Kira-kira siapa yang akan menemani kalian di upper bracket yang mana? Harus memenangkan match setelah ini. Apakah Bigetron atau Evos menurut Sans?
Kalau dilihat-lihat mungkin lebih unggul BTR. Soalnya kita udah beberapa ketemu sama Evos, kita menang-menang, jadi mungkin lebih unggul BTR untuk semifinal.
Berarti bakal challenging dong buat kalian untuk upper final?
Enggak, biasa aja.
Biasa aja. Ya. Tapi ya, di leg 2 kemarin itu Onic tidak pernah kalah kecuali sama BTR. Ini mungkin jadi ajang balas dendam nggak?
Balas dendam ya pasti, cuman kita kasih yang terbaik aja nanti di semifinal. Ya.
Kasih yang terbaik aja, tapi last word untuk menutup match hari ini karena kita akan menutup sesi kita kali ini. Ada yang mau disampaikan?
Mungkin buat
pantun.
Pantun.
Ya, pantun ya. Kayaknya udah disiapin dari tadi Bude ya.
Ini nggak ada sumpah.
Tapi tadi Sans buat siapa? Sans mau buat siapa spesialnya?
Enggak, mau berterima kasih sama fans aja. Ya.
Untuk Sonic.
Buat Sonic, makasih banyak yang udah datang. Buat keluarga juga. Kita besok ketemu lagi. Thank you.
Thank you, tapi cewek.
Paling ini pantunnya buat Sonic aja sih.
Oke.
Lapar-lapar makan keripik.
Cakep.
I love you Sonic.
Oh, mantap. Dan mari kita sambut inilah sang Raja Langit pemenang dari match ini. FNATIC Onic.
it's been 21 times that Onic have beat Geek. Now make it 22 out of the 23 times that both of these teams met. So it feels like it's like a chess match, not a chess match, a rock, paper, scissors battle, right?
Yep.
The Kingslayers, the history that Geek has always been able to outmaneuver RRQ, but then the Kingslayers themselves always fall short when they are head-to-head against the Sky Kings. So maybe the Kings of Kingslayers, but not the Sky Kingslayers.
Yeah. If you want to be more specific, the Kings of Kingslayers, definitely. But again, they give a very, very strong fight today, right? Show hard again. But the MVP.
Presented by their official tournament smartphone.
Calvin Winata.
Constant wins. Calvin Winata. Player of the match right here. Man, it just feels like it was such a long series. You kind of have to kind of try and recall. But this guy has been putting it on since game number 1, trying his best, getting highlight performances.
2 triple kills, 1 maniac.
2 triple kills, 1 maniac. He just knows that in the right circumstances, it's his turn to go in. And of course, you have to shut it out. It's going to be in the highlights. But that final play to just end the game as well, I have a theory that he kind of set it up, because several times during that game in particular, there were times where they were, both teams, 5v5, were at the Lord, and he would just start walking to the far side of the map, and he can clear and come back to join the fight. Now, I thought it was just an attempt at clearing faster, setting up a wave, and getting him back, and because he's faster with the battle mirror image. But now that I think of it, when he walks off like that, Geek might be thinking like, okay, well, he's gonna clear again, you know, same kind of deal. But then just goes for the end.
But to be honest, that's an underlying weakness that I kept seeing from game number 1 for Geek. Housekeeping. They lost several turrets just because they didn't clear the lanes, they didn't push in the lanes, and they lost valuable turrets for it. And at the final moments, CW was able to capitalize over that weakness. So the big brains are rolling through, but they're forgetting the fundamentals. Meanwhile, here is the MVP heat map for CW in the 5th until the 10th minute of the game.
I found it very interesting that the 5 to 10 minute mark here, it's just always in the middle, right? You're seeing more and more control over the river becoming something that's very contested, and people rarely just dive in all the way towards the buffs and towards the base that early. It just seems to be a lot of skirmishes in this area, and then from there, whoever team gets the more beneficial plays will finally take over. Here the player of the match highlights though by our official gold partner Ube as gold. All the way from the beginning, it was just, again, a lot of action. I keep saying it, but we really weren't expecting, I wasn't expecting at least, for it to be this action-packed, but that's the kind of game both teams were just willing to play. And there are just so many moments here where the members of Onic keep surviving with a very small sliver of HP. That really could have changed the whole outcome, but Chidera with an amazing play right here. Almost a solo kill, basically, towards CW. But despite that being the case, they were still able to actually get the Lord, if I'm not mistaken. And now with putting Lupe as the main frontline, Keyboy here catches the members of Geek Fam completely off guard, setting the tone, right? Kind of foreshadowing towards the end later, the same maneuver that will spell doom for Geek Fam.
Kyrie's objective takes were also very, very important with the success that they were able to deliver in the last game of this series, because
that right here, you can see that Keyboy comes in, stops everyone. I thought he was just going for a pickoff, but no. Kyrie also, by the way, doesn't collide with anyone. They know that the idea is to end the game, so he just rolls around and tries to be a distraction. He doesn't collide with anyone.
Yeah, they buy so much time here. It was so important that they do that, because look how close it is with CW ending the game. CW goes here, and there. A boy was so close to taking CW down, but inevitably it wasn't fast enough. A 16-minute game to end it with that split push.
All that action, it's still kind of very, it's surprisingly short. or surprisingly long, I would say, because we thought that, okay, just fights, and but no, it's 16 minutes. It's a fair amount of just back and forth, of waiting, of neutral, objective dances in the
objectives that were completely controlled, right? You would see like there were amazing setups that were taken in by Geek, but towards the setups, we haven't really seen him be very great at. So like that retribution game from Kyrie has come back.
And it's very, very scary. It's going to be very scary here. The rest of the... Where...
now for it. Like Matt, looking at the items right here though, Nathan and Dance of Chidera, we were thinking that with the Florin, it's gonna be out of control, it's gonna be too strong, too sustainable. But that's why Onic is showing again adaptability. We can't beat them in an odd fight, even with the X-Borg, even with the Edith in the hands of Keyboy with the Starlium. Fine, okay, then we won't even fight. We go for the base immediately, and just like that, even though on paper maybe Geek Fam would have won in that fight, it doesn't even matter. Showing again that it's not about brute forcing your way to victory, it's about finding the best solution while still dealing with all the problems. That is what makes a team so great, and I think Onic displayed that perfectly in this game.
It also reminds us to do our housekeeping.
Yes.
You know, clear the lanes, clear the far lanes, clean your room. Very interesting.
You remind me of Nicey, bro. Hey bro, make your bed. Clean your room.
That's like their tradition before a cast.
Exactly.
They always have to make their bed, and if one of them forgets, the other one does it for them.
Oh.
They take the picture just for good luck for their cast. Shout out to Leo and Naisu, by the way.
Leo and Naisu. And
truly is an immense and an intense matchup. We're now going to take to the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Bisa maju guys, pada tarik udah guys. Gua siap ulti guys kalau mau guys. Sabar Hitler dulu guys, santai.
Harus sampai al kanan nggak sih? Atau nggak bakal al kanannya ping?
Gua banyak. Ayo gua banyak kalian.
Ada prefect nggak sih dia?
Santai. Gua coba buka ulti buka.
Saya bagus kok.
Jangan.
Kayaknya Nathan nggak trap gua lagi deh.
Di bawah. Guys mainin tapi ya gua Hitler dia guys, santai dulu. Sekarang tuh ya, ayo Florin ulti guys.
Pelan-pelan.
Oke.
Tadi
Florin ulti guys.
Saya gua mainin guys atas guys, sabar.
Ya udah reset dulu.
Itu ulti Florin bisa mau fight atau ini aja, gua atas sekali lagi ya.
Fight sekali. Habis tap sekali we gua langsung aja. Awas, dia mau
pancing aja guys.
Motor P.
Tarik ya, aman sih guys. Pancing aja guys. Udah alin tuh. Gua atas ya, sabar aja. Aman. Jangan pelan guys.
Coba tap. Bikin dia panik aja. Jangan sampai mati.
Sini guys, pelan-pelan guys. Mau coba enggak guys?
Boleh.
Maju guys. Gua guys.
Depan.
Gotta look into the final moment of that split push. Did you guys catch whose call it was?
It was a build-up play, I believe.
Wait, was what?
It was just organically. It wasn't a call. It was
everyone. Who do you think it is?
What happened? Why are you laughing?
Oh, things happen, Goni.
He was too, in the zone.
It was too intense.
He was like,
it was too intense,
glued
bro.
to the screen. Because I heard CW was like, tahan.
Yeah.
Pancing. It's like,
hold
them, bait them. There you go.
There was
bait them. But there was one person who was like, I think you can continue the push on the bottom, but I don't know who that call was. Their voices are so similar. I need subtitles.
I think it was a connection without a call, right? They saw where CW was.
But there was a call.
Okay, there was a call.
But I just don't know who it was from. Was it Keyboy? Could have been Keyboy.
It wasn't me, that's for sure.
But overall, though, I think we can agree that they were all still very vocal, though, right? There were some moments where everyone just seems to pitch in, but it's a good balance. Everyone's talking, but no one's talking over each other. It's almost like just like a confirmation on who to keep talking, what to do. But yeah, that will be the end of this first match.
It is, and I guess that marks the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
just kidding. Just kidding. We do have one more match ahead of us. One more to see who will be facing FNATIC Onic in the upper brackets. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take to a short break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is MPL ID Season 13 Playoffs, Day number 2.
Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Dikasih ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smack semakin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Game lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Feel awesome every day.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. 少し乱暴しようか。
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Karena ini hal baru ya, mungkin ya ada sih ketakutan itu ada. Apa sih itu ML, e-sport itu apa?
Yang membuat sulit karena tidak ada yang mengarahkan.
Paradigma pemikiran dari orang tua dan beberapa kalangan yang menganggap bahwa permainan game itu mengganggu waktu belajar.
Ketika saya membaca kata akademi saja, di situ respect saya satu. Ini adalah lembaga yang sangat peduli terhadap pendidikan dan pembelajaran anak. Jadi anak-anak kita itu memang akan ada keberminatan, tapi keberminatan ini tidak menjadi sesuatu yang merugikan untuk dirinya sendiri. Tetapi ternyata di situ ada nilai-nilai yang bisa dikembangkan untuk dirinya.
Rata-rata belum banyak tahu bahwa game online ini bisa dibentuk menjadi sarana selain kreativitas juga menjadi sarana prestasi. Ini adalah sarana prestasi yang bisa menjamin keberlangsungan pendidikan mereka.
Kalau bisa benar-benar dikurasi sama dinas pendidikan, karena secara nggak langsung itu akan kontribusi buat anak ke jalur prestasi. Karena beberapa SMA sudah ada yang menerima jalur prestasi e-sport. Jadi orang tua biar ada pengakuan, oh ternyata anak saya main game ada hasilnya ya, gitu. Itu.
Yang selama ini game online dianggap sebagai kegiatan negatif, kami berhasil ubah persepsinya menjadi positif. Artinya outcome dari dinamika pemahaman bahwa game online ini bisa menjadi satu sarana profesional, ini cukup banyak menghasilkan hasil yang positif. Jadi kami mencetak atlet lebih mudah, karena sekolah memahami, orang tua memahami. Tantangan kita sebenarnya kultur saja, kultur yang membangun persepsi negatif terhadap game online. Dan itu kami sudah hadapi selama kurang lebih 5 tahun terakhir. Dan alhamdulillah trennya cukup positif.
Dampak positif yang saya dapat ketika saya pertama kali kenal e-sport adalah tentunya sangat berpengaruh pada relasi ya. Relasi saya jadi makin luas gitu.
Ngubah Bella jadi pribadi yang gak toksik mungkin ya. Itu nggak aku ikut e-sport, aku bisa menghasilkan, nggak yang kayak mama papaku bilang kalau itu cuma buang-buang waktu, buang-buang uang.
Awal-awal itu.
Halo guys.
Bisa kasih tepuk tangannya dulu nggak sih? Tepuk tangannya dulu nggak sih teman-teman semuanya? Kalian berempat?
Apa?
Kalian berempat?
Harusnya berlima, tapi satu orang lagi bentar lagi nyusul ya.
Oke, kalau begitu. Jadi kita di sini mau ngapain sih, Nin?
Kita di sini mau karaoke bareng dong sama
karaoke bareng?
Iya, sama fans yang ada di sini.
Wow, jadi sekali lagi aku tunggu kehadiran para Biget Trooper dan juga super fans yang hadir di MPL Festival untuk segera merapatkan lagi. Karena kata Anin, kita bakal seru-seruan bareng nih ya.
Benar banget.
Oke, kira-kira nih kalau dari Leka nih, kalian di sini bakal ngapain aja?
Kita bakal nyanyi bareng kalian, jadi kalian harus ikut nyanyi, oke?
Siap? Siap semuanya? Kita masih nunggu teman-teman Biget Trooper yang baru datang juga bisa merapat ke depan stage dari MPL Festival.
Ayo Biget Trooper semuanya, para Soniker semua.
Semua ya? Semua superfans bergabung nih ya? Oke, kalau gitu apakah kalian udah siap?
Siap. Siap.
Siap ya? So, mari kita sambut Bigetron bernyanyi.
Tapi
Tapi sebelumnya kita ada pemanasan dulu gak sih?
Iya. Kita mau pemanasan?
Iya, kita
Yaudah,
pemanasan
kalau gitu
dulu.
kita maju dulu. Oke,
dulu.
maju. Oke guys, jadi sebelum kita bernyanyi ya, biasanya kita kan pemanasan ya. Tuh. Tapi kira-kira lagu apa yang cocok ya buat pemanasan ya?
Kira-kira lagu apa?
Daboy. Waduh. Ya udah kalau gitu kita hidupin listriknya ya. Ya, boleh. Musik. Ayo kalian ikutan juga ya pemanasannya ya. Kalian harus ikut nyanyi juga, oke? Ayo guys, ikutin gerakannya. Yang duduk boleh berdiri juga mungkin. Pasti udah pada makan kan? Tahu. Mau aku suapin?
Ini pokoknya kalian senam aja, kita pemanasan dulu.
Ini senam aja guys semuanya.
Oh, yaudah,
aku bikin gerakannya ya. Gerakin badannya.
iya,
kayak gitu. Tuh. Depan ada yang udah gerak nih.
Tuh,
Kanan. 1, 2, 3.
beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuhkan halangan, bakar semangatmu, jangan beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, jangan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kadia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Yang dinantikan, inilah dia, mari kita sambut sang pemuncak klasemen pasukan robot Bigetron Alpha. Mereka akhirnya kembali merasakan start di playoff dari upper bracket setelah terakhir kali dirasakan di season 5. Tampil mendominasi di regular season, di leg kedua regular season dari 9 tim. 8 mereka berhasil kalahkan, hanya 1 yang belum mereka taklukkan yaitu lawan mereka saat ini, Evos Glory. The Jav Grand Final MPL ID Season 7 siap tersaji di upper bracket playoff MPL ID Season yang ke-13. Inilah dia pasukan robot yang telah bersiap. Akan tetapi tentunya lawan dari sang robot adalah macan putih yang sedang mengamuk, Evos Glory. Di playoffs, Evos langsung tampil gagah saat mengalahkan tim Liquid Aura dengan clean sweep 3-0. Sang jungler muda Anafel menunjukkan kualitasnya dengan hero-hero powernya. Tapi kali ini yang dihadapi adalah sang player muda berbakat dari Bigetron yaitu Super Ken. Akankah kejadian serupa terulang dan membuat kisah Evos from minus to MSC semakin nyata? Hari ini tak akan ada yang menangis, namun harus ada tim yang mengais kemenangan dari lower bracket. Di match pertama kita telah menyaksikan adanya Geek Fam yang harus turun ke lower bracket dan tim FNATIC Onic yang tetap berdiri teguh di upper bracket. Yes, tapi tentunya walaupun tidak akan ada yang menangis, tapi ini akan menjadi sangat sengit. Karena tentunya Bigetron telah menunggu untuk mendapatkan lanjutan di upper bracket. Dan kali ini lawannya tidak akan mudah. Karena Evos Glory juga kemarin telah memberikan penampilan yang begitu hebat, Bude Clara. Betul, siapakah yang akan melanjutkan dominasi mereka? Akankah Bigetron yang dari regular season bermain dengan sangat apik? Ataukah Evos Glory yang kemarin habis membabat habis lawan mereka di hari pertama babak playoff? Kita akan menyaksikannya bersama tentunya bersama dengan Super Fans, Biget Trooper, Evos Fams, dan tentu saja selamat datang di MPL Indonesia Season 13 babak playoffs. Wow, semakin malam, semakin panas. Di sini untuk menyambut match kedua pada hari ini, super fans di sini. Ada Biget Troopers dan juga Evos Fam. Kayaknya boleh nih, kita cek dulu. Biget Troopers, mana suaranya? Woohoo! Evos Fam, kasih semangatnya! Wow. Yes, kita melihat bahwa mereka begitu bersemangat untuk mendukung para tim dan juga tentunya ada player-player yang sangat bersinar gemilang. Dan kalau kita ngomongin tentang player, kita juga punya The Rising Heroes dari tim Bigetron Alpha. Satu nama yang terus disebut-sebut bintang muda bertalenta. Siapa lagi kalau bukan? Supercan. Namun kita akan membahas Supercan lebih dalam dengan seseorang yang bisa kita korek-korek di panggung ini. Kita akan membahas Supercan dengan mantan coachnya. Kita sambut bersama, inilah dia, Coach Aldo. Wow, halo Coach Aldo. Gimana nih kabarnya? Alhamdulillah, tapi gimana sih melihat season 13 ini di babak playoff, walaupun nggak bisa bertarung as a team ya di sini, tapi bisa merasakan atmosfernya. Sangat disayangkan, tapi nggak apa-apa. Masih ada next season dan kita kalau di sini mau bahas sama Coach Aldo sebenarnya tentang satu player ini. The Rising Heroes from Bigetron Alpha. Wow, ini Rising Heroes Supercan dari yang katanya investasi bodong hingga menjadi penggendong. Coach Aldo, coba nih, ini ketika Supercan dibimbing oleh seorang Coach Aldo pada saat itu ya. Sempat dibilang katanya ini Supercan ini investasi bodong, tapi gimana tuh waktu itu akhirnya bisa menggali potensinya?
Waktu itu nggak terlalu didengerin atau gimana sih sebenarnya, karena kita tahu kan emang Ken ini emang talenta yang luar biasa, masih muda juga. Jadi ya waktu itu ya udahlah, emang waktu itu kan dipulangin di hari pertama kan sama alter ego. Jadi ya mungkin itu juga karena itu playoff pertamanya Ken juga di stage yang juga lumayan ya, euforianya juga mungkin belum biasa. Jadi itu sih kayaknya.
Namun gimana sih nge-coach satu player yang hype-nya udah ada sebelum bahkan dia bermain. Namanya udah disebut-sebut. Gimana sih untuk player muda ini nge-coaching player tentunya Supercan?
Unik sih sebenarnya, karena ya Ken kan masih anak kecil, masih muda banget. Jadi emang harus hati-hati lah hitungannya. Dan dia juga hitungannya selalu sesuai ekspektasi sih. Sama waktu itu kan emang namanya gede banget dan dia di season pertamanya aja udah buktiin kan. Walaupun di playoffsnya ya nggak hoki lah hitungannya. Tapi kan selanjutnya selalu improve dan itu sih yang buat dia spesial, kayak dia selalu improve itu.
Selalu improve ya Bude. Tapi kalau kemarin pada season-season sebelumnya memang menjadi coach dari Supercan. Tapi season ini berbeda, di mana Coach Aldo harus melawan bersama dengan alter ego melawan Supercan. Selama regular season kemarin, Coach Aldo melihat perkembangan dari seorang Supercan sejauh ini seperti apa sih?
Selalu seru sih kalau lawan mantan murid lah, hitungannya itu selalu seru. Perkembangan dia sejauh ini mungkin kalau bisa dilihat tuh hitungannya lebih dewasa sih di dalam in-game-nya. Banyak decision yang dia buat yang udah gak terlalu, hitungannya bocah montek lah hitungannya sekarang. Bener-bener nge-team banget, team play banget. Dan ya kita lihat lah emang pengalaman juga kan yang berbicara, semakin banyak berpengalaman semakin juga pasti bakal dewasa lebih cepat dan itu mungkin lihat di Supercan di season inilah hitungannya.
Jadi begitu besarnya transformasi dan juga perkembangan dari Supercan yang Coach Aldo bisa rasakan. Kalau sekarang kalau kita minta Coach Aldo mendeskripsikan Supercan yang sekarang nih seperti apa?
Yang pasti dewasa, tahu job desk-nya apa. Misalnya dibikin hero ini dia tahu job desk-nya apa, misalkan dia dikasih assassin dia juga tahu job desk-nya harus ngapain, nggak lebih-lebihin, nggak ngurang-ngurangin juga sih. Ya pokoknya bisa bilang dewasa sih untuk umur yang cukup muda lah hitungannya.
Dewasa, tapi kalau ini ya Supercan adalah seorang jungler yang selama season terakhir ini patut diwaspadai ya Coach Aldo. Kira-kira mungkin melihat potensi dari Supercan selanjutnya ke depannya, apakah mungkin bisa menyaingi jungler hebat teranyar nih di MPL Indonesia season sebelumnya, kemudian season 13 kali ini?
Pasti sih, soalnya kan ya kita lihat aja season ini BTR nomor 1 kan, berarti kan dia udah bisa nyaingin jungler-jungler yang luar biasa lah di MPL Indonesia. Jadi itu udah pasti sih, udah pasti.
Ada yang mungkin mau disampaikan untuk penutupan perbincangan kali ini, Coach Aldo?
Buat Ken paling good luck have fun, ya dengerin coachnya lah, jangan bandel-bandel.
Jangan bandel-bandel. Tapi begitulah dari Coach Aldo. Dan kira-kira skornya berapa nih untuk match ini?
Biar seru 3-2 buat BTR.
3-2 untuk Bigetron. Kalau gitu kita akan sebentar lagi menyaksikan. Terima kasih sekali Coach Aldo sudah bergabung bersama kami dan ngasih tahu tentang Super Ken lebih dalam. Betul.
Terima kasih Coach Aldo.
Wow.
Bude, kita udah dengerin ya, ini dikit-dikit dari mantan coachnya Super Ken. Katanya, wow makin dewasa. Dan kita udah gak sabar ya ngelihat bagaimana penampilan dewasanya Super Ken di Land of Dawn nanti.
Benar, dengan performanya yang luar biasa bersama dengan tim Bigetron Alpha. Mereka menyabet bersih, bahkan 8 match terakhir mereka di saat regular season. Memang ada satu kekalahan di awal leg yang kedua, yaitu saat melawan Evos. Namun kali ini mereka akan berhadapan satu sama lain dan juga Bigetron menantikan pertemuan ini.
Yes, jadi most wanted tim ya untuk membalaskan dendamnya. Kita akan lihat bagaimana kedua tim ini beradu nantinya.
Tapi sebelum itu izinkan Bude berterima kasih kepada super fans yang dari tadi tak henti-hentinya untuk mendukung tim kesayangan kalian. Dan juga betapa meriahnya MPL Indonesia karena MPL Indonesia season 13 powered by Munton, government partner PBSI,
dan juga presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy dan official e-wallet GoPay,
official destination for gaming and esports Gidia, dan official gold partner UBS Gold.
Dan tentunya thank you untuk partner in esports kita ada Campina, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan juga Games Max.
Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee.
The Red Terminators fight for a dystopian future in our second match and our final match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the playoffs of MPL ID Season 13. And here we are live in Jakarta International Velodrome. And the fans are going wild. I can barely hear myself. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in to the English broadcast here with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko. Oh, Mirko? He's over there.
He is.
He is.
He is playing.
Sorry, I was like, he's jumping up and down with the flag right now with Bix. But this is Gani as well as Arashi. You guys can't see them just yet, though. There you go. But what an extravagant match. All the Biget Troopers, all the Evos fans here are tuning in. And again, even from yesterday, Arashi, you were there as well. The Evos fans. Can you guys hear them through the speakers?
I think they must be able to hear, man. This is like a crazy showing. Usually the loud crowd, for the longest time, it's been Bigetron and Alter Ego, but Evos right now are giving the Biget Troopers a run for their money, man. They might even be beating them when it comes to decibels.
Definitely. It's a big turnout, but before we begin our first match of the day, Gani, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, our official government partner PBESI. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official destination in gaming and esports Kadia, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Combina, Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, and Telkomsel. Thank you so much to our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and a thank you to our venue partner, Jack Pro. But here it is, a deja vu. We've had a lot of deja vus today. Match number 1, it was a deja vu to the grand finals of MPL ID Season 13, Season 12, sorry. But now we are going to take a little bit of a jump into the past here, into MPL ID Season 7.
Yeah. What happened was Evos, at that time Legends, won that Grand Finals 4-2 against Bigetron, with he in that roster as well. Brands also was in that roster, but for Bigetron, not Evos. What a turn of events. Whatever it is, there is a rivalry right now between Bigetron and Evos, and for the longest time,
they've been at it again and again every single season. It just seems that when both these teams collide, there's something more than just the match at stake.
Definitely here. And if we take a little bit of a, blast to the past here into the regular season, we can see that Bigetron Alpha, they did really well against Evos' former lineup before they made that drastic change with the entire Evos Holy coming into Glory. But after that, Evos Glory were the only teams to be able to take down the Red Terminators, who were on a destruction rampage moment. So there's a little bit of bad blood and rivalry in for Bigetron in particular, who do want to clean that out, that history out, that little speck in the regular season, right? So they're coming back with a vengeance. They do want to send the White Tigers down to the lower bracket with Geek.
Which is, again, very, very unfortunate for Bigetron Alpha, because their second half run was basically
clean,
undefeated, except for that one match against Evos, which went to full of best of 3. So it wasn't a clean sweep. But again, this time Bigetron will take revenge.
That'll be the attempt right here to really prove to everyone that they are the best. You have to be able to claim that you're the best, you have to be able to beat the best. With Evos looking so scary right here, a lot of the fans believe they have what it takes to shut down, literally, the Red Terminators. But we'll have to see, man, because right now, the stats speak for themselves. Number 1 in the regular season standings. That is definitely a big factor, but so is this.
Definitely. Super Ken versus Annabelle. These are the rising stars from both respective teams. And you got to give it to both of them, right? Super Ken in his debut also made a fantastic performance. A lot of people were saying that he could be one of the main reasons as to the success of Bigetron. And here they are now, number 1 in the regular season standings, defeating Onic, the Invincible. But the same can be said about the performance from Annabelle, a rookie coming into this from the Evos Holy lineup. And he has been performing out of his mind, especially now in his playoff run.
Even against Liquid Aura, right? He almost forced every single game at least 2 respect bans to the Link, to the Alpha. The unique hero pool that he brings to the table, particularly that Alpha that he has found so much unexpected success on, is what makes him stand out even more compared to everyone else. But Super Ken, he's been in the game for a bit longer, and he has shown that he has passed through adversity. He has gone through the doubts as well, and now finally he has risen to this reputation as the solid, always a jungler with just such a good performance every single time.
So flexible.
Yes.
Right? It's a little bit similar to Annabelle. That's why I'm saying there are similarities between these two players, because who in the world has pulled off an Alice this season? Nobody. Super Ken can do it. Who in the world has pulled up an Alpha this season? Annabelle has done it to perfection as well. He has found so many wins on it that it actually warrants a ban in the first phase for several different teams. But on the other hand, Super Ken has so many up his sleeve. It's not just 1, it's not just 2. He can go for utility, he can go for assassins, he can go for these fighters in the jungle, and that's what makes this showdown just that much more interesting. And this is something that is quite unique about these two teams. Too fast to win the game. Arashi, talk us through this.
Bigetron right now has the fastest average game time on MPL ID Season 13 with 15 minutes and 55 seconds. So basically 16 minutes. Under 12 minutes, 8 wins, 1 loss. 12 to 18 minutes, 15 wins, 5 losses. And over 18 minutes, 5 wins and 3 losses. Great stats overall, but you can see that when the games go fast, they gain success. And what's interesting is that used to not be the case. Poetically, in this matchup, back then, when Evos and Bigetron were battling it out, Evos were the ones who want to go fast, and Bigetron used to be the team with the longest game time. If you recall the age-old 30-minute games whenever Bigetron was in the picture. But now it's a complete flip. How to turn tables.
Exactly. Remember the times with Bigetron with, I do believe, Renbo in the mid lane. He loved the Sicilian picks. And that's why they always wanted to drag it to the late game, because that's where their power held. And it's a completely different story now with Evos now, with brands and so on and so forth. They're the ones who find most of their success when they bring it to the late game. So I'm wondering, with this clash again of playstyles, although flipped on a different shoe, will we be seeing Bigetron be able to snowball through what Evos want to be a late game kind of deal?
Definitely an evolution, but I feel like most of the part, it depends on Iman, right? This guy, Bigetron acquired him just this season because, yeah, season 12, season 11, Bigetron Alpha seems like to have this hole in that gold lane. With Shive, with Saken, it didn't really work vision-wise and also mission-wise for that org. They changed things up, bring in someone from PH, Iman, it seems like, wow, Iman fits this org perfectly. And this is why, one of the reasons also, with the help of Super Ken, Iman shines in this roster, right? This is why they are sitting in first place regular season. They are the #1 contender. But against Bronze, who has experience in ID, I feel like it's going to be a fair, balanced game. It can be fast, but I believe Brands has something in his bag to, hey, Iman, let's take it slow.
Depends which side he woke up today, though, for Brands. Did he wake up with Mr. Fantastic? Or did he wake up with Mr. Bombastic? We're gonna see which exactly is the shade that we will be given today by Brands, but this is the official team lineup for the Red Terminators. Meanwhile, for Evos Glory, still the main five with a strong mid trio in Annabelle, Glocken, as well as Dreams. They are looking to push this forward. They are looking to take a step closer to their MSC run, and we are going to welcome them on to the stage.
They were once 9th of the season, now fighting for upper brackets finals with their holy lineup who has found glory. Ladies and gentlemen, Fluffy and the Helms. They are a very scary team. And on the other side, the #1 contender, Red Terminators. They're just programmed to win. Let's welcome both of the teams, Evos Glory and Bigetron Alpha.
Nature versus technology. Again, ladies and gentlemen, in this upcoming showdown, with so much history behind them, being the grand finalists of Season 7, they come back with entirely different players, an entirely different mind behind them as well. And the games begin here.
Good to see Coach Cascute and Coach Strat the G. We've seen both of them come up with just new perspectives on how to take their team to the next level. And today, especially the drafting phase, you can expect brilliance, because for both of them, they've been able to find just winning combinations again and again for their team. And that is definitely not any easy feat. Finally, head-to-head today, we'll have to see how the drafting phase goes. Will there be respect bans more than respect picks? First, we got to take a look at the most picked and banned heroes right here. Before that, red side and blue side win rate, 87%. Wow. On the blue side for Bigetron, that is something that Evos will definitely take note of and try to mitigate as much as possible. But that aside, of course, there's the respect bans towards the assassins. Whenever Super Ken is in the picture, and the gold lane as well is something that they like to use as a great weapon here to try and secure a proper, solid mid-game foundation, mid-game source of damage if they want to keep going with that snowball style that has served them so well in Season 13.
One of the main things to highlight here, ladies and gentlemen, is if you take a look at the most banned by opponents on the side of the Red Robots, on the side of Bigetron, there's an Angela there.
Yeah.
And you've got to wonder why, right? Sure, the Angela gives flexibility, right? You can flex it into the mid lane, you can flex it into the roam, but that is not the reason why, because that can be adapted by any other team. The reason why it's so important for teams to ban this away from Bigetron Alpha is the fact that Super can become so open in the jungle picks, right? Without Angela, it's very difficult to pick up something like the Alice, like the Joy. See, these are the things that we need to pay attention towards because of Super Ken, the rising star in Bigetron Alpha.
Adding more layers to this team, right? Adding more depth with that. Yeah, and even in the previous match, FNATIC Onic versus Geek Fam, Angela was completely ignored. It wasn't banned nor picked. But in this series, I feel like it's going to be different. Angela can be prio, especially if we're talking about Bigetron Alpha.
The thing is right now with both these teams, of course the highlighted matchup here is in the jungle, but everyone else has performed so solidly as well. So Rizzo and Fluffy, for instance, right? Both having insane performances at the same time. Dreams compared to Key, both also having highlights in that Land of Dawn. So having a global kind of presence that can be used flexibly to help every single team member out means that they have more ways to kind of flex around that power, that focus funnel on the supports. So I think for both these teams, I can agree that Angela might be something that's so important.
You know what else is important, Arashi?
Patterns.
Patterns. We love our patterns, we love our superstitions, and it seems like the teams that have been able to acquire third place last season have become champions this season. And you know who placed third place last season for Indonesia?
Who?
Bigetron.
The Red Terminators. Let's see though, if in MPL ID, will it follow the trend, right?
I love patterns.
They're the #1 contender. They're #1 regular season.
And to be
They're
fair,
there for a reason.
see the roars coming in again from the side of Evos.
Can we hear your roar real quick?
What?
Okay, Arashi's roar. 3, 2, 1.
Roar!
Nice.
Alright, moving on. Oh, hey!
It's a Biga Trooper!
Who could that be?
Oh my god, did he actually?
Is that
Ladies and gentlemen, if you know, you know. And of course, for Evos, there's no lack of supporters as well. As far as patterns go, you have to remember that a lot of patterns have been made and broken in the playoffs so far.
True.
We have said again and again, in Season 13, you never know what's going to happen. And now, today, is no different.
See here, one team, one voice, one family. That is a roar.
That is a roar. And we've talked about Cerezo, the guy you see on screen. We talked about Fluffy as well, but we haven't really touched on the mid-trio. So people are saying that one of the main pillars to Evos' gameplay is the mid-trio with Clocken, with Annabelle, with Dreams, but a lot of people are also saying the same thing about Bigetron. So this showdown is going to be very important and imperative. And will they be able to get the priority lanes for this mid-trio in order to set up for Bigetron to set up for their snowball and for Evos to set up for their side laners, right? They want to be able to give Brand some space in order for them to be able to anchor in towards the later stage of the game. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away of entering the drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. It looks like Evos will be on blue side first, Bigetron on red side, so not the winning side for the red robots just yet. Matilda, Angela, and the Chip have been banned out, but so has the Moscow Blue Yi and the Export. And this is Evos with the first pick, Harris.
This is interesting, having the Harriet finally let go. This is a strategy that was applied by RRQ, but whenever they let go of the Harriet in day one, they were unable to find any sort of success. But now Bigetron very willingly let it go, banning instead the X-Board very, very early on, possibly hinting at some kind of contest for domination in the EXP lane, but the Loyi does not show up either. What is going on?
You should.
It's not going to be Loyi. Bigetron, especially if we're talking about Moreno, it's just, oh, Loyi's been banned, yeah. So, again, Moreno, Valentina. Last year, Snapdragon, he popped off on this Valentina, and it seems like he just keeps on improving on the Valentina. So there's no surprise that they're going to prio this over other mages. Plus, so versatile, right? We're talking about Valentina. The IMU just brings a lot of pressure.
There are whispers that are saying that Moreno will be the next Suns.
Whoa, okay.
Whispers, just whispers.
Skipping over a boy?
Personal opinion, skipping over a boy.
All right.
So we'll see though, with the Novaria and the Yuzong picked up as well. Natan is the answer.
Today we haven't seen the Natan really finding too much success. So that is a bit of a concern if you're a Bigetron fan. The Lori actually was banned out earlier. Now with that, the Alpha as well will be respected from Bigetron. The Evos using this flexibility, whereas Bigetron already immediately showing out their cards, wanting that Fredrin, that extra bit of sustain, that extra bit of crowd control and damage, that flexibility that Super Ken is so good at using to change his kind of playstyle depending on the composition.
Wow. Bigetron, what will they go for here for their last ban? They banned out a hero for Annabelle. Seems like they will commit to another Annabelle ban with that Nolan saying, yeah, we'll try to limit you as much as possible. So what will Annabelle go for here in the second phase? Just a utility jungler, I suppose?
There's a lot of options, honestly, for Annabelle, right? If we take a look at his hero pool, it's super wide. Baxia, Fredrin, Alpha, Fanny, Nolan, Daira, Joy, Barretts, Carmilla, Ling, Lancelot.
Wow.
What do you think suits the best in this composition?
In this composition, I feel like some utility would be nice right here to really help the team out. And some AoE perhaps. Because right now, there's a lot of ways for Evos to just go in, brute force, but there's no way for them to really guarantee that Bigetron can stick around and go for a fight. For Bigetron though, they've taken the CC. That's usually matched up with the X-Borg, similar playstyle, small but consistent DPS over time. We've seen, I think, Uranus being a good solution towards heroes like that. It was used against an X-Borg, I believe, earlier on. Now with the CC available to maybe threaten the backline though, we'll have to see what is Evos' response to that after banning away the Pukito.
Let's see. A hero for Dreams and a hero for Annabelle. Against this composition, what's the option here? Do they go for Barretts? They go for Minotaur for Dreams. So that's big counter engage as well as the Baxia.
All right, no surprises for the side of Dreams, right? He really likes the Minotaur. And if you really think about it, Minotaur is somehow a complete roamer. You can heal, you can crowd control, and they're quite tanky after a couple of items. So it's quite complete in that sense.
You just lack a bit of mobility. That will be the one downside for Evos, but at the same time, they have a Black Dragon form, they have the Baxia, they have a lot of mobility already baked in, and ooh, the Franco for Key.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this in quite a while.
And technically, Moreno on the Valentina can facilitate the Franco as well with the Novaria, with Evos Legends, Evos Glory.
Adding more hitbox or gaining more hitbox with the... Also, Minion Fury can actually be taken away.
Exactly.
With Valentina, all up to Moreno.
It's all up to him, and he's very creative and he's very effective as well on the Valentina, one of his power heroes as well. But for the side of Evos, comfort all around. Fluffy gets his Yuzong. We do see Klokken, who's been able to steal so many objectives under the nose of his opponents with the Novaria, and Brands with the Harith. It's a battle of comfort, but it looks like Evos are looking for more of in that early game. But they also have late game potential as well with the Novaria. So we're gonna dive deep into the Land of Dawn before we dive deep into the compositions with Arashi. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between the White Tigers and the Red Robots. Looking for a dystopian future and looking to push more into the upper bracket.
Very early on, Key already just forced to back away right here. His attempts to really slow down the jungle clearing speed isn't exactly successful. showing again the difficulties. You still want to try and be pesky and try and reset or delay that buff. In the EXP lane, it's going to be quite a skill matchup between Sorizo and Fluffy. And technically in the Golden as well, there's going to be a lot of eyes there to try and see how this matchup plays out. Because both of the goal laners right here are not going for any kind of defensive emblem setups. They both want that Bargain Hunter to try and get the power spike as fast as possible.
You take a look at Moreno as well in his emblem choices. He's looking for much more cooldown. What kind of gameplay is he hinting at here?
High mobility, impact in the fights by just spamming spells out. And he went for the Impure Rage as well to try and help with the mana issues potentially. No Quantum Charge though, so he can't really kite as efficiently. But Annabelle, whoa!
Actually, hot here, oh my god. Without the shield unit and not even level 4. Annabelle will be punished in the jungles of the red robots. Good spot there by Supercam.
So aggressive and already happening all under 2 minutes. And that's when most of the damage really spikes in for those who go in for the enemy jungle. Was it the best of decisions?
It's a bit hasty, and the backup from his team really wasn't around either. Now look at this mid lane. Woof. Bigetron already making the aggressive moves, trying to assert dominance before the first turtle fight. But even in the gold lane, by the way, the Natan is doing quite okay against the Harith. Quite surprising.
You can see here Moreno already taking the black dragon form from Fluffy. Haunted here, Annabelle. Well, Annabelle though was so clear the turtle. And now 2 dragons in the land of Dawn already trying to perhaps find aggression. But Moreno, this might be a mistake, but very defensively, damage does not come through. Luckily for Bigetron there, they just escaped from dodge the bullet.
Annabelle bares his teeth there. He was behind earlier on, still able to get that neutral objective take. What a comeback here. Even though there were some small issues for the White Tigers, it certainly seems that they have the neutral objective take.
We had a talent prediction by the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G though. Mr. Pulong on the in-agent desk, as always, refuses to follow the stream of support from the talents. We'll have to see. Right now, Bigetron certainly seems to be a bit more confused, looking for a chance to make a play happen. Seems like they're still stuck being a bit more reactive. They do have the Natan for that late game, but we've seen that it's no longer a foolproof solution, right? A lot of things can affect that outcome in these late game team fights.
For sure. What if they don't want to bring it to the late game, right? With Franco not able to find a proper pick so far.
Whoa. Annabelle made a mistake earlier. This time he has the Poissons to escape.
Shoot. Everything's fine and dandy for Annabelle. We'll see if Key's going to be able to get this Iron Hook down. Yes, he does get it, but there's no follow-up. There's who in the composition of Bigetron is supposed to follow up these hooks?
When it comes to the hooks, most likely Super Ken and Moreno, and maybe even Sorizo, right? Technically, without anyone around, Sorizo can do a lot of single target damage if they want to play it out like that. Oh, you see trades of skills here in the EXP lane. Again, right before the turtle spawns, to try and get some dominance. But Bigetron have to solve this problem of trying to go for a contest against a Minotaur that can stun up their own jungler. They might go for fights first, but they have left their roamer on the top side of the map. They're trying to find a way to capitalize and shut down Brands, but it might not work out in their favor.
Sorizo stuck in the pit, will try to slide himself out, but Turtle will be secured by Clock, but not even the jungler. So that's a win here for Evos Glory, and Bigetron Alpha, they're looking for compensation, they're looking for trades, perhaps in the top side of the map.
So neutral objective take once again falls to the hands of the White Tigers. Annabelle didn't even use his retribution, so he can use it elsewhere. I thought he would have used it to go in for an invade, but he's just holding onto it. Meanwhile, Key looking for his next person to take in. Doesn't necessarily get it just yet. And my point earlier on with the Iron Hook was, sure, yes, I do understand we have Moreno, we have Sorizo to follow up, but it's not insta-burst. It's not something like the carry in the late game. It's not something like the Beatrix with her shotgun. It's way more difficult for Morena to do so because the burst doesn't necessarily one-shot as a Valentina.
It sure isn't instant at all, but it depends if they start snowballing. It's a concealed play for Superkin to try and find something, but another jumps on him. Dreams follows up.
Bigetron, they're ready though. Superkin still soaking the most of the damage. Whoa! Flicker Minion Fury by K finds 3. Iman will find a way out. Oh, that's a little bit too close for comfort there. Bigetron almost losing 2 members top lane.
Now even in the mid lane, see Annabelle just immediately looking for some more options for both these teams. Even when there is a big moment, it really seems like the game is so slow, so controlled. But Evos, they're getting the better of Bigetron so far with the superior team fighting, with the AoE. Oh, Kido!
Whew. See?
Yeah, he doesn't even commit the hunt.
The hooks land, but what's the next step, right? Iman doesn't have nearly as much damage just yet. And it feels like they haven't found the value of this Iron Hook, unless, of course, he commits with a ultimate.
Well, the later the game goes, technically, considering what Goni was talking about, the Minotaur, right? You're flexible, you have healing. At the same time, usually Minotaurs go with the Flash of the Oasis. Now Annabelle gets jumped on.
Oh, he will commit the hunt this time. Good taunt as well. Simply the Herod though, jumps in! And that will be enough to take him down. Superkin next, double kill for Brands. Fluffy surviving, Moreno trying to find a trade in the backside. Dreams will fall, 2 for 1. The turtle now for Evos Glory. Moreno taken down by Clockern. And that will be Annabelle securing the mute. Annabelle still smells blood and Sorizo stunned up, and the members will collapse on towards him. A double for Claw and a double for Brands.
Claws, fangs, everything is taken out here, ladies and gentlemen, by the White Tigers as they're turning it around in the early stage of the game. Those trades were impeccable. The way that they layered their damage was amazing. The initiation coming in from Dreams was great as well. You thought that perhaps maybe Bigetron could go in for a trade. You saw that Moreno was trying his best as well in the back line, but even that wasn't enough. And this is my underlying problem with this Franco pick. Because that should have been Annabelle's demise, but they didn't have enough damage. And so they bought so much time, and then Evos were able to re-engage like they're doing now.
Purify already popped. That will be enough for Evos Glory to take another turret. The way I see it, I think this Franco, more than anything, is just to stop and deflect the momentum, perhaps potentially, that Evos Glory is trying to do. Steamroll, stop it with a hunt. Not necessarily always as an engaged tool, but let's see. Now, 2,500 gold lead has already established, so that is enough firepower to find the Franco and take him down.
At the same time, though, late game for the Valentina and the Nathan is still very much a possibility for Bigetron, and they've been doing a great job at this trading when they've decided it's not time to go for a fight just yet. When they did go for the fight, it didn't go their way. But just earlier, you saw that they did everything to try and slow down the push. They sent Sorizo to try and equalize. 9 minutes in right here, it's almost a 3k goal advantage, which is quite significant. But Bigetron, they're positioning like they can still try and contest this. It might be a mistake.
See those Sorizo sandbag. Oh, the hook lands on towards Fluffy, but he will soak in the damage. Sorizo falls, as well as Superkin. And now Evos Glory, they do not go more for a fight. Instead, they will look for the newts. 2 members taken out. That's already an advantage.
It was already bad enough that Annabelle was a level above a Superkin. It becomes even worse that you lose 2 members having the man advantage. The Red Robots had absolutely no say in that particular interaction. And to top it all off, Brands now secures in that Holy Crystal. But back to that team fight again, right? He goes in for the Iron Hook. But this is textbook for Dreams. He's utilized this Minotaur as a counter towards these Iron Hooks so many times before. And we saw that happening. The Iron Hook comes in. The rest of the members want to follow up on that pick with the damage. But because of that short range composition that Bigetron has, Dreams is so easy to punish and capitalize over that interaction.
And right now, as you can see, he has the flash of the Oasis, so the healing is going to be ramping up. And of course, the extra bit of shielding when people are low. Yaman is coming close to his Holy Crystal. Oh, Evos jump on the targets.
Yep, Fluffy here opening things up. Iman will be the target, but there you go. The hunt connects to stop it all. One member is taken out. Annabelle will try to escape this time. Take a look at Bigetron. There will be not enough damage for him. Because Raz is there with the double. So Rizoki down and out.
Fluffy taken out, but 2 in return. And immediately Evos go to take more structures, try and get more control. Even if Bigetron try and play it safe, there is still Varia with the poke coming in. Unless he can land a hook on someone a bit squishier, it's going to be so difficult right now. Evos understand this and they just keep putting Annabelle and Fluffy in the forefront and let Dreams counter engage, and Bigetron have no answer at all.
Not yet. Not yet. Inner turret in the mid will fall, so officially all outer and inner turrets will be taken out here finally.
It does so appear like that is the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, audience prediction, however, 61% for Evos Glory. Meanwhile, for the Bigot Troopers, 39%. That's actually quite surprising for me. I thought the Evos fams would at least be in the 70-80% category.
Well, it turns out there's a lot more believers in Evos as of right now, not just yet for Bigetron. But Fluffy though, with the Brutus Breastplate and then the Radiant Armor, he's going to be trying to be serving as a bit of a secondary front line. As you mentioned, Eterna, as long as whoever gets hooked does not get immediately deleted or disintegrated, Evos can very easily force a fight into a long duration fight. And that's where Brands can even have a lot of space to really maneuver, to go around and just start doing big damage. And if he gets his hands on Eman or Moreno, I think he's fed enough to really start almost one-shotting them already with the Divine Glaive on top of the Holy Crystal.
What about Brands? What about Eman?
Eman? He went for the Holy Crystal as well, and then he went for the Blood Wings because he knows he needs a lot more survivability. We'll see if that pays off, because right now he's too far away from the Lord. That's Bigetron. They're still trying to go for a contest.
Superkin has no retry.
Not yet. Will be live in 30, but the hook and the hunt connects. Dreams first to want to fall. Now Annabelle, juicy target, but Superkin will be taken up by Brands. Now in the backside, Fluffy goes crazy as Brands collects the double. He might go for the triple, but Moreno and Chorizo has enough space to back off.
3-for-1 trade, and that entire premise didn't even matter. Superkin a level below, doesn't matter, he's not even present. The White Tigers, they are roaring, they are growling, and they are showing a dominance, outclassing the Red Robots in game number 1. This should be a free Lord given to Evos Glory.
Yeah, has to out, man, Lord slain by Annabelle right there. As Brands finishes his full inventory slot, 7-0. And in that game, he did, what was it, 13,000, 40,000 damage? He was just insane. And one of the basic attacks actually followed Eman through the entropy and took him out there as well. So when it comes to the speed of outputting the damage, Evos has Bigetron beat by a mile. Now with the Lord coming in though, can they win a 5v5?
Oh, good Astral Echo reveals 5. With the help of Fluffy, it will zone Bigetron out. Oh! The damage will connect. Brands finds one. He might find more. With the Minion Fury, he finds a double, looking for the triple. The base now should be the main objective, but they want bodies. Triple for Brands and double for Clockron. The base will be taken out.
They lead the series, Evos Glory. Wow. I don't think anyone expected game number 1 to end quite like that. Bigetron, one of the tournament favorites. A lot of people actually went 3-1, 3-0 even for the Red Robots, but against all odds, again, when Evos are put in a tough position, when Evos are placed into a corner, are backed up into a corner, that is when they turn online. That is a switch. That is their proving ground.
Crazy turn of events right here. Let me go to Harith. The revenge mission from Bigetron seems to be facing a bit of a hiccup, not going as planned. That decision really came to haunt them later on when you see the difference in the damage output. It used to be the Titan that even though it's a DPS character can just nuke people down. But right now in the meta, it's Harith all the way. Even with the changes, the nerfs to the survivability, that damage is absolutely obscene.
And here's the thing. Evos Glory, they picked up Minotaur first. And then Bigetron responded with a Franco. Mind you, the hunt can be cancelled with just the first skill of that Minotaur. So it somehow is, yeah, that Franco last pick was definitely questionable.
Well, you saw a bit of maybe what they were trying to achieve, because you saw when the hook lands on the Minotaur, it's a bit closer. But at that point, they were 6k gold behind. So even when they do get a quote-unquote pick-off, man, Evos just made them pay for it dearly.
Exactly.
With multiple bodies.
And Dreams has been here before. He's been able to counter the Franco in this exact same way in the regular season before. So it was quite a surprising last pick in for Bigetron Alpha with the Franco. And I'm still staying with my initial statement that I don't think that anyone else was able to follow up on the hooks, even if he were able to land it in the early game.
Yeah, I do understand that, right? Again, it's a very, very awkward pick, considering that there are a lot still on the board. Roamer heroes, right? You can go for the, I believe, was Kaja banned out?
Yes, Kaja was banned out.
Okay, so support heroes maybe. You can go for the Florin, you can for it's not really Key's playstyle, but perhaps it might help to just, you know, sustain and drag it out.
So many heroes in his arsenal.
And mind you, Evos Glory, we thought that they were the ones who want to, you know, play and drag the game out, but actually in this composition, they want to end it early.
Especially with against an Atan, you don't want to risk taking the game too far out. Player of the game by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy series. It's going to be Dreams though. We talked again about the flex of the Oasis, the flexibility, right? He's not only the front line. In fact, in this game, he wasn't the front line at all. That could be the potential reason why they just brought out the Baksha here, to get that mobility, to get that clear speed, and then to be the main solid, tanky, beefy character that can withstand for a bit longer from the Iron Hooks, so that Dreams can find an opportunity. And every single turtle fight, Lord fight, you just see this man eyeing for a chance to make a big play happen. Let's look at the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Earlier on here, this was surprising to say the least. Annabelle just going at it. But afterwards, every single fight, this was the first one. Flicker, Minu, and Fury. The fact that there was no aggression really traded back from Bigetron means that for Dreams, every single fight, he will have that flicker that he will not be forced to use defensively. And look at that. There's just way too much crowd control on top of the fact that Brands is on the Herod, the fact that he's snowballing, doing a lot better and still survivable. Look at the damage output from Brands. Definitely a contender for that player of the game as well.
In most cases, the Yuzong is not a counter to the Natan, especially in the late stage of the game, but here Fluffy was able to make it work, right? Despite getting taken down over there, he was able to push Iman back and make him a non-factor in the team fight.
This was a fight where they got the Minotaur, so no Minion Fury, but at this point, they are far too behind. 6k gold, and everyone just dropping like flies because there's no real front line. So Rizzo and Super Ken, again, both fighters, not exactly big walls of defense like a Barats, like a Uranus. Look at Sorizo here. Immediately jumped on, immediately deleted. And he just wasted no time at all, denying any kind of comeback potential. Even right here, Brands goes towards the back, shows Aman how it's done. Reminds him that, hey,
you're
a freshman, I'm a senior, I've been here. before you even showed up.
Oh, that's true though. 14 minutes and 51 seconds. What did you think? This was absolutely zero neutral objective control by BTR whatsoever. Look, zero lords, zero turtles.
Yeah. I'm curious to see what was the vision from Bigetron, because if you look at it, there's no way it's about 5v5 contesting the neutral objective. But in this game, a lot of the fights really happened that way. And if you look at the drafts, it's almost a given that Evos has the upper hand. It's not a guaranteed win, but they have more tools to play around with. And Bigetron Alpha, it seems like their composition doesn't really match up to that in a proper on full 5v5. It's almost like they expected the CC to be doing a lot better and to be able to zone the whole backline, right? Maybe if that happened, if Soriza was quote-unquote snowballing due to all the ganks and the attention in the early game, maybe the Novaria or the Harriet can be zoned away in the back. If that happens, even though there's a big minion in Fury, then the whole team can still somewhat withstand it.
Maybe, but
maybe.
Yeah, it's such. I think it's just a little too complex here, right? Seeing that last pick again, that Franco last pick, it just made it somehow. It's just slightly worse in execution. Because then I don't consider Franco as a hero that can tank in the front line.
Damn.
No,
yeah.
absolutely
You have to play around the bushes. You have to find the right timings. But again, if we compare the junglers in this game, Annabelle wins it.
But like, I don't want to take away Annabelle's skills, okay? But there were a lot of moments where he was able to get the neutral objective takes because of the space that was given in by Dreams. So behind a good jungler is also a very good roamer.
True, which makes Annabelle just comfortable with the space that he has.
And if you look at the stats, it's not really that different, of course, aside from the neutral objectives. That's because Annabelle isn't the carry here, right? Usually we see him on Assassins. He's not really meant to be doing the damage, to be making the flanks, getting the pickoffs. Right here, he's meant to be one of the main front lines, and he's taking that Iron Hook again and again. So even though it seems like he isn't really beating out Superken, it's because he's serving a better purpose for his team, instead of just trying to, you know, hard carry on a box share, right? That we haven't seen that being the case for a long time. You look at the stats right here. Again, very one-sided. And that Harith let go. Again, showing the strength of this Harith pick. The rich guy and the carry is Brands on the Harith. And it's almost like you know this is how it's going to go when you first saw it in the drafting phase.
And also, let's not forget to give credit towards Blockman, right? Almost 100% KP. He is one of the reasons why also this Franco key was very hard to position himself, because he can't hide. He can hide around the bushes. He will definitely be spot out by Novaria, by Clockun, and also the damage that he has done in this game. Stellar. What?
Is it stellar because he's playing Novaria as well? With the Star Shatter?
Yes, Arashi.
Okay. I'll take it.
The poses, Annabelle, iconic.
All the categories were taken by Evos earlier on. That was the pose. This was Brands.
Got two cards.
This was Annabelle. This was Brands.
Annabelle, Clockun, Dreams.
Wait,
Dreams. Sorry, wrong guy. It's almost like it's like a progression, right? You know, like
that's why.
The step-by-step guide on how to gesture by Evos.
How to win this match.
How to win this.
Ooh.
Bold statement.
Okay.
Hey. Predicted this one.
Bold statement. You know what bold rhymes with?
Gold?
Exactly.
Oh, good guess.
Exactly. Gold, ladies and gentlemen. UBS Gold. Finally, the collaboration is up and available for us to enjoy. Get it now. Only 150 pieces are available of the limited edition Benedetta Electo Katana and Mythic Warrior rings. And it's a collaboration between UBS Gold as well as the Mobile Legends Bang Bang. By the way, have you guys seen it yet?
Nope.
Have you gotten it yet?
No. And I haven't seen it in real life either.
We haven't had time to actually, check out the collaboration at the venue, but we will be able to do so tomorrow. So we're gonna do that, ladies and gentlemen. It's available offline at the UBS Gold booth, so you guys can actually go ahead and get it first, because again, only 150 pieces are available. So first come, first serve. And I want to get my hands on it as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. Oraimo?
Yeah,
is also
I mean,
something that I want.
With the gold that you've invested, you can also buy a good pair of audios, you know?
What?
Good pair of Oraimo.
What's Oraimo?
Check out Oraimo, the free Pods Lite. Right, that's the exclusive Edith edition. The collaboration Oraimo and as well as MPL. The ultimate choice for gamers. With Edith's distinctive sound and gaming mode, it takes your gaming experience to the next level. Plus, as the official partner of MPL, there's no doubt Oraimo's quality, and you can get 10% discount at the Oraimo official store at the Orange store with the code ORAIMOMPL. Simply enter the code in the coupon section before checkout or checking out and unleash unstoppable sound. Exactly.
Oh, but what's this? Is that your phone, Gani?
Similar, but no.
You could be sitting at the front in the Team Galaxy zone because you're using the Samsung.
He usually does. I have that privilege.
Oh, that's why you played the 1v1 Johnson. You were sitting at the front.
Right. That was interesting to see, man. We were not expecting it, and we heard Gani, and we were like, whoa, is that actually him? And it was. That's because he's in the front rows.
I can't believe you lost.
That is you. What do you mean?
Why did you lose?
Why did I lose?
Yeah.
That wasn't me. I don't have that jacket.
What? I didn't say anything about a jacket, Gani. You've exposed yourself.
Yeah.
No, I saw the Gani, quote unquote, playing Johnson, and looks like me, but that's not me.
I think that's Arashi though. Oh,
That
no,
is Arashi.
that's Mirko. That's Mirko enjoying the MPL Festival, ladies and gentlemen. And you guys can actually enjoy all the fun activities that await you outside the venue. We have so many events. There were Geek VA dancers yesterday. Earlier on, we have the Bigetron VAs singing. So if you want to join along, sing along, dance along, there's just so many things that you guys can enjoy. But let's center around this. The most picked gold lane hero in each region.
For the most part, the carry and the Roger really does stick out, but the Claude, I think, which is the most common right here so far. I feel like it's a good mix, but especially in Indonesia. Then Atan, we were talking about how it really seems lackluster right now. For now, only in MPL Malaysia do you still see it picked up very often. And now in Indonesia, it seems to be kind of shrinking in success rate. So we might see a different gold laner take that spot. But for the most part, it's still the late game. It's still the shred and mobility. The three things that make a solid gold laner in a team fight is the damage output, the mobility, and the laning. If you can go and guarantee all three of those, then you can kind of find weird solutions for the gold lane. But for now, teams are sticking to what has been working. So I think it'll be quite a while before we see any kind of massive development in the meta for the gold lane.
Interesting.
What do you want to see in the gold lane?
What do I want to see in the gold lane? Tough question. But I do want to see
Moskov, that's...
I want to see more.
Okay.
So Morskov.
Morskov.
But
it was banned out earlier.
True. Yes. Based on that data though, carry from PH actually has that highest win rate.
Why the carry?
65% in PH.
Why do you think the carry has found so much success?
I think when it's a calculated game where, and if it goes to the late game, right, the carry usually, you can kind of shine in the early game, but also in the late game, depending on how it goes, right? The mid game is where you kind of dip a little bit. And I guess over there, they're just really good at securing the right circumstance for the carry to really find a window of opportunity. Which is why we're seeing a lot of teams right now also go for these picks that not only just win in their in their lanes and in the early game, but also that fits into the composition, especially if they have like a like we saw earlier from Onic, for example. We saw that okay, they go for Nathan, so everything else needs to be adjusted to give that Nathan success. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but now they're getting straight back into it.
Drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Game number 2. Bigetron on the blue side this time around. Evos on the red. So far that win rate for Bigetron has been true, right? They were second pick, lost it, and now they're reverting back to their comfort. Let's see if they're able to find a little bit more momentum and playing ground when they have this position. Export, Louis, Angela, Band out, Moskov, Matilda, and the Harris. Chip, Roger, picked up by Bigetron. Hey, these are very fast drafts, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Arashi, I'll just throw it over to you for you to start.
It's almost like Bigetron, of course, we're thinking like, man, if only we had our first pick, right? And we can probably find a winning strategy. So they have it lined up already. They have the global presence, and Evos do not. But Evos themselves, considering the speed of the hero selections, it almost seems like they are prepared for this as well. They don't really seem confused. They don't seem really phased by the picks that have been given so far. With a Farsa and a Roger though, that's a lot of snowball potential, a lot of burst. But we've seen Evos with their signature style in this season, able to just delay games for so far. If they want to do that though, they have to find disengage tools, because otherwise, some of these heroes are very easily caught in the middle of a big skirmish.
Bigetron, the way they picked up Farsa, Roger, and Chip, it's very similar on what Onic did, FNATIC Onic did in the previous match, right? And sure, Onic took a couple of losses as well, but mainly they were able to find this stability. Perhaps against a hero like Claude, though, it's going to be a problem, especially in the later stages. Farsa needs to find the position that is effective. But it's going to be the Barats and the Baksha band out.
Interesting.
So, yeah, they're just limiting the junglers here from the side of Evos Glory. You do not want to play the utilities.
Do you know what was effective against that game? Masha.
Right?
Masha was a big factor as to shutting down Suns on the Farsa in that particular game that they actually lost. So that is still a possibility here for Fluffy if they want to pick it up for themselves. And hey, it wasn't banned out. They opted for the Carmilla and the Yuzong. So the Masha is still available to use.
On the other hand, you're seeing that some heroes are left open right here. I mean, considering how much respect was given to Annabelle by Liquid Aura, you would think that the Ling or the Alpha would be banned away or picked away even. But no, both are still open. But with the Fredgen already selected, it should be already in the jungle. But unless Evos want to play some mind games and flex it around, we should be seeing the same old, same old. That's going to be a Terizla for Fluffy here. So in the team fight situation, and especially for Moreno on the Farsa, this Terizla can be a big problem. If you get jumped on by the penalty zone, you can't get out.
Yeah, Masha has an approach, but it seems like they went for another, right? Terizla, straightforward, penalty zone flicker even, it's going to cause Farsa to reposition. And that is, I feel like, their main answer here with this Terizla. Now though, what are they going to go for here? Ooh, they're going to add aggression. Fajita, very fast clearing and also kill pressure.
These two EXP laners are signature picks for both of these players. Fluffy on the Terizla is a monster, but Teresa on the Paquito is also a different beast. But wait a second, Roger in the jungle.
Wow,
we haven't seen that lately, or in a while. We also haven't seen R7 in a while, unless you guys watch his live streams. Every time Evos changes junglers, they do well. There's Taz, there's FNATIC, Annabelle, and Juan, who is a world champion. And, you know, so far it's true. People are saying that Evos gives birth to very talented junglers. So Tsujin, no longer with us right now, at MPL, but he also shows promise. But Edith, last pick for Evos.
And to the roamer position, right? It adds more versatility. more armor, he can have crowd control and also damage that Primal Wrath mode.
Could be a secondary damage dealer, that's for sure. Look at the early and mid-stage ability though. It's actually quite dead even in the draft index. Everything else goes to the hands of Evos. The fact that the Natan shows up here again, the backline is so vulnerable right now. And I'm really curious again, what is the idea right here? They have the Paquito, they have the Chip and the Roger. Is it just no team fights? Just big pick-off moments? We'll have to see, because the burst damage at least is definitely adequate.
We'll see, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the land of dawn for Game 2 between the Red Terminators and the White Tigers. Time and time again, this has been such an equal matchup, equal head-to-head. And we're gonna see which way this pendulum will swing. Can Bigetron Alpha secure a win to equalize this 1-1, or can Evos go for a clean 2-0 in this best-of-5 series? Dreams!
Whoa, 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 whoa! A little too close for comfort. Still holding on towards his flicker, though. Clockon in the mid. Actually, he wants that last minion. So level 2 for Clockon, but Key will provide a vision and just keep pressure now. Wings by wings. Oh, might catch Clockon off guard. Flickers out, and that will be it.
Annabelle significantly slowed down already in the mid game, mid lane rather. You're seeing that this Chip, again, it's not just the tankiness, it's the damage that you can bring to the picture as well. You get the emblems here by GamesMax though, especially for Sorizo. Agility with the sprint, with the quantum charge. He is trying to go fast. So is Iman, not going for the weakness finder. Fluffy though, 1v1.
Oh, 2v1.
Oh, 2v1.
Actually. Still holding on towards that flicker as well, so still within calculation. They have very, very wild action here in the early game.
Especially if you look at the composition, you would think that there's going to be a bit of a lull in the action, especially in the beginning, with 2 late-game marksmen. But that's not how this game is going to go. The Purifiers coming in for Eman and Marino will be critical in ensuring that they survive the initial catch. But later on, there's going to be a lot of damage from Clock and from Brands, even from Dreams, technically. You got to be careful about that. For the side of Evos, though, Brands with the Purify and the Quantum Charge still will be prioritizing that safety more than anything. That seems to be the signature Brand style.
By the way, is Natan still sitting at a 0% win rate today?
Yeah. Today, yeah.
I believe so.
So Bigetron still wants to commit with this Natan in the goal. Wait a second, that's a lot of damage.
Yep, the airstrike before the turtle already committed. That's a valuable resource already spent. Chorizo though moves on towards Glockun, and now he will be taken now. Super Ken finds first blood. It seems like they want to collapse. He flickers out of the way. Annabelle caught in the front side. Will be taken out. That's a double for Super Ken though. Key will be the trade, but Super Ken will fall as well. Very, very messy early game, but it's a 2-for-2. Chorizo, low HP, has no skull. Oh, the flicker. The damage will be enough to take him down.
The crowd goes wild here at Jakarta International Velodrome with the Evos fans cheering for that last move by Fluffy. That final interaction to seal the deal for Chorizo. A little bit of rivalry there in the EXP lane.
That is crazy. The fact that the fight began with Bigetron just sneaking Super Ken in the backline. But now Key still caught out. Seems like in a full-on fight, they haven't really been able to beat Evos at all. They have to try and go for these weirder skirmishes where they can get the pickoffs. And now look at how Evos is positioning. Immediately gathering around the turtle, potentially baiting Bigetron into yet another multi-person big team fight.
But this is the Super Ken we know and love. 2 levels ahead of Annabelle right now. Has more of a chance, but we'll see the execution.
Oh my goodness, Super Ken again now. Surprising it with a neutral objective take. Eman fighting the shutdown, but take a look at Super Ken again. Eman with the double. Shortcut was used earlier, but Rans finding compensation bottom side. Just collects the gold shield turret.
That was a 1-for-2 trade earlier, Arashi.
With the neutral objective taken as well. All things considered, still pretty good. But again, for Evos, they're giving Brands a lot of space right here. Not by babysitting him, but by just making plays happen elsewhere again and again. if Brands wasn't really participating in that fight, and it was still kind of close, that's not a good sign for Bigetron at all. Especially for the Super Ken on that Roger, he needs to try and snowball a bit harder.
Whoa.
Not 2 feet for 1. Key flickers out, but the damage will come through from that blazing duet to take Key down.
That's a kill fed over to Brands. So already being able to munch that entire gold shield, he gets a kill onto Key. And he can actually go for a little bit more. They need to be aware of the gold.
This is a tough situation for Bigetron because usually we saw when the chips really get success, it's when there's someone else that can face check that isn't the main tank. But now, oh, look at this. Mortal.
Or crit will be committed. Chorizo, Iman also is there in that vicinity. Oh, 3v4 is this wise. Key soaking damage. Feather airstrike the backside. Deals a hefty amount of damage, and Brands will take Key down again. 4v2 now in the bottom side of the map. Wings by Wings already repositions, but Iman caught under the turret. That's another dub for the White Tigers.
Amazing. So quick, so clean. Fast tempo as well. Meanwhile, Annabelle holding his own there in the mid lane. But there is a trade, ladies and gentlemen. Chorizo will be able to get that tower in the top. A little setup here for the next neutral objective take. Locken's so low.
That's the Feather airstrike bursting him down. As the neutral objective comes up though, Chorizo trying to deny Dreams, that he just stands his ground with Fluffy.
Ken will collect the second turtle of the game here, so A-OK. Neutral objective-wise for the red robots, but they're slightly behind on economy. Dreams though will jump on 2v1. Fluffy Annabelle is there. Shortcut will not find anyone, but Super Ken finds a kill. Take a look at Key. He's stuck in the middle of that fight. So Rizona will be the next target by Evos Glory, but has not enough resource to take him down. That's a 1-for-1.
And all the while, in the bottom side, Brands is just doing Brands things. Evos is really matching to this global pressure. And it's just a confusing situation for Bigetron to be in. They have Chorizo that, in theory, with this build, with this emblem setup, wants to try and split, wants to try and go for 1v1s. But even with the global presence, Evos are always faster, in the right place at the right time. Annabelle. Whoa!
Jumps on towards Moreno. Wings by Wings will be enough. Yeah, he survives. And with that, Evos Glory will move on towards another objective bottom side. Take a look, Chorizo again. He took down the top turret and he took down the bottom. They're gonna commit to this 3v1. Fluffy, oh my goodness, penalty zone, desperate one. It seems like he will fall. Chorizo secures it, and also he might be greedy at another turret in the bottom side of the map.
He's playing the map very well. Meanwhile, Dreams looks to do the same exact thing. The pressure in the mid lane, but look, here comes Chorizo.
Ooh. He manages to clear the wave. Evos Glory, they realize that 20 seconds, the First Lord will be up. Man, it's such a even game this time.
Again, Paquito, he's been so annoying. Chorizo, sure, like, in terms of like damage output, it's there, but it's not as noticeable as the fact of how well he's been playing the map. He's been taking these turrets under the nose of Evos, who, for the most part, enjoy grouping together and enjoy getting an advantage in these team fights. And they're capitalizing over it. They're punishing it.
And looking at the gold disparity, actually now Bigetron, despite looking initially like they're on the back foot, these macro maneuvers have allowed them to get the gold advantage. But still, it doesn't seem like they have a solution to winning these big fights. So now they're going for the split push play, the combo, the Paquito with the chip, and they're using Moreno not to go for burst damage, it's for wave clear to ensure that he can clear the mid lane wave from a safe distance and deny the tower take. But look at the bottom side. That's almost Brands getting caught. But look at this play from Bigetron now. Pressure on both sides of the map. How will Evos respond?
Super Ken is 2 levels above, mind you. So despite the back and forth, the ping pong toss-up between the White Tigers as well as the Red Robots, Super Ken has still been able to gain an advantage over Annabelle and into the team fights.
Oh my god, Dreams suddenly jumped on by 5 members of Bigetron, and it will be punished. Fluffy though jumps in the penalty zone, no follow-up damages yet. Brands still hovering around, looking to reposition. Clockroom Annabelle will not connect just yet. But man, oh man, Bigetron, they're suddenly a 1,500 gold lead, so now it's more of a Bigetron game, and they are just taking their time here in this lore take. They know they have the advantage.
That was so risky by Fluffy, but it turns out it was to back up Brands, and the calculation was right.
Oh, the damage will be enough to take Key down. Surely no! What? He survives. Still 5v4 though. He has to recall, so Rizzo trying to buy time here. Dealing damage towards Fluffy, but it might be a mistake as the damage actually comes through towards him. So Rizzo taken out. Iman might be next. Blazing duet by Brands. He finds its mark and Fluffy claims a double. Evos Glory responds in the 10th minute of the game.
A 3-for-1 trade in the 10th minute, just as you mentioned that Bigetron were holding on to the gold advantage onto the economy. Evos say not for long. And there it is, the space, the neutral objective. But he opened up a portal actually, but they don't go for it. That's a Lord given to the White Tigers.
Just trying to use it as a threat somewhat. But Evos showing again that in a pure fight, they just have everything to win. Just like that, the mid lane turret falls as well. Now with the waves empowered, with the waves pushing, Evos have this window to try and force Bigetron to yet another fight, or at least force them to give up multiple turrets. Despite the fact that they've been able to maneuver around and get an advantage with that macro play, right there, they just got roped into a fight that they really did not need or really want. Super can make some risky moves. No one from Bigetron right now can really tank in the front line. And that is something that is just such a big problem against the guaranteed almost initiations in the hands of Evos.
And if you take a look at the player head-to-head here between Superkin and Annabelle, consistently always 2 levels ahead of Annabelle in this game. And I still find that so impressive, right? With the volatility of how this game is going, the fact that he's still able to retain that despite, you know, not getting the objectives. What's going on here with Bigetron?
Well, they were able to let him farm really fast, being on the Roger with such good clear speed. But again, right now at 12 minutes, a lot of people are reaching level 15, are getting to the end stages when it comes to items. Bigetron trying to clear the waves. Once this initial assault is over, they can go back to trying to play the macro game yet again. But they have to be careful. Again, Evos has shown that they know how to deal with this. As they go for this purple buff, Bigetron has no answer.
I'm excited to see the mountains and the rivers in this game. There must be a lot of mountains and rivers.
True.
Right?
I don't think there will be a mountain even, just a hill maybe.
Oh, okay. A small hill.
Yeah.
A hill and a puddle?
Maybe.
Puddle. Maybe, with how the game is going. 2.5k gold lead for Evos, equalizing, taking those turrets down. As the crowd goes wild.
I love it.
That's the offline experience. Emando with the entropy. Not really finding anything.
They want business, Fluffy. He'll go back a little. He now stuck, flickers out Moreno to cover. Dreams from the flanks with the conceal as well. Just to perhaps intimidate, saying hello towards Bigetron. But yeah, both teams will not commit on towards another big fight.
Dreams on the Edith has the Starlium though, by the way, so if Bigetron are treating him like he's just another utility roamer, they're gonna be sorely disappointed when the Primal Wrath just nukes everyone down. And look at the disengage. Evos aren't using skills on what not to leave. They just walk away backwards, and Bigetron are struggling to really find anything. Ooh,
watch T, watch Dreams.
Dreams still not spotted. He will show. Oh, blazing duet by Brands. Is this it? He falls from Brands. Dreams finding an angle. Super can he stuck? Pull off and secures the kill. No retribution, no roamer, and Evos Glory. Red carpet for that Lord.
2-0 trade, a red carpet for that Lord. with absolutely no fighting power whatsoever. Again, Bigetron have been outclassed with the performance from Dreams. He overstayed his welcome in that top side, and Dreams was on standby. Dreams set up for that and was ready to punish. A 5,000 gold lead. Alord marching in the bottom lane, and 3 waves are crashing. We'll see what the White Tigers have in store for us with the siege.
Oh, Fluffy jumps in with the flicker as well! But Grant, he is ice cold! He finds the kill, moves back now with the feather edge by Kwokun, looking to grab more space and take Moreno down. With the Lord, they're healthy, they have enough firepower, and one by one, the Red Robots fall as Evos Glory, they have the match point.
2-0. Wow. 2-0. One more game away of making the Cinderella story come true. Closer and closer to the anime Zero to Hero arc. The crowd goes wild here in Jakarta International Velodrome.
This was supposed to be a game for Bigetron to show what made them the dominant force in the regular season. But it's all coming apart. Evos with the better draft, the better executions, the better team fights. And so far the better results, reaching match point, and even their supporters. A lot louder compared to the one from Bigetron.
MPL ID Season 13 Playoffs Day 1. First match 3-2, second match 3-0. Playoffs Day 2. First match 3-2. Will we get a 3-0 in the second match?
I don't know. It looks like it's a pattern again. Hey, I love my patterns.
Patterns are great.
Patterns are
go
great. Sometimes they're just coincidence, right?
Fair. But man, who would have thought? Especially in the drafting department, we've always said that Bigetron seems to be so many steps ahead from the other teams.
I agree.
And yet right here, wow, the roars. Ladies and gentlemen, get used to the roars, man, because Evos are doing amazing. Fluffy's penalty zone brings Bigetron Alpha to their knees almost.
I'm still quite surprised. I'm still in shock. Yeah. I didn't think that it would end this way. There is still a possibility for, of course, a reverse sweep. So Evos needs to reset, you know, go back to the drawing board, clear mind, level head to be able to close this series 3-0. But my, my ladies and gentlemen, Mirko must be shaking in his seat right now.
I'm trying to spot him
Where
in the
is
audience.
he? He was at the top. Was he at the top?
I think we will see Mirko in a bit.
Okay.
In a bit. But, you're right, it's the best of 5. You know, we have yet to see a reverse sweep this playoffs. Maybe this is going to be the first time we are going to witness that format.
Still definitely a possibility. I'm just thinking, you know, backstage, he was like, easy, guys. Oh, Eterna, you're not feeling well? That's fine. We're going to go home early today, 3-0.
By Evos.
What if it's a 3-0 for Evos?
You know, some people might
Is
say
he
that's
cursing
karma.
his own team?
Well, you know, that's why arrogance always comes before the fall, they say. And for Mirko right now, it must be a very scary situation. And the crowd is not helping him at all. If you can hear through the mic, the Evos crowd are just ecstatic. And they have every right to be. Their team is just showing up and proving everyone wrong.
Every small movement that Evos makes,
yeah,
they roar.
That's important.
it's not that. Do you think it's putting pressure onto Bigetron? Because there's absolutely no pressure
Interesting theory.
for Evos right now. Player of the game brands presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And there have been many voices and many opinions that are saying that this man is the weakest link that Evos has among all the other players, especially in this playoffs. But he's shown that in times of his need, he's able to pull through and he's able to perform. We got Mr. Fantastic today.
It's almost like he always has great performances with small moments where you go like, whoa, what was that? You know, the portal, the dash into the towers. There have been moments for sure, but overall, as a player, Brands has been absolutely solid. And it almost seems like he's always calm, collected, even when the game looks weird. He just knows what to do, where to be at the right time. Showing again that experience. He said that that could be something that he brings to the roster, and it'll be a great combination. I mean, we're seeing it work really well right here as we take a look at the highlights by the official gold partner, Evos Gold. All the way from the early game, despite going up against a chip, we've seen a lot of teams falter going up against this hero, but not Evos. They were able to power through, and man, Fluffy again and again, even from this early on in the game, was able to find moments to be so effective. The penalty zones are always on point, and the fact that he's so tanky and he does so much damage, this was why the Terizla was so good, but it kind of fell from favor when the mobility from other heroes becomes so much better. But he's able to actually reach the fights so much more than even Sorizo.
You can see it even here, right? The combination, the layering of skill from side. There you go. The follow-up again by Fluffy as well. Huge honorable mention, by the way, to Fluffy in this game. That follow-up has always been so expensive, and it was very difficult for BTR to properly engage in this fight, especially for those sitting in the back layer of the game.
And wait for it right here, Evos. They're going for an end. Fluffy sees an opportunity, and everyone just goes in. The synergy, right? The decisiveness. Usually we say all those things about Bigetron, about Onic even, but Evos right now in the playoffs, they're looking so clean. It's kind of crazy. You almost want to know. You want to get an interview, like, what happened, bro? Like, how did this come about?
So fun fact is, MP Show, the latest episode,
Yep. Okay.
Anti-Mage was one of the guest speakers.
Yep.
And they were asking him about his predictions, and he was like, Evos, Evos, Evos. And they're like,
Wow.
it's just because you were in Evos before. It's because you're an ex-pro player from Evos. And he's like, no, because I know Evos. Evos in the playoffs, Evos when threatened is a different monster. It's a different beast. And
evident.
We're seeing that, right? 3-0 Liquid yesterday, and now 2-0ing Bigetron Alpha. Sure, we don't really understand, or we don't really know what the outcome will be, but
there's a
already
potential
2-0?
Yeah.
That's not the Evos we saw in the regular season. No way.
Evos when threatened, huh? Back then it was match point. Whenever Evos were losing and it was match point, they always found a way to go for a comeback. Now it seems like even if the audience or if the general public believes they're gonna lose, they're like, okay, this is enough threat for us. Let's turn on that mode again and just immediately prove everyone wrong. There was such a clean draft as well for Evos. We talked again about the need for a frontline when you have utility. They go for the Edith, they have the Terizla. It's just great combinations right here. And the crazy thing is, it's not something crazy. It's not something unexpected. It's like they almost go back to the bare essences of team fighting.
Yeah.
And they just pull it through and execute cleaner than all the other teams so far.
It's incredible to see, and I'm absolutely
intense.
I'm shocked.
How shocked?
How Bigetron Alpha performed these past two games. First game, yeah, that Franco was questionable, but in second game, I feel like they have more room to play around with, but it's just their execution that wasn't as sharp as Evos Glory. And Brands saw the hesitation from Bigetron Alpha when they were taking fights and whatnot, and he saw it, and he was the sharper tool.
Natan, 0%.
Wow.
0% still.
Natan 0% today.
Right?
Yeah.
Was Natan at 0% as well yesterday?
Yesterday? I think so. I don't remember seeing the Natan really win.
I don't think.
Because Eterna is confirming in her Eterna notes.
It's not working out.
And the crazy thing in particular for this match is the fact that the Natan has been picked twice now for Bigetron already. We thought that maybe the Roger was going to be an aggressive option for them to explore, but no. They went back to the Natan here, even though on paper at least they had the chip that wants to go for these big plays, wants to snowball. So it's almost like a different approach. It's like they want to try and get the best of both worlds, get the snowball going, using the portals, have a guaranteed late game if things don't go their way. Whereas Evos, they just kept going for it, like with a balanced composition that's less gimmicky than Bigetron.
Yeah, 0% win rate. Confirm. The Natan.
Day 1 and Day 2.
Day 1, Day 2. Day 1, I don't think the Natan showed up.
Okay.
According to my quick scans.
Eternapedia.
The Eternotes.
Eternotes. And Bigetron didn't win from blue side.
Oh yeah. It was like about, what was it, 80?
80%?
80% more or less. And they've just been beaten at it. Especially for the bigger troopers right here, coming in with that feeling like, okay, our guys are gonna do it. They're gonna destroy. Has to be a tough situation to be in. And you are asking Eterna for the landscape.
Yep.
The terrain.
The topographical map.
The real estate. All right, I want to know.
Where would your house be?
I have no idea, honestly. would I put my house in that middle of an island? Would I put it on an island? Maybe that's actually quite fun.
The island in the middle, or is it the one on the right?
Maybe.
The mound.
But this island, these hills, these small lakes, puddles, and eventually the
Under
ocean
the
is just representative of the volatility.
Hell.
Yeah?
No. Continue.
No, it's okay. You can continue.
No. It's making reference towards a...
Yeah, SpongeBob. Who said SpongeBob?
What?
Yeah.
Because Goni was saying that let's put the house under the water.
Put a pineapple
I'm like,
under the water.
SpongeBob. Sounds good.
I think we're gonna see Mirko in a bit.
Okay.
We should get like a segment here where Mirko gets asked for some opinions. I think he has some very strong words. The man has a lot of strong opinions.
I see him.
I wonder how confident he's feeling right now, right? Because he's always been confident in Bigetron, even before Bigetron was in their current form.
Why'd you stop? Why'd you stop?
Well, that's it. He's just always been confident, even when Bigetron is on a slump.
Oh. I mean, he was feeling confident and his team went to the upper bracket, so maybe that same confidence can be, given to Mirko as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break before we continue the series to see the match point game. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Bigetron Alpha. Tapi nggak hanya tim-tim aja yang bertarung, karena kalau di stage ini, di stage playoff seperti halnya kemarin, ingat Monica? Kita punya Kidia Play dengan Johnson Race by Samsung Galaxy. Kita akan mempertandingkan perwakilan kita dari MPL melawan audiens di sini. Dan tentu saja, apa tuh Bude? Pada mau skin gratis nggak nih?
Aku nggak ada jawabannya, sekali lagi dong. Super fans, mau skin gratis gak?
Mau semuanya. Tapi dengan catatan harus bisa mengalahkan perwakilan dari MPL. Kali ini perwakilan dari MPL kita mau panggilin Monica.
Wah, yang udah siap banget nih kayaknya ya. Udah siap tempur banget. Langsung saja kita sama-sama sambut ada Mirko. Our English
caster. Sorry, bukan. Ini bukan perwakilan MPL. Ini lagi Super Fans.
Oh jadi lagi
Super Fans mode.
Super Fans ya.
Halo Super Fans, namanya siapa nih?
Halo, nama saya Bigetron Alpha.
Bagaimana keadaan sekarang? Udah
Oh sorry, nama saya Bigetron Alpha.
Bigetron Alpha, nama baru ya. Ini Super Fans dari Bigetron, betul?
Betul.
Karena dari bajunya ya.
Iya dari bajunya, betul.
Buka ada lagi jersey lain?
Nggak ada.
Nggak di prank ini kita ya?
Nggak di prank.
Gak ada ya. Tapi kan ini apakah semangatnya semakin membara nih Bigetron Alpha ini. Apalagi kan ini Bigetron lagi tertinggal. Dan kita akan mempertandingkan Johnson Race dengan Bigetron Alpha ini. Kira-kira mau menang apa nggak apa-apa deh samain sama situasi Bigetron saat ini nih.
Kayaknya kita menangin ya, biar bisa menang juga Bigetronnya.
Oh.
Berarti tergantung Mirko nih. Mirko, beban berat di punggung kamu. Sekarang Bude akan mencari satu audiens yang paling semangat. Bentar, kita akan melihat ya. Jadi dari kru MPL tolongin Bude dan juga Monik untuk mencari satu orang yang kira-kira bisa untuk melawan Mirko. Kemarin Goni kalah. Udah tahu kawan kau kalah kemarin?
Tahu banget. Lagi nonton juga, seru. Lihat Goni kalah.
Oh seru lihat Goni kalah. Tapi lihat juga kepedeannya Goni di awal. Pede banget katanya, pasti menang gitu.
Soalnya dia pemain tank, pemain roamer, jadi udah tahu gimana Mike Johnson kan.
Kalau
Dia
Bigetron?
pede. Kalau gua pemain god lane, jadi pasti lebih jago dari Goni lah.
Bentar, Johnson Gold Lane? Ada yang pernah main? Mungkin nanti bisa dipakai. Tapi mana nih? Mana ya? Di mana? Sudah ketemu belum? Mana nih yang bakal menjadi perwakilan dari audiens untuk bisa mendapatkan skin gratis untuk semua yang hadir di sini, semua yang mau redeem. Dan wow, penantang Mirko sudah hadir di sini. Halo, siapa namanya? Fikna. Kamu player Johnson?
Enggak sih, biasanya pakai god lane biasanya.
Sama-sama gold lane nih. Sama-sama gold lane, tapi
Bisa Johnson.
bisa Johnson. Siap untuk melawan Mirko?
Siap.
Dan inilah dia, kita akan langsung saja. Kalian akan bermain 2 lap saja, tapi dengan rute yang berbeda. Jadi rutenya itu nanti akan kayak segitiga. Dan kalian sudah tadi harusnya udah lihat belum tadi? Nanti akan, kita akan tampilkan inilah dia.
Ini dia mapsnya nanti akan membentuk segitiga dari start point-nya, kemudian ke base-nya, dan muter lagi untuk 2 lap. Jadi yang berhasil 2 lap pertama yang menang.
Makin susah nggak nih Mirko dari Goni kemarin?
Enggak sih, gampang kok harusnya. Masih aman lah ya.
Oke, kalau gitu kita akan bersama-sama countdown. Ini menentukan nasib kita semua nih. Yang ada di MPL, yang ada di playoff untuk bisa mendapatkan skin. Kemarin pasti udah pada dapat, udah bahagia, senyum-senyum. Namun sekarang kita count bersama-sama dari 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start! Ngeng. Ayo, Nino, ini lebih jauh lagi ya. Lebih jauh, jangan sampai lupa rutenya sendiri-sendiri. Sepertinya sekarang nggak perlu tabrak-tabrakan, ketemunya nanti tabrakan pas ada di tengah. Ngeng. Kita challenge Mirko sambil merem apa ya? Kamu lagi fokus kah?
Ya, fokus sedikit.
Fokus sedikit. Wow, weh. Maaf ya. Maaf nih. Mirko tolong ini. Mirko.
Apa, kenapa?
Masih ngelaju aja. Mirko. Panggilin Mirko dong biar kalian bisa dapat skin. Mirko, nabrak dong.
Hilangin fokusnya Mirko ya.
Iya.
Mirko gimana nih pada ngilangin fokusnya Mirko nih?
Ayo biar audiens loh.
Mirko ya sampai nggak mau ngomong loh Bu Deni.
Ini
ganggu.
Mirko jumawa masalahnya.
Jadi mau dikasih skin atau enggak?
Mau lah. Wah, ayo dong Bang. Bang, inget rutenya nggak Bang?
Ya inget aja Mirko. Aja.
Ikut Mirko, itu rutenya nggak perlu muter-muter.
Ke base masing-masing, muternya ke base masing-masing.
Ngeng, 2 ronde saja. Apakah Mirko
Loh,
sudah sampai?
Itu kenapa muter-muter? Mirko, apa yang terjadi itu muter-muter?
Gak apa, mau kasih waktu aja mungkin buat para viewer dapat skin gitu kan.
Wah, ini masih 18 detik lagi nih masalahnya. Ayo, Masih bisa nggak?
Bisa semangat.
Bisa semangat. Bisa semangatnya. Bisa menang
Bisa.
nggak? Nah,
Bisa menang.
bisa menang. Ayo, maju, gas, oke.
Loh. Recall. Ada apa nih Mirko?
Sorry, kepencet.
Kepencet.
Pencetnya nggak saya tahu, ngeng. Mulai ngegas. Dan siapakah yang akan memenangkan pertarungan ini di Johnson Race? Media play kita tentu saja ngegas. Ini jangan lihat Mirko. Lihat layarku. Itu Mirko, ini layarku. Lah.
Udah ke distract, maaf.
Kerisrek. Ini demi skin untuk seluruh pengunjung MPL loh.
Udah ini lagi semangat aja dulu.
Lagi semangat aja dulu. Kayak Mirko fokus banget deh. Monika ganggu dulu deh. Mirko. Gimana tuh? Bisa menang nggak? Susah nggak?
Oh gampang banget sebenarnya, tapi mau muter-muter aja.
Ini adalah lap terakhir, tadi sudah 1 lap dan sebentar lagi. Kalau Mirko sampai ini, Mas lihat HP-nya, lihat Samsung-nya. Itu jangan liatin Mirko mulu. Ini nih, kalau kata pro player fokus sama diri sendiri.
Makanya nih.
Saatnya fokus sama diri sendiri. Wah,
nabrak lagi. Loh ini ketemu loh akhirnya
Recall.
jalan bersama.
Waduh.
Loh Mirko. Loh.
jalan Bang. Neng, ayo. Siapakah yang akan menjadi pemenangnya dan... Siapakah yang akan menjadi pemenang? Dan putaran terakhir. Oh, dan ternyata hasilnya dimenangkan oleh Mirko.
Wah, setelah ternyata tadi udah finish line-nya. Udah finish.
Bentar. Bang.
Kayaknya
Ingat
nggak
nggak?
mau berhenti main nih.
Ya.
Kita bunuh dulu.
Ayo.
Udah menang Mirko. Aduh. Mirko nih kayaknya jiwa kompetitifnya apalagi ngelihat Bigetron. Kayaknya mau nyemangatin Bigetron kali ya makanya menang nih.
Pasti dong, harus reverse sweep.
Harus reverse sweep. Tapi kalau kunci kemenanganmu hari ini apa nih?
Kunci kemenangan main Johnson. Main aja sih, nggak ada kunci kemenangan sih.
Main
Yang
aja.
penting lebih jago dari Goni.
Oh benar juga.
Goni.
Kepengen menunjukkan bahwa dia lebih jago dari Goni. Gimana hari ini?
Lumayan deg-degan.
Lumayan deg-degan. Deg-degannya ini kekalahannya karena aduh beban berat nih harus ngasih skin gratis nih buat audiens di sini apa karena gugup nih ngelihat Mirko.
Lebih ke arah deg-degan kedua-duanya sih. Takut sama Mirko juga, takut sama semuanya, takut ngasih skin kan.
Tapi nggak apa-apa, sekarang kamu bisa kasih semangat loh buat tim kesayanganmu. Siapa tim kesayanganmu dan boleh kasih semangat.
Sama juga sih sebenarnya BTR. Cuman aku lebih demen sama Eman sih. Semangat Eman.
Langsung dirangkul sama Mirko pas tahu. Jadi
Besti gua ini harusnya gua kasih menang loh.
Iya, ya. Tapi sudah selesai. Dan hari ini kita belum bisa membagikan skin, namun masih akan ada esok hari atau lusa atau di hari grand final karena setiap harinya akan ada Kidia Play, ada Johnson Race. Jadi buat kalian yang ada di sini, jangan sampai kalian kelewatan dan siapkan dirimu untuk bertarung untuk mendapatkan skin gratis untuk kita semua. Dan sepertinya yang nggak sabar juga pastinya para player dan super fans semuanya untuk menyaksikan seperti apa lanjutan permainan di game ketiga match point untuk Evos Glory. Siapakah yang akan mendapatkan game ketiga? Mari kita beri semangat untuk Bigetron Alpha dan Evos Glory.
Mirko, give the phone back. Give the phone back. He pocketed the Samsung phone as soon as he won. Did you see that? He put it in his pocket and he was like...
He thought he was slick with it. He needs
Give it
some
back.
win, all right? He needs some win.
Okay, it's okay. We'll give it to him.
His team is down 0-2.
Okay. It's okay, Mirko.
Maybe he needs a slight win.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Well, I do wonder how he's feeling. He seems still very confident. He was just, it's no problem, no big deal, right? All calm, collected. But Mirko, if you guys didn't know, has a very good poker face.
It's called copium.
How would you know?
There's also copium, so yes. So I think he's looking confident, but he has to be shaken quite a bit.
I've had a lot of copium over the years.
Oh. I can relate.
At least you
I don't
won
get it.
once. More than once. How many times has RQ won
I
MPL?
mean-
3? 2? 3?
I don't think copium is in my dictionary.
Copium is not in your dictionary. Okay, all right.
Except for 5.
Look at the camera and come
do
clean,
we call
Goni.
AP Bren right now? Falcons AP Bren now?
Hello, can you please put Goni back in his place?
I mean, like, even if Onic make it to the playoffs, they're gonna have to face off again.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you won MSC twice.
Okay. Go on. What's your point?
What color is your MSC trophy?
My color is Games Max Booster.
Oh, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Tell us. Tell
you
me.
guys are watching your favorite team compete. I bet you guys want to play too, right? And of
Right.
course, you want a game free of lag. You guys can actually do that using the Games Max Booster. Starting from 25K IDR, you guys can get up to 36 gigabytes of data. So hurry up and buy the package using the Dunia Games app. Woo!
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Activated in that, Dunia Games app or DGA to have Games Max and lag free.
You don't
What
want
is lag?
120 ping.
You don't have lag in your dictionary.
Can you imagine 120 MS, 200 MS, even double-digit MS? Ew. Say goodbye. Say goodbye to that lag if you're utilizing the
Yuckies.
Games Max Booster. Yuck.
Ugh. Low FPS. Ugh, brother. Ugh.
And you guys are gonna need it. You know why?
Why?
Because
Why?
of the S24 Epic Gaming Fun Match.
Okay.
Right? Don't forget
Oh.
about this event because there's not only one, but there are going to be 3 exciting events with guest stars. R7, I bet you know who R7 is.
Okay.
Bonzi, I bet
Okay.
you know who Bonzi is on Team Galaxy. So there will be a coaching clinic, a mabar or a main bareng. It
Playing
means
together.
playing together. There's going to be those sessions and a meet and greet. They're all happening on the same day. So please, ladies and gentlemen, do participate in this. And of course, participate in the Team Galaxy Zone. What are you doing if your device is not Samsung? Because with Samsung, you guys can actually go sit up out front with Dean Kate.
Yep.
There's Natasha Adelin.
Okay.
There's so many KOLs up front. You can even sit with this guy up front
The
as he
roaring
roars in your
guy.
face.
The Roar Master.
I'd love for him to roar in Arashi's face.
In my face? What?
I love when the camera shakes.
Arashi would shake too.
Arashi would shake too.
I mean, how could you not, man? It's terrifying.
But you'd want him to roar in your face, right?
Absolutely not.
I mean, it's been working, right? Evos
yeah.
Glory with his roars past that first day.
True.
And they might stay in the upper brackets, having this 2-0
That's also true.
potential clean sweep.
Man.
Wow.
So we're back, ladies and gentlemen, at match point. If they win, if they succeed, they will continue forward in the playoff run, up in the upper brackets to go head-to-head against FNATIC Onic. Because the Robots' revenge failed. And Evos Glory circled challenges Onic in the upper bracket finals. So it's already the upper bracket finals. They're one step away of going to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah. Considering how they started, that is definitely a very impressive situation. Roar Master here, getting a lot of spotlight.
Okay,
well,
he's recharging.
He's even recharging because he's roaring so much. What is going on?
He needs some energy.
Now the crowd in the stands, also, man, relentless is the word you would use. Every single time, every single moment, they've been so loud for so long. It's almost surprising. It's almost terrifying. Especially if you are on the opposite side, it has to be a very intimidating feeling.
Look at the Biget Troopers. It's like, guys, come on. We have to figure a way to beat them. What chant? Which chant are we going for here? And they're like, I don't know. How to be louder than Evos fans?
What about to say?
What?
What about?
What is he gonna say?
Di atas langit ada Onic.
Di atas langit ada Bigetron. That's Miracle's favorite song.
Yeah, he sings it every day. It's like his ritual.
Even in his sleep.
Exactly, yeah.
It's quite scary, actually.
I would, yes.
We can hear it across the hallway. It's a fact, ladies and gentlemen. You know what's also a fact? We're heading straight to the drafting phase. Arashi, let's get a bit serious again, okay? Because for sure, Bigetron have been expecting that they would go to the final upper brackets with Onic. And at some point meet again in the grand finals. So what has been going on? Is there something that they need to fix here in the drafting phase for them to extend this series a bit longer?
Well, in the first game, the Harriet definitely stands out as a problem. And the second game, that's where we had our eyes on the Natan. Like, okay, why is this Natan so prioritized? So we'll have to see. Right now, Bigetron once again got their hands on the global presence, but Evos has shown that they can't deal with it, right? So now it's up to Bigetron to make changes, to try and find a different formula, even if they want to go with the age-old global presence here. Whereas for Evos, Claude and the Fredrin once more. Earlier it was a Valentina, and it really seems like Bigetron might have felt like that Valentina was a big problem, so they've banned it away.
I mean, even in the previous game, they picked up Fredrin, Claude, and it worked, right? So perhaps they are trying to somehow draft something similar in this game. And with that, they're gonna add Camilla, knowing in that previous game, Camilla was banned in the second phase. Let's pick it up early against Chip. It does make sense.
They were the first team to actually come up with this Camilla in the Rome, in ID, obviously, as a counter towards this Chip. But we've seen that Voloisky can maneuver around that quote-unquote counter. So with Key as the pilot behind this Chip, there is still a loophole for this to still work out. But what I find surprising is that the Angela has been completely ignored. Despite it being in the keys to victory, we talked about it backstage. It was actually banned out in the first 3 games as well, but, sorry, 2 games, but here, completely left open, ignored.
You just haven't seen the same kind of playstyle, right? The one man with the hard guard demolishing everything. So maybe if someone like that pops up here in the drafting phase, the Angela can be more prio. But instead of the Angela, they ran with the Yuzong Bigetron, hinting at a vulnerable backline once more. The Roger, this time, certainly will go to the gold lane due to the Baxia presence. But with Bigetron, sometimes you never really know.
He would not. Okay, so Evos Glory, straightforward. They want to ban the mid laners out here. Paramus and as well as Gord here. The Gord.
They're strangling Moreno.
For Moreno.
Let's see.
It's a great pick, especially if you're going to try and force the Chip to not be able to roam around by using wave clear. That Gord is a very good option, so it won't be available. And the Dairat ran away for Bigetron. We haven't seen this in a while.
What's the plan? What's the plan with the Dairoth man here? Do they think that Annabelle might utilize it in the jungle? You know, flex the Fredrin into the EXP lane? Do they think it's going to be placed in the EXP lane?
You might be thinking it might be Fluffy, right? Fluffy has those crazy pocket picks in the EXP lane. And against the Baxia, that could be a bit of a problem, for sure. That being said, though, this could be a chance to bring out the Angela in the mid lane for Bigetron, right? It doesn't seem like the worst of ideas, considering the composition with the Roger, with the Baxia as well. Now with the Novaria, though, any kind of surprise ambush playstyle from Bigetron will be nullified quite a bit.
It does help with vision, for sure, this Novaria, but What?
Oh.
What?
Okay.
Sicilian, a debut pick for Moreno. This is a signature Bigetron pick from back in the day.
Yeah.
I mentioned it earlier on when we were talking about how Bigetron loved to play in the late game back from Season 7 up until the change in roster because of this signature Sicilian pick in the mid lane. And we're seeing exactly that. But it's so vulnerable. It's so susceptible in the early game. Clearing is also an issue in the early game because of the mana usage. It's going to be quite interesting to see what emblem that the Sicilian goes for. And it will be accompanied with the CC. Evos will close it off with a Paquito. Arashi, your thoughts on the Sicilian pick?
Definitely dangerous looking at the composition right now. With the chip as well, there's going to be moments where they enter the portal and the Sicilian will be right up close and personal to a lot of those danger sources of threat. If you want to look at the previous game, the way Bigetron was playing it out, macro play and solid wave clear in the mid lane, it can be used that way, but compared to the Farsa, less mobility, less burst, but I guess later on, there's that late game super scaling potential. It's almost like Bigetron can't really win in a snowball, and they're setting their eyes to go back to their roots and take this game to the late stage.
The early game didn't work for them, the mid game didn't work for them, and now they're gonna be banking on the late game. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to match point between the battle of the red robots and the white tigers. The #1 on the standings, the #1 contenders for the next Kings of the Galaxy titles. They are caught in a bad position. And if they lose this, they are going to be forced down in the lower bracket to meet up with Geek. And let's jump in to the Coliseum. Let's jump into the land of Dawn.
Early on, we're looking at the clear speed difference. Bigetron, though, they have the pressure in the mid lane here. The chip and the Sicilian working well with each other in the early game, at least for a while. Actually, the clear for Sicilian isn't really that terrible, especially with how the clearing is done right now with 2 members together. It's not too bad. You can see Iman already exerting pressure as much as possible. Already a more aggressive set of lanes for the side of Bigetron. Can they find the opportunities though? Already going into the jungle to try and steal some resources.
Lands with the Aegis though.
Yeah.
He's expecting a lot of burst damage coming his way, especially against the Sicilian. That could be the reason why he went for it, but man, that is definitely unusual. But look at this.
Oh, Annabelle, 1v3 situation. Blockun will not be able to do much, but there you go. So Rizzo pops the vengeance, collects the first blood, and get out. Whoa! Oh, they want more Moreno. Bigetron, old school Bigetron, right with that Sicilian. Add more kills to the board.
Interesting situation right here with the Sicilian. We were thinking it might be a late game angle for Bigetron, but that Sicilian has been a lot more active and actually a lot more effective right here in the early game. Able to spam out the bad impacts like that certainly is a big plus when you're in a big skirmish. Without stacks though, we weren't expecting Moreno to be able to do that much damage. But with that pressure, with that success, now they're immediately going for the neutral objective.
Buffy chunked below 50% of its HP. But with that, Super Cannon will collect the turtle, no problem. Oh, another invasion. And Annabelle will go down for the second time this game. Wow. 2,000 gold already, 2.5 minutes, and you can see here just a lot of action. Bigetron, they're not messing around here. Game 3.
They're falling behind. And Annabelle, he was very late to that level 4 and he was still even focusing on his own buff. And Super Ken being able to very easily pick up that neutral objective. Very interesting. We mentioned this, right, with the Sicilian, that perhaps they would bank on towards the late game. Did Annabelle steal it away? No, okay, Annabelle still gets it. Super Ken now caught in a no man's land.
Let's see here, receiving a lot of damage, taunted and taken down, blazing the wet though with the Aegis. Will somehow assist to take Key down. Now, top lane, Amon in wolf form. Branson Beams trying to make things up here. Trying to set things up. Amon still able to sustain the damage. And there you go. Evos found compensation in that trade.
Whoa, hang on a minute. Who got that purple buff? Was it denied from Supercan? We'll have to wait and see. But Evos, it seems like they were on the back foot for a while, but this is what happens. They just find a way, find the momentum to go in. Brands, though, might be the target here.
Wait a minute, shortcut just in time. And with that, Bigetron collapse on towards Rans and NFL again. 2 members down and out. 1,500 lead already established for the Red Robots.
It's jumping back and forth, but Bigetron definitely have picked up the pace once again with Key on the chip. The fact that it can facilitate these cross-map play and that movement has been very, very valuable for Key to set up these ganks. Meanwhile, Dreams already on the way to help Brands out in the lane. But again, Bigetron using this as a distraction as they start to set up for the neutral objective. Supercan's already there.
Moving around, but on the flanks, Fluffy is looking for an opportunity. Annabelle, though, takes the aggression.
Almost taken down for the 4th time there. But yeah, with that, the second turtle will be claimed. Will be claimed by the Red Robots, no problem. And 5 minutes in, it seems like it's a Bigetron game already even with a ceiling in their comp.
Now they're gonna try and maintain that kind of pressure and really look at Key and his positioning. Usually waiting around for the next big play, the next big opportunity. And even in the goal lane, the fact that Iman is now independent means that they can be more active. But Sorizo baiting out Fluffy.
Oh, with the conceal as well. Key helps out with the shortcut again. And Moreno will secure that kill. The first turret in the game will be taken out there in the bottom side of the map.
A scaling Sicilian is not the best of Sicilians that you want to see, right? 2-0-4. And that's going to keep on scaling. He's going to keep on getting those stacks, and that's a problem. The faster he gets to those items, the more important that it is to shut him down. And so far, the White Tigers have not been able to do that. So Amon is not only the looming danger that Bigetron have right now, they also have Moreno.
And look at how Bigetron are playing it out. They're even cutting waves left and right. And Key coming here to try and back Amon out, but that's because the shortcut can be used relatively soon. But they're going to play for the purple buff though.
2v4, this is not it, man. Key finding the kill, another as well. NFL, 4th time down. Now, Klokun actually under pressure. And the mid lane turret is also very low here. Things are not looking very stable forward side of Evos Glory. Top lane, they want to commit, they want to collapse on towards Branson, they get it. So Rizzo finds the killing spree.
They're not letting them breathe whatsoever. It's a complete turn of events for game number 3. 4,000, 5,000 gold lead now.
Wow.
Amounted, collected by the Red Robots, and Annabelle is even struggling in his own jungle. He's going to be able to get it, but they forced a retribution out. And this is going to be another turtle. The 3rd turtle, by the way. Completely clean for Bigetron.
Just doing a lot better right here. Having all the control, and even if they're spread out, we saw that actually Bigetron really does well in these situations when they can be creative with their approaches. As Fluffy gets jumped on again.
Yeah, 3v1 shortcut, no need. The Paquito will fall again. And with that, more space will be taken away from Evos Glory. Almost there. Bottom side taken out. But Supercan, this might be a mistake, right? No, they will commit onto it. Supercan, no help whatsoever. Prisoners left desperately. A little bit too ambitious there and punished severely by Evos Glory.
They finally get a little bit of a trade back, but even then, that's only onto Supercan. Annabelle does get his purple buff finally. But what's the plan, right? They have completely lost control over their own side of the map. They want to go for contests. There's just so much damage. There's just so much maneuverability. There's just so much space and unpredictability that Key offers on the chip. And it's become a problem. We haven't seen Dreams becoming that quote-unquote counter towards the chip whatsoever.
There really hasn't been a situation where Evos are ready to receive the big shortcut play. And that's partially due to Key. It's not generically going in with the shortcut. Sometimes he just goes in and threatens. And if he doesn't see that it's a quick pickoff, it's a quick done deal where Dreams can't come in with the curse, then he won't go for it.
Dreams needs to be careful. Oh, they want to fight though. Shortcut committed. Again, Brands now with the Aegis, blazing duet, not enough damage. He wants to get out. Dreams is there to cover. Annabelle slides away from that fight. No casualties from that team fight.
It was a very close fight right there. Both teams finding ways to be relevant. But in the end, Bigetron have a bit more control. They have the more active team. And they'll be able to go for that Lord and take it away. Evos, although showing that they are not going down without a fight, are still absolutely on the back foot. They gotta wait for a bit longer to get some items, for Fluffy to be a real threat, for Brands to be able to do damage with the Blazing Duet. So much that Bigetron can't really ignore it. And of course for Clockun, can never ignore that late game Novaria presence, but for now they have to wait and just defend. They don't have the tankiest of frontliners, so Bigetron are definitely looking for an opportunity, and look at Key.
Technically the playmaking tools aren't there. Dreams gets caught quite low, still able to regenerate. But you're right, Brands has only 2 items.
If you compare that to Eman, Eman's already on the 3rd item, and he's going with Brands' own approach we saw in day number 1. He's going for the attack speed build. He wants to be relevant all the way till the late game. But this game might not even go that far as they make a move for the base turrets when the Lord is just so far back.
They have the range. They can play with the range here, and that is scary. I wonder how many stacks Moreno has right now, because if it's at that 100, almost 200 mark, then that's when the damage is seriously going to ramp up for him. What was his items earlier on? Do you recall?
Block, Lightning, and Ice Queen 1. Oh, Key's getting jumped on by Fluffy. He finds the kill. Blazing duet by Brands, but Moreno denies the play. It's a 1-for-1, 1-for-2. But now Evos Glory, they will have space to clear the Lord. Base turret quite low in the mid, but it's still up.
I think tonight Brands is going to be having nightmares about bats. Because that was a bad impact to end his life. What in the world is that damage? Boom! Ooh. Even onto Fluffy!
Oh! Moreno collects the unstoppable man. This does not seem like Moreno. Is this Rembo playing?
505. He's channeling his inner Renbo here. He's dangerous. Annabelle wants to look for something though.
Oh my god, Brands deals enough damage. Unfortunately, it was Dreams who collects the shutdown. And again, Brands already online, seems like, with, 3 items already collected. So to say that he's not ready, that's not the case.
He can definitely do damage if he's allowed the space to do so, but he has to be careful. He did go with the Aegis, so he has a bit more tankiness to play around with, but we saw that if he just goes in randomly, Moreno right now, with his bat impacts, can do upwards of 1,000 damage, and that was before the Divine Glaive. Now with the Divine Glaive, even the frontliners are not safe. Even Annabelle, he went with the Radiant Armor, not an Athena. So if he just walks up and occasionally takes a massive bat impact, he's gonna get chunked down way, way lower before the fight even begins. He has the Sky Guarded helmet, I believe, for that exact reason, but he still has to be careful in his approach, especially in these big fights.
Talking about Moreno, right? The game fact by Gopay. This is the debut of Sicilian in MPL ID Season 13. Wait a minute. Portal?
He was stunned. Evos Glory, they will not be hasty though. They will find the taunt on towards Chorizo. Airborne as well. Key in the front side flickers back. Annabelle receives a lot of damage with Fluffy. Will deal damage on towards Key. Now the collapse. Brands finds the shutdown. But Amon secures the trade. Now Brands and Dreams trying to find the double. There you go. Evos Glory didn't want to collapse. So Rizolo, they will back away. Evos Glory finds the 3.
They're running for the hills. Clockun almost made contact there, but they were still able to dodge around. 3 members taken out for the price of 1. And look at Brands go ham on these objectives. Turrets are falling left and right. The space has been given. Super Ken still able to save his purple buff. And the crowd goes wild once again. Evos fans are celebrating here in Jakarta International Velodrome.
That's interesting though. Oh, Fluffy now.
He
He collapsed on.
He will commit on towards Fluffy. Just like in the early game, Fluffy will not be able to escape. He will fall again for the 6th time. And with that, 1,000 gold lead almost here. Still in favor of the Bigetron Lord. Area is actually controlled mostly by Bigetron members. Let's see how will Evos Glory respond. Dream stunned. Key looking for an engage. Super Ken Poisson's early. Annabelle though. Oh my god, look at the damage he's receiving. He might fall here, but it will be Buran's. That's a mistake. Bigetron Alpha finds a loophole. 2 members taken out. Potentially 3 here. Dream still with the immortality, but that's a mistake. Evos Glory lost 2 important members.
2 members down. Base turret on a sliver of HP. They're gonna go for it without waiting for the Lord. Can they do it?
Yeah, let's see. Dreams still up. Minions now spawned, but the damage will be enough to take Dreams down. Lockun Fluffy versus 5 members of Bigetron, and soon the 6th man of the Lord will come as well. Oh! Annabelle Brands back. Lockun taken out by Iman. Now they will find a response here. Super Ken taken out. Annabelle looking for a kill as well, but the Lord needs to be taken care of. Bottom side still up, but top lane will fall. Now Annabelle and Brands looking for the defense with the Lord still up. Iman just dealing a lot of damage, and Brands will fall as well. Ladies and gentlemen, today there will not be a clean sweep. Bigetron forces series on towards a game 4.
Moreno. This man,
wow,
had so many respect bands given toward him. Valentina Luoyi. They took away his heroes time and time again, and he suddenly pops off in what potentially was the last game in the debut of their playoff performance, and they bring out a Sicilian and it works?
Going old school ETR with the old school build as well. Why not?
If it works, it works. And just like that, an insane turn of events. Evos, despite moments of brilliance in that game, were absolutely shut down by the red robots. And this is a pattern. We've been talking about patterns again and again. But there is a chance, absolutely, for a reverse sweep right here. A lot of pressure now for Evos to try and regain that momentum. Bigetron are the ones on fire.
Things are looking very somehow nerve-wracking here for the side of Evos. There's still match points, but Bigetron, what a response.
I mean, Grand Finals Season 7, it was Bigetron that were leading. And then Evos came back after that 2-1. So could we be seeing a repeat of history, but on the opposite sides? Could it be a 2-0 lead for Evos and Bigetron completely reverse sweep?
A lot of opposites today for sure. Even the Sicilian, supposedly late game hero, was just doing work all the way from the early game. What is going on with Mobile Legends right now, man? Nothing makes sense.
It's, yeah, I mean, just the coordination, right? I feel like he also deserves an honorable mention. He enables a lot of plays with that shortcut.
the ganking, top lane, bottom lane, all isolated members technically, and that was just a free kill. That's the foundation of Bigetron's game plan.
Yeah, he was so valuable, right? He facilitated for so much pressure on the map that it actually allowed the Sicilian to scale. The Sicilian that was piloted by the player of the game for that particular game. And it was insane, right? Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. The debut pick, the last time it was picked up, wait, I saved the fun facts.
Season 12.
Just for you guys. Was it season 12?
Season 12.
Okay. I'm gonna double check though.
Bigetron against FNATIC Onic.
The last time it was picked up by Moreno as well in season 12, but they lost against Onic in the playoffs.
Well, this time they won. That Sicilian, man, not even a Holy Crystal, but really seeing that with enough penetration, there's a lot of damage readily available with those bad impacts. And technically with the games being so skirmish heavy, Sicilian is an overlooked pick, but technically you have extra bits of kiting potential with the movement speed. You have the Bat Feast, the ultimate, to try and get some regeneration. And you have the Claws, right? It can really help out in a big team fight, especially if your team isn't really stacked with crowd control. If you can maintain your distance, Sicilian can definitely have a great impact. The only time in that game where we saw Bigetron quite falter is when Brands was able to find a tiny window of opportunity and find a way to just dive straight towards Moreno and take him out. But here, let's take a look at the player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. You have to give credit to Sorizo as well, being an absolute menace when it comes to dealing damage. And this is that early game fight. We're just talking about it. Like, why is it so devastating for Bigetron when they have a quote-unquote late game carry? And from that few initial skirmishes, they were able to just get so much more advantage, and the sieging game was just so difficult. See Clocker trying his best to clear the wave, do damage. Fluffy, as always, along with Brands, always looking for a chance to make the play, but you can see even Brands wasn't expecting that massive nuke. This was that final play here, where they were just back and forth.
This was the window from Brands.
Exactly, this is where Brands here was able to find Moreno and go back to survive to speak off the tail.
Was that the Aegis that saved him?
Was
definitely played a part in his survival right there. But afterwards, in this fight where Moreno could keep his distance, he's relatively protected. You can see Sorizo comes in out of nowhere, knowing he has the Vengeance, knowing that there's not a lot of DPS tools aside from Brands that can really spell doom for him. He just goes in all out. And the spammability of those spells are just insane, man. There have been a lot of big team fights where damage output have been so critical in deciding the victor of a game. And we have never mentioned the Sicilian. It was just so outdated.
Yeah.
But now it's back. At least in the minds of the coaches, it's a potential pick.
Because the problem with the Sicilian was, despite the changes to the emblems, it was actually a hot topic, especially with the common emblem, because in the early game, the reason why it's so weak is not just because of the lack of damage, but the inability to spam the spells due to mana.
Yeah.
But I don't know what changed, because if we take a look at his emblem, he doesn't even use the common emblem, he uses the mage.
He has Demon Shoes.
Yeah, but even then, his mana usage is not as great in the early game, even with the mana shoes. That's why it was very valuable that the common emblem popped up when we were looking at that big patch when the emblems first came out. But there, he even went for Rupture. There was no... Oh, well, I guess he went for Impure Rage, and I guess that did help him.
The Impure Rage, especially with Sicilian's kit, you want to be building a lot of mana anyhow. Because the Impure Rage technically will give you more mana, especially if you're on a Sicilian compared to other mages who don't have any built-in ways like the stacks to really get some more mana up. But I think it's also the way Moreno was playing it out. Occasionally he uses it to clear the waves, but he never spams it out except during a fight. Make sure that whenever he spams out that mana, he's using that mana intelligently, right?
Yeah.
Recognizing it as a resource that's limited. And as you can see, 86,000 damage dealt. That is a terrifying situation to be in, man. You're going for skirmishes and a Sicilian is just always in the back and you have no real way to threaten him. It should be fluffy, in theory, to dive in the back line, but considering how Bigetron Alpha are positioning and their forward momentum, it was just too difficult.
And also, mind you, he was just hammering that bottom lane of the map, right? So, yes, Paquito was the answer, was an approach towards Moreno, but there was Chip.
The Chip is just such a value pick right now, and Evos, they've usually been able to stave off that kind of global aggression, but this time Bigetron Alpha got the better of him, and you can see, despite a dip here, a valley here, there's no water, Eterna. This is not prime real estate in game number 3.
No, Bigetron don't care about water.
Water.
They're not thirsty.
They're like
robots,
mountains.
you know, they were afraid of the short circuit.
Ah, yeah, because, you know, electricity.
Yes, machines, electricity. We'll have to see though. Rust?
Programmed to win.
No. You know,
Programmed to win, but not programmed to be waterproof, apparently, because Bigetron Alpha.
I'll be dreaming about bats tonight, ladies and gentlemen, if I was Brands.
I mean, there's still a point.
Right.
It's not all over yet.
Oh, yet?
Woo.
It's not over yet.
Okay.
It truly isn't, but we are going back. Well, we are still at match point, essentially, but... And, you know, Evos, they're a team... I don't think momentum is necessarily important for them. They've come back from even worse scenarios.
They were 9th.
They were 9th. It's not even 0 to hero, it's minus to hero.
Right. I think both these teams have that mental fortitude to really go through like a long, arduous best of 5, especially in these playoffs. So I really don't think that even at match point, you can kind of discount one of these teams, right? We just seen it earlier. Even though they're actually behind in that game, mentally at least they should be pressured. But no, they find these strategies and turns out they still have an ace up their sleeves, which causes you to wonder, why hasn't it been shown earlier? And how many more does Coach Cassioud have at his disposal? Those are big sleeves he has.
I know what he has up his sleeve.
Oh, what is that? The slow reveal.
You may... Okay. Somebody took a class.
Oh no!
What? No
Who
way.
stole it?
But, ladies and
found it.
gentlemen...
It's mine now.
Outplayed, Goni. You should have known better. All right.
Boom!
Let's see it. Let's see it.
This is what the coach has up his sleeves, ladies and gentlemen. Gear up for the launch of Saturday's and MPL ID collaboration. Oh, that's a big zoom. I fix my hair a bit. On March 4th, this eyewear is a secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. Available at Saturdays.com and all of these Saturday stores. For more information, you guys can check out at Saturdays.Lisa on Instagram as well as TikTok.
That's
I actually kind of like it.
It's a clean...
What do you guys think? Yay or nay?
Definite yay.
Yeah.
Yay for me. Can I try
Really?
it out?
You want to try it?
Yeah.
Sure.
That
Here.
sounds like bias, Goni.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Quickly.
There we go.
You know what rhymes with quickly? Samsung
Samsung
TV.
TV.
How do you know this? How does he know?
I know.
Because he has the glasses. It's a buff.
It is a buff.
Is it giving you foresight into the future?
A little. And you guys, if you have an intense gaming session, right? But experiencing constant lag, you know what? Mobile gaming is better on TV. Win any game with a FreeSync Premium Pro and Motion Accelerated Turbo Pro from Neo QLED, making movements smoother and preventing stuttering. Experience more wow in gaming.
So basically, if you're using a normal TV, if I were to wave my hand like this, it would be like...
There'll be stutters, yes.
Stutter. But, yeah.
But with Samsung, it's like this. Do you see it? Did you even see me wave? No?
No.
Stutter free, bro.
That's the speed of Eterna's hands as well. She's a kung fu master.
Can you do it again?
I am.
Wow.
There you go. You see it? So Riza waved his hand. Did you see? I bet you didn't.
No.
You can't see me.
Because we're using the Samsung TV.
It's wow.
Wild.
It's just
wow.
a big wow. 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 Previous game recap though, that's a wow amount of damage coming out of Chorizo, right? Moreno, of course, was on top. That's no secret. But the fact that Chorizo was the second highest damage dealer, 10,000 gold damage difference only, shows again that in that game, he was a bit underrated, overlooked on the EXP lane, keeping Fluffy in control. Fluffy on the Paquito, nonetheless. Something that he's usually really adept at doing. Chorizo was able to keep him under control, and Chorizo was also just so annoying in the backline. If Brands is a menace if he can get right up next and close and personal to Moreno, Chorizo is a menace when he can get up close and personal to Brands and Clocken right there. As you can see, if you look at the whole situation right there, the fact that the Carmilla was supposed to be a counter to the team fights really didn't work out the way Evos really wanted it to.
Absolutely not. He was just so sleek with it.
Sleek?
Yeah.
Slick.
He caught them off fine.
Yeah, I agree. I think he understands.
I'm mad at Goni now.
Go on, Goni, you were saying.
Yeah, I think we mentioned it earlier.
He's stunned.
Was what built that game in the early game with the gangs, with the shortcuts, with just crumbles, right? It dismantled Evos Glory early, and they don't have the time to recover. Almost, but not enough.
Not quite. Bigetron though, again, like you mentioned, Goni, did a great job just avoiding these obvious team fights. They were just very surprising with how they were approaching these fights. It's almost like they want to make sure that it's a pickoff. They never just go in for a fight. It's like they have a radar that detects how close Dreams is. When he's around, they're like, okay, no, don't play with him. Like kids on the playground. Don't play with Dreams. We want him around here. Once Dreams is gone though, everyone just has a good time from Bigetron. So we'll see if right now the chip will finally be respected, because for Evos that certainly was a big problem, a big wrench in the neat cogs of the Evos machine.
Let's see the adaptations coming through for the fourth game of this series, as we are moments away of entering the drafting phase. Coliseum beckons, and we'll see who will stay on the blue side. Will Evos opt for blue side once again, or are they content with red side? And the answer is they will go first pick. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, a Samsung Galaxy. And the picks are rolling through.
Wow.
They mean business. Moskov, Alpha, and the Yuzong. These all are three power picks. Bigetron respond with very similar things here, with the Sicilian being picked up once again.
Signature picks all around the board. Moskov, Alpha, Yuzong. And yeah, we saw what Moreno did on that Sicilian. Seems like he wants to replicate that with the help of the Baksha and the Roger. Second phase, wow, that was, yeah, you're right, quick. Novaria though, man, out. You know that what is currently lacking in Evos' composition is range, and they will deny the Novaria from Evos' hand.
Interesting. A Diggy though, showing up out of nowhere. What do they have planned here? Are they trying to go for something that could just destroy in like a big combo? Could be something like an Atlas, a throwback. That is usually the pick that can be countered by a Diggy. But considering the stats, considering the history and the context right now, there's no way that Bigetron can preemptively expect that, so Minotaur is the closest thing.
Tigreal is also a possibility, right? The king of Tigreal is Dreams.
Let's hear from the
And
crowd.
Iggy is also a natural counter towards the Tigreal.
And it's a pick that Key is quite comfortable in playing. So we'll have to see, with the CC banned away, that backline threat that Chorizo had will be notified. The Edith comes through, for an extra bit of damage. It's a lot of magical, spammable damage right here, but not a lot of tankiness outside of the Baxia. Could be a dangerous situation for Evos, but with the Moskov and the Alpha and the Yuzong, there's a chance they're gonna go all out and just sink in their claws into Marino in the back line.
So let's see here with the comfort picks. We really want to go for the Tiger. Oh, Valentina is hovered around. It's also yep, Tiger confirmed. And the Valentina. So a lot of purple heroes here inside of Evos Glory in this game. Will Bigetron respond with?
It's like a throwback to the purple meta with the Tigreal, with the Valentina that has a chance to steal away the Primal Wrath. That is a lot of damage potentially coming out from the Valentina. But again, they're not all too tanky. They're still very combo-based, momentum-based in the big fights. For Bigetron, what would be this final pick here to seal the whole thing? Is it more tankiness? Is it more crowd control? It's both!
It's playmaking for Chorizo here. We're gonna see exactly how this works out, right? Because with a very quick Roger and Baxia pick, that Alpha is gonna be able to counter it. And we've seen Annabelle be able to perform so well on the Alpha as a counter towards this Baxia. And we've seen it become a very big deterrent to not just Baxia players, but we've seen it against the Barretts. We've seen it against quite a few utility junglers, and it works out. The last time he picked up this Alpha, he was able to get a Maniac in the early stage of the game and eventually lead up to a snowball. What are your feelings? What are your thoughts on this draft?
The draft index was showing that Evos had an overwhelming advantage in both the early, mid, and late game. But for Bigetron, I feel like it comes down to the execution. If they go for a proper all-out team fight, if they can mitigate the initial jump from Evos, then they'll be fine. And keep in mind that Evos right now have a lot of combo-reliant, they are very combo-reliant in their team fight, so if Bigetron can avoid that, they should be okay.
The Sky Kings have done it in match number 1. Will the Red Robots, the #1 contenders, be able to do it in match number 2? Will they be able to force a game number 5? Ladies and gentlemen, match point still for the White Tigers as Bigetron look to go for the reverse sweep.
Both teams again being aggressive in the early game, and the little contest getting more and more scary. But for now, seems like Supercan actually will be clearing just that much faster. And right now, looking at the emblems by GamesMax, Brands with the tenacity, he knows that he is definitely going to be a target. He wants to be in the front, dashing forward just to get extra bits of damage out. So we'll have to see if that will end up being critical in his safety later on. Clocker, though, with the Inspire, he wants to get those spells out as often as possible. It's almost a bit utility-based for him, with a lot of big ultimates to steal away from the side of Bigetron.
Going back to the gold lane, what do you think about this Moskov and the Roger matchup? Who does it favor?
Oh, before that, Spear of Alpha almost connects on towards him on 3v1 there for a moment.
But yes, the Moskov and the Roger, I think the Roger still has more of an advantage for sure, but whoa!
Oh, Dreams flickers out just in time. Iman just posturing over 2 members of Evos there. Does not care, and Turtle will be up in 5. So let's see here. What will Evos do? His Tigreal isn't level 4 yet.
Not just yet, but there you go, Eterna. As you ask the question, the answer pops up. That seems to be a pattern for today as well. But with this level advantage, Marino not level 4 either. But the Turtle's already very, very low. Dreams doesn't have the combo.
Explosion not available, but the Black Dragon form will be invested, will come to gain something.
Ooh.
Picker of Shatter there from the side of King. Does not connect to any EPOS members, but this time Dreams will be comboed. The damage though will not be enough just yet. 1 HP, but he survives.
Lethal Ignition sure would have gotten him there as Fluffy and Sorizo in a 1v1 situation.
Fluffy on the Yuzong. Great laning prowess. 1v1, there's no way Sorizo should win in an all-out duel. But that's for now. With more regeneration, that's a whole different story. Knowing that Tarista's kit, damage reduction when he's lower, the sustain as well. Seems like for Bigetron, it's more of a multifaceted approach right here. They are alternating the ganks very reliably. If we take a look at the items so far, just components for now. I think they have to wait a bit longer to see any real power spikes.
Can move on towards Fluffy. Loves the Poissons, but does not want to engage more. Top lane though, Dreams will slide away from danger. Almost. No flicker just yet, but almost. So perhaps here, after that recall, he might want an engage with the flicker implosion that we have yet to see in this game.
Can finally feel the tempo difference here in game number 4. As both of these teams, they don't want to take too much of a risk. They know what's at stake here. They know that they will have to fall to the lower bracket, especially for Bigetron, with the pressure definitely on them. But Evos also don't want to lose their ground. They also don't want to lose their momentum to get that second life as they continue on into the upper brackets. The turtle has already spawned. Annabelle here at level 8. Super Ken still falling a little bit behind. He should be able to get it very, very soon. But that's a small window if they want to take advantage of it.
Is aware of that potential engage. And, well, Bigetron, they are moving on towards that neutral objective. But they will take their time. Dreams has that flicker implosion. I'm sure that is in the back of their minds of Bigetron Alpha's Rockland. From another angle, there you go. They engage. 2 members knocked up, crowd controlled. And Dreams actually first one to fall, so Rizzo collecting the turtle. Fluffy will be the trade as well. Now take a look at Rizzo moving on towards Clock. That's 3 members from Evos Glory down and out.
And Sorizo, on top of that, is able to get the neutral objective. Evos lose right, left, down, and center. And they get another turret in the mid lane to boot. That's a lot more map pressure that they can work with the Boxia already circling around, already rotating towards this top side. Brents, the only thing he can do is try and defend. But even that will cross inevitable.
Wow, man, Bigetron from out of nowhere. An all-out win, 3 kills, along with the neutral objective. That will be something that Evos has to try and wait for a chance to recover from. The damage coming in from multiple members there just caught them completely off guard. If they want to go for a big play, it has to be comboed in perfectly. They don't really have the same kind of tankiness, especially for Annabelle. If he wants to stay out in the front there and sustain that damage, he needs a couple more items, man. There's no way he can do it for now.
0-1-0 so far. Bigetron have been doing a very good job at not allowing that snowball from happening. A 3.6k gold lead, and it looks like Bigetron want to pick up the tempo once again. Dreams looks for a play onto Iman, but doesn't commit onto it. Instead, Iman is still going to be able to clear very quickly, actually, as Super Ken is on the move.
Yeah, Super Ken again looking for a possible opening, but so Rizzo defensive penalty zone here. Annabelle trying to find the true damage, finds it and secures that kill. Top lane, yeah, Dreams knows that Iman has that purify, so just committing on to that explosion alone, it's really not worth it. Though, yeah, the last turtle will be up, and for now, Bigetron Alpha just has all the space in the world for that turtle pit.
They're just corralling around at the bottom side, but implosion!
Implosion on towards no follow-up damage though, and Dreams will be punished. Evos Glory, they move, they run for the hills though. Fluffy looking for a flank, will not commit on towards that dragon form, but Bigetron Alpha again winning on trades.
Again, Dreams gets taken down. He gets the implosion play, but the follow-up is not there. Break that down for us, Arashi. What happened?
Bigetron just do so much damage that they just nuked down the neutral objective, and Evos, they were preemptively expecting someone to go to the far side of the map to try and clear the lanes out, but it turns out Bigetron just went straight for it. Because of that, they were late to the party and they had the Yutong too far away to really make a difference. And right now is the exact opposite. Immediately you see Sorizo on a Terizla going on the bottom, cutting the waves, baiting a response, but at the same time, the rest of the team invades towards the jungle of Evos. And so the response, the reaction from Evos is forced out of them. They are forced to go into the jungle where Sorizo can get a free turret.
Concealed play nearly over onto Brands, but it was only just to zone him away to be able to allow Amon to get that turret in the top side. Now they're playing it carefully. They're playing it safely. They're waiting for the next neutral objective, but 36 seconds left for it to spawn. Dreams on standby to look for that proper opening. Clocken has opted to go for Edith's ultimate here.
Primal Wrath, that's a lot of damage, but they have to make sure that the fights are on their terms. If Clocken right now goes in for it on a big play, whoa!
Committed the flicker. Keep in mind, Moreno has the purple buff. So yeah, he's ready for a big fight. Evos Glory, question is, are they ready? Let's see though, seems like they will just clear the orange buff, and even Bigetron Alpha, they know that they will not take unnecessary fights. They will move themselves towards, rotate towards the Lord area.
Brands is falling so far behind. Only 2 items so far. He's 2 levels below of Iman at the moment.
Oh, flicker canceled from that implosion, and Moreno will deal a lot of damage towards streams. Though Sorizo will be the trade. Annabelle secures it. Take a look at Iman and Fluffy top side. As Annabelle collects the double, the Lord now, it's actually free for Annabelle. Surely Super Ken zoned out, but the damage will be enough for Annabelle to collect the triple. Fluffy will secure Iman. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 members down and out. 4-2.
And the problem is, despite that trade going in favor of the White Tigers, Moreno is the one that picks up the shutdown. So there is still a bit of an advantage that Bigetron have picked up in that entire exchange. But of course, Bigetron, they lose the tempo, they lose control of the game, and they lose that turret in the mid lane as Evos Fluffy already on standby here to maybe make a play, to open up information, gather all that he can get. 1.4k gold lead now slimmed down for the Red Robots.
The unfortunate thing for Bigetron is that they have a lot of damage, but it's skill-based, it's not targeted. And for Evos, a lot of their members are just so mobile. Dreams, of course, with the Sacred Hammer, but Brands, Clocken, Annabelle, and Fluffy all have a dash built into their kit. Now Super Ken tries to threaten for an engage, but that's a problem when they jump on someone, when the fights are ongoing. Moreno is having a hard time landing a lot of these bat impacts. Even in the final sequence of that fight, if he landed 1 or 2 of those bat impacts, he would have secured the kills on both those members of Evos, but they were just a bit too jumpy all over the place, and that is something that he needs to try and keep in mind next time. And if he can build for a Ice Queen's wand, that could be the solution.
Concealed play earlier on. I thought they were going to go for it. Falcon does get the Primal Wrath, however. Okay!
Oh, knocks 2 members up, Annabelle being one of them. No? Black Dragon form just to have more space towards backside though. And Bigetron Alpha, they realize that they have more HPs. They might commit and bait out the whereabouts on Evos Glory's side. Let's see though, Fluffy jumps in. Furious dive towards the back. And Bigetron, they also just reposition, hovers around, looking for a possible angle. Conceal from Key now, looking for a member. Not quite connect just yet though. Evos Glory also here is just patient. And with that, Bigetron Alpha saw no window. They will back away. Take a look outside. Moscow will show on the map what will Bigetron decide to do. They will force that fight. Dreams though with the flicker. Cancelled! Fear of destruction is there! And Bronze will find its one! Finds the triple! And Clocken secures the Lord! Evos Glory! Don't count them out just yet!
They're going ham. They're going in with everything they've got. Evos come back in the game. They get the neutral objective. Look at the timers. Look, as Moreno is the only one left standing. He's dealing the damage. Can he defend this alone?
But then he slips. He wants blood of Moreno. But the main base shall be the main objective. Ladies and gentlemen, Bigetron Alpha will go down to the lower brackets as the White Tigers. They will soar and fight in the upper bracket finals.
Evos Glory!
Evos Glory.
Our very own Cinderella story. Who would have thought the outcome of this match going negative in the points of the regular season, clawing their way into the playoffs, clearing Liquid Aura, one of the tournament favorites, and taking them out of their playoff run, and now they bring down the #1 contenders of MPL ID Season 13 down into the lower brackets. One team, one voice, one family.
What a performance by Evos, despite the surprises that Bigetron has set up for them. They found a way. They power through with signature pocket picks, with great execution and patience and discipline. Evos, man, they're a real contender and they're a real problem for everyone in the playoffs right now.
It was Liquid Aura. Today it will be Bigetron Alpha. Evos Glory will become a legend after in this playoff run already. 3-0 and now 3-1. FNATIC Onic. Wow.
What an outcome. A big contender, Gunny. We're gonna talk to this contender. Our very own anime arc at MPL ID Season 13. Let's talk to them with Bude Clara Mongstar and Monica Conado on the stage. Pasok.
Evos Glory! Wow! Terus melaju melalui upper bracket. Luar biasa. Dan melihat bagaimana performa mereka, kok kayaknya heboh banget tadi. Fluffy, kemenangan ini begitu nge-hype kah untuk kamu?
Apa?
Kemenangan yang sudah kamu tunggu-tunggu kah?
Ya, kemenangan ini udah saya tunggu-tunggu sih sebenarnya. Kan soalnya saya ditungguin juga sama player Bigetron.
Oh, ekspresif banget dari tadi ya. Ini benar-benar luar biasa. Akhirnya ketemu lagi kemarin, kayaknya baru ketemu Evos Glory kita Bude ya. Hari ini ketemu lagi dan kita akan lihat nanti ya besok. Oke, responnya saat ditunggu pada saat terakhir regular season ya. Apa tuh? Gimana kalian menjawab penantian dari Bigetron?
Oh, Serius mau jawab, serius.
Responnya apa? Responnya ketika, apakah tertantang dan jadi...
Responnya biasa aja sih Bude sebenarnya. Kan mungkin panas sekali player Bigetronnya. Jadi ya kalau gue sih pribadi biasa aja.
Biasa aja tapi biasa menang aja. Ya dan menunjukkan bahwa memang ini masih Evos masih menjadi most wanted-nya Bigetron Alpha. Ini kalian pembuktiankah memang gak bisa kalah nih dari Bigetron?
Apa?
Emang pembuktian nih tetap jadi most wanted-nya Bigetron? Jadi memang kita ngelihat dari Bigetron leg kedua hanya kalian yang bisa mengalahkannya. Sekarang pun kalian melakukan hal itu lagi.
the top klasemen, kalian turunkan ke lower bracket.
Kita ngelakuin kayak biasa sih, kayak maksudnya nganggap semua tim sama, jadi lakukan yang terbaik setiap roundnya sih.
Lawan yang terbaik, namun Bigetron tuh digadang-gadang menjadi tim yang terkuat juga karena melihat dari regular season mereka. Tapi gimana sih kalian melihat sang robot merah di match pembukaan mereka hari ini?
Ya kalau dibilang kan kuat ya emang kuat lah, nyatanya bisa top 1, terus juga dari game match tadi maksudnya nggak ada yang menang gampang ataupun kalah gampang, semuanya match seru, jadi ya emang itu ngebuktikan kualitas Bigetron juga lah.
Wow, tapi sebenarnya kalau dibilang kalian itu udah bertarung dari kemarin di day pertama. Ini menjadi pertandingan kedua kalian di playoff. Sedangkan untuk Bigetron ini pertandingan pertama pembukaan di playoff. Jadi sebenarnya ini keuntungankah buat kalian sebenarnya dari regular season ke playoff ini berada di mungkin bukan di upper bracket. Makanya kali ini kayaknya bisa ngalahin top klasemen.
Ya kalau dibilang keuntungan nggak juga lah, pasti di regular season juga kita maunya upper bracket juga. Ya pasti ya kayak tadi yang aku bilang, kita lakuin yang terbaik setiap roundnya lah. Terus juga dari persiapan semuanya udah dari coaching staff, pasti udah siapin semuanya juga.
Namun dari kalian sendiri, sebelum match ini berlangsung, apa yang kalian mungkin lakukan dan perbincangkan spesial untuk pertarungan upper bracket ini? Ada nggak?
Nggak ada sih, kayak match biasa aja, lawan tim yang lain juga sama aja.
Sama aja.
Wow.
Namun menarik ya pastinya kalau kita melihat di game ketiga tadi, what happened with Anafel?
Kayaknya diincer mulu ya.
Halo.
Gimana tuh Anafel? Di game ketiga tadi kayaknya diincer mulu tuh kamu.
Disusahin sama Ken sih, kayak gak dikasih farming sama Ken.
Jadi gimana nih? Tapi ternyata kalian berhasil mengamankan poin kemenangan di match kali ini. Ketemu Super Ken yang dari season sebelumnya juga bisa dibilang ini kalau tadi ya sama Coach Aldo, ex-coachnya bilang Super Ken ini salah satu jungler yang berpotensi luar biasa nih di MPL Indonesia. Menurut kamu seperti apa nih Anafel?
Ya emang jago, soalnya Super Ken standar jungler saya.
Sebagai standar junglermu.
Ya.
Sebagai standar berarti kamu ingin terus menggapainya dong.
Ya bisa dibilang gitulah.
Namun sekarang kamu sudah berhasil memenangkan match melawan Super Ken. Apakah ini berarti sesuatu? Kamu sudah mencapai standar itu?
Lagi beruntung sih, lagi beruntung.
Lagi beruntung, tapi sudah sampai ke standar itu belum?
Kayaknya belum, soalnya Super Ken lebih unggul dibanding saya.
Wow, dalam bidang apa tuh?
Ya decision making lah pastinya.
Menarik, saling respect satu sama lain dan itu ditunjukkan. Kali ini kalian tetap bertahan di upper bracket. Namun lawan kalian esok hari adalah Sang Raja Langit. Raja Hutan harus berhadapan dengan Raja Langit. Tentu ini akan menjadi menarik buat kamu sendiri. Lawanmu esok, ada Kairi dan juga Onic, FNATIC Onic. Bagaimana kalian melihat untuk pertempuran di upper bracket esok hari?
Kalau aku katanya mau jawab sih.
Lawan Onic ya Bude? Ya main kayak biasa aja sih Bude.
Main kayak biasa. Bentar, kayak biasanya kalian tuh gimana sih? Ini playoff, ini pasti nggak mungkin biasa. Terlihat semua orang tuh terkaget-kaget, terheran-heran. Dengan bahkan kemenangan kalian ini aja membuat banyak banget orang berteriak.
Ya main kayak yang udah kita latih di spring sih. Ya.
Namun ada pressure nggak sih melawan Sunsguard?
Apa?
Ada pressure nggak untuk
Nggak
melawan
ada.
Sunsguard?
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada, karena kalau kemarin kan katanya Cloakun God. Benar nggak sih Cloakun?
Enggak benar.
Tapi Dreams, bagaimana nih persiapannya? Besok ketemu Raja Langit nih, yang udah tripit champion nih. Mungkin apakah masih sepercaya diri hari ini kah?
Ya, apa ya, kayak saling percaya sama satu tim kan, udah main aja udah.
Percaya, itu kuncinya.
Ya mungkin kita bisa melihat bahwa kali ini Evos terlihat sangat solid. Belum lagi lihat Evos Fam dari tadi bernyanyi, kali ini memberikan lampunya, memberikan lightnya. Tolong Evos Glory, mereka ingin mendengar sesuatu dari kalian.
Regi biasanya mau ngomong terus sih.
Udah.
Buat Evos Fam nih, buat Evos Fam.
Buat Evos Fam ya terima kasih lah udah dukung kita terus. Apalagi buat Evos Garis Keras yang selalu dukung kita. Terus buat koreo-koreonya juga keren banget. Ramein lagi besok.
Karena satu kemenangan lagi, kalian bisa menjadi wakil dari Indonesia untuk MSC. Kalian sadar akan hal itu?
Sadar lah.
Bisakah kalian menggapai itu?
Ya berdoanya pasti lancar semuanya lah.
Dan mari kita doakan untuk kelancaran pula untuk kemenangan kali ini dari Evos Glory. Sambutlah sang Evos Glory.
The upper bracket finals, here we go. We finally get to see who will battle it out up there in the skies with the Sky Kings. It's the White Tigers obtaining wings. That rhymed, by the way. Thank you so much.
What?
Rap God. Sky Kings. The White Tigers grew wings.
Yeah, bars.
I know,
Bars.
right? Talented.
MC Turner.
Amazing. You know it.
Album coming soon. But man, wow. You could make a pretty sick song out of the chants coming in from the Evos fans, man.
It hasn't stopped.
No, it's been constant. Unreal.
Even as the player of the game, the player of the match, was walking after his interview, it didn't stop. It went even louder as Brands was giving out the high fives.
Yep.
But this is the player of the match presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. This time he goes for the Moskov and the Purify.
No, there was a time back then where Moscow with Purify is weird, it's frowned upon, it's almost an insta-lose. But now, you don't see the Moscow actually going with the Inspire anymore, ever. There's just so much danger around. And in this game, despite being exposed, being faced with the surprises from Bigetron, the Sicilian coming in, Evos, within one game, found a working solution. If you can't out-damage the Sicilian, make sure that you can get close, up close and personal to him. And as we were talking about it, everyone just dashed. It's almost like Bigetron didn't lose the fight, he just got overwhelmed, got run over by Evos just dashing through. And part of the reason why they were able to do so was Brands helping with the clearing, helping with the damage. The Spear of Destruction as an extra layer of danger for the members of Bigetron, especially in the back line. Here's the MVP heat map here for Brands. I can't even speak right now. I'm being interrupted by the crowd. Insane. But from 5 minutes to 10 minutes right here, look at where he's playing, man. He knows his priorities. He knows where he needs to be. He sticks to the important areas unless something is about to go down. And even then, going with the Spear of Destruction, that global presence, we've been talking about it. It's global presence, but it's also a way to, as a surprise flank maneuver. And usually we talk about that play being available if you're up against a Farsa, right? Spear of Destruction comes in, the Moskov deletes her, but even against a Sicilian, it's actually quite relevant as well. Here are the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, Ube as gold. And then in the beginning, it's looking dangerous, it's looking difficult. In these fights, the Sicilian is just doing so much damage. Even if the bat impacts don't land, the bat piece itself does a lot of damage. And Dreams, it's so funny. In the beginning, these big engages from greens, when they work, doesn't result in a decisive victory for the side of Evos. But as we'll see here eventually, when the engages actually get cancelled by Key predicting with the Edith, somehow, some way, I guess it's late enough in the game that they're able to find the chance to win it out here. And look at Moreno spamming the spells out, trying his best to match up, but the rest of the team, the rest of the members of Bigetron get taken out, and it's a team game. And again, it's almost forced to miss these bad impacts due to the danger of Evos.
He always has to keep on maneuvering in and out, right, to avoid... Miracle's crying, by the way, in the background there. He's always forced to maneuver around because of that damage, the CC availability and the tools that Evos have. So at that point, he's dealing the damage, but the bad impacts, it's way more difficult.
Wow.
The
it's less
dive,
direct.
that's the thing about the Sicilian, right? It's always great to rush towards the Sicilian instead of running away from the Sicilian. Because the Sicilian, the targeting is so much easier for kiting instead of if they have to go for the offense.
Right. I mean, Sicilian, all the spells have usually there's a max range for spells, but for Sicilian, there is a minimum range for spells, right? Whenever anyone gets too close, your spells literally cannot land on
Exactly.
them. That's where the bad feast actually becomes such a value tool. It's damage, it's sustain, but it's also the movement
Mobility,
speed.
yeah.
Exactly, for you to finally get that. And we talked about the potential solutions for the approach from Evos Glory. The Ice Queen's wand, it was completed actually in the end right there, but too little, too late. Evos were just able to just rush through again and again, and despite having technically 3 very technical frontliners, right? The Baxia, the Terizla, and technically the Edith as well, who builds full defensive items, Evos were just able to just melt down everyone, partially due to the true damage coming out of Annabelle, and of course, Brands on the Moskov just doing it all. And the fights are that clumped, it really values this composition for Evos Glory. They can just hit everyone at the same time. And of course, shout out to Fluffy being on the Yutong. He wasn't able to get huge denials in this game, and he was just struggling to match Terizla initially, but you put Fluffy on an aggressive laner, he has impact, whether you like it or not.
This is surprising, actually. If we take a look at the gold distribution for both Iman and Brands, it's actually quite fair in terms of the minion gold distribution. And I thought that Iman in the lane would have had a better time because of the snowball, but is it because of the kit that Moskov has with the pierce and the knockback that hinders the Roger? But I thought that would be not the case. But why is it that it's so close?
Well, the Moskov is just very much flexible, right? You have an attack speed boost, you have a gap closer or an escape, and you have a crowd control tool, and of course mobility, which is why it's been so popular. I think Iman was still doing pretty well in the lane, but he was unable to really capitalize and actually literally snowball in that lane, because every single time he tries to go for it, there seems to be safety measures available for Evos. And he even went with the Purify as well, so he is extra safe, and that's just the way Brands likes to play. He wants to have all the guarantees as much as possible in order to be able to go and make aggressive plays like we saw in that final sequence, just arriving right next to all the action, knowing that he has that extra layer of safety, I would say.
And what an execution, right? Overall from Evos Glory, almost with the sweep. And this game, we saw from the drafts, is already mostly comforts. You got the Moskov, you got the Alpha, Yuzong, Tigreal as well. It just shows that, hey, you don't care about prior heroes. You don't care about meta quote-unquote heroes.
I think it just shows again.
Power hero, I'm gonna give it to you, says their coach.
I think it's a great showing of like, okay, there's a meta, right? But power heroes still have an impact, right? In the right circumstances, in the right situations. It's all about how you play it in the Land of Dawn and how you can kind of like craft a proper working coordinated composition. Because of course it's all great signature heroes for the side of Evos, but they all work well together as well. It's not just, okay buddy, you like this hero, go for it. You're good at this hero, go for it. It's still calculated, so props to Coach Strategy for coming up with this.
Top G.
Top G strategy.
Because for a while there, it wasn't looking too good for Evos.
It wasn't convincing.
Right?
It wasn't.
Like, Arashi mentioned that there wasn't a snowball built, but Aman had the gold lead.
But
Sabar.
Bronze wasn't far behind.
Mid dulu.
Ya sama gua.
Lihat lagi.
Aman. Gua cuma joiningin dong, Boy.
Gak ada flicker kok ide ini.
Masih bisa nggak kalian?
Masih bisa. Gua masih bisa.
Kecil. Aman gua.
Aman juga gua.
Gak ada ulti kok ini, Terisnya.
Bisa reset nggak, Boy?
Saya lu tunggu naga.
Nice. Gua naikin bawah juga nih.
Boleh.
Gua bisa pakai ulti, Boy.
Itu gua kalahin dulu ya berarti ya. Ditarik lagi ya. Dia langsung malin Bran.
Gua bisa ulti.
Ayo, lihat. Dapat.
Mari gua ada. Nice boy.
Nice.
Nice kau.
Ada. Nice boy. Ada gua. Depanin.
Bisa sih kalau memaksa.
Bisa. Hati aja, jangan damage, jangan ngejet, Boy.
5 detik itu.
Gua nagain.
Sikat. Itu sesilah.
Masuk nih, Wes.
Masuk. Fokus lock. Lock boy.
Lock. Nice.
Wow.
It's actually quite funny if you took a look at the golden moment by OBS Gold there. You can see the players in the front, but you can also see what's happening in the back with like the coaches and everyone from the management and so on and so forth. So when Brands was able to get that play, that team fight, and they were able to get that advantage, everyone from the side of Evos, they were like super calm. They're like, nice, okay, nice. I think we can do this. And then everyone in the back, they were jumping up and down.
No, they know it's over.
It was so funny, but it just goes to show that even in that particular scenario, when everybody knows that, man, it's over, they still kept their cool. They weren't like hammered by their own emotions.
They want to see the base destroyed first.
And then they celebrate.
And then they go crazy.
And Fluffy definitely went crazy. He just stood up. He yelled something out. I couldn't quite make it out, but he just went. You can see his arms, right? He's out of the camera frame, but you can see his arms go up. He was like, wow! He just yelled something out in response. You love to see the energy, man. And you know how, of course, you can't deny, of course, you would feel that way after such a match. It was looking quite sketchy for a bit, but they pulled it off.
Fluffy has been very emotive since he joined Evos. Because I don't recall that
from
in
Kira?
Aura. Yeah, from, exactly. Do you recall that?
Maybe he's more comfortable
Maybe.
in Evos' jersey.
Maybe. There's actually a meet and greet going on
MNG.
back there, ladies and gentlemen. So if you guys want a chance to meet and greet your idols, your pro players, your favorite team, you guys can totally do that if you come over to Velodrome, Jakarta International Velodrome.
JIV.
right.
Oh, JIV, my bad.
JAV? What?
3-1 though.
Jiv. Wow, indeed. We're now gonna take a look at the Kadia play of the day. It's Dreams from Evos Glory.
Look at this, man. He just went for that initiation. It initially didn't work out, but then the fact that I guess really he was able to push Aman sideways, you know, displace him, and the fact that everyone kind of focused him down, that was a bit like a bait, right? All the spells used towards him, everyone else was like, okay, all the attention's over there, let's go for it, rush him, and it worked out, right? And the difference in how fast the damage comes out for Evos compared to Bigetron, right? The fact that all the spells deal damage instantly compared to Bigetron, that requires a bit of time.
Yeah.
Even the bat impact, the more you cast it, the more damage it does. So the first initial few seconds, you can see a difference in damage output, man.
For sure, and that's when ultimately Bigetron, they lost control. But let's take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the playoffs bracket. You can see with the wins coming in from FNATIC Onic as well as Evos Glory, they will advance to the final upper bracket. Whoever wins that will step forward immediately to the grand finals. But before that, we are gonna see that first match of the day tomorrow between the lower brackets with Geek and Bigetron going head to head. So either one of them will have to say goodbye to the playoffs.
Oh boy. I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. But yeah, I mean, with that, Bigetron Alpha's upper brackets privileges will not go long, not go far. Meanwhile, FNOC and Evos, one more win to secure Riyadh. One more win to secure MSC.
There's more than just playoffs at stake right now. A lot of teams definitely have their eyes already at least a bit ahead. But they have to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves, because as you can see, even the tournament favorites can slip up. Teams are just improving like crazy right now, and you can never know for sure.
With so much on the line, I mean, you mentioned Riyadh, but that prize pool, the life-changing prize pool.
Oh yeah.
I think people are saying that this is one of the biggest prize pools we've ever seen in MLBB history. And that's what makes this such a big deal. It's no longer just MSC, it's MSC and Riyadh with the life-changing prize pool. So all these teams, all these orgs, all these players, they're desperately trying to get that ticket. And there's only 2 for them. So that grand final slot is going to be more imperative than ever.
I'm looking forward to see how the crowd will be, because, you know, this is a stadium and it's been kind of repurposed. It's actually a circuit, but the crowds are just making it work, right? You would think that with some gaps here and there, you can tell there's like the lane for the bicycles initially, but man, the velodrome actually is kind of growing on me.
I didn't realize it at first, that was a track. we were talking about it in the break,
subtle.
and I was like, but it's slanted. And then they told me why. So yeah, I'm not much of a...
After being revitalized for the historic 2018 Asian Games, the velodrome managed by Jack Pro now focuses on expanding its business through sports and entertainment events, and is now hosting MPL ID Season 13. And I have to say, I'm liking this trend, right? From other sports towards potentially entertainment and esports. I'm liking it. It's putting us more mainstream.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to use it for, you can use it for anything. Arashi's a singer, by the way. You can make a concert here.
Well, it's not just the concert, right? Because aside from esport events, they can also be used for multi-purpose events like concerts, like you mentioned, but boxing,
you don't
school
wanna sing
events,
here?
corporate gatherings even, and
wanna
brand
sing.
activations. Your everyday venue for all your needs. My own concert, I don't know, man, but if you at home have some kind of event, why not the velodrome?
Why not? Your everyday venue for all your needs.
Yes, but Arashi will sing
You can make your own meet and greet.
grand finals.
Absolutely not. Why would I do that?
Meet and greet, right?
Why are you putting me on the
So many
spot all the time,
fans.
bro?
It's perfect.
It is perfect. It is.
And then you can run with your fans.
You can
Healthy.
basically do anything here.
Anything.
Mhm.
Okay.
It is a multi-purpose venue.
True.
What else can you do? You can make your own tournament.
Yes, definitely.
What tournament?
A dancing tournament.
Dancing tournament?
You're a big dancer.
I thought you were gonna go with like a caster-only international boxing tournament. Would you
That would
not
be
love
fun.
to see that? I mean, we would pay the price for it, but would be cool. I'm just saying. I would pay money for that.
I'd lose, so I don't want to join.
All of our other colleagues, shout out to you guys if you're watching. I think you
I think
are.
Naisu would win.
Oh,
or Leo.
Man, I would hate to go up against Naisu, man.
They're very athletic.
I'm gonna like fly out of the ring.
I can imagine it.
The size difference, dude. There are weight classes for a reason, man. Naisu is in the building weight class.
Arashi, don't underestimate yourself, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Give yourself some time, maybe.
Gotta bulk up.
You have to be like Evos, you know?
Oh.
Everything
Underdogs.
against them.
All odds against them.
Data not on their side.
Definitely not.
Not at all.
They were 9th for the season. Bigetron stayed on top for the whole 9 weeks.
Which shows again, we were just saying, it's a lot more difficult to stay on top than get to the top. And you're seeing again a bit of the struggle. Definitely a lot of teams having their own discussions and maybe even talking to other teams, right? Like kind of cooperating, like, hey, yo, dude, we want to beat Bigetron as well, right? We gotta find a solution, bro. Like, let's pool our intellect, our brainwaves, as Eternal likes to say, and find a solution here.
Have to find a solution, and I have to find a solution to my lack of skills on the Hayabusa and the Granger.
That's a bit tough, bro.
Ouch.
No, it's not. It's not. Okay, guys? Don't fear, because the Exorcist skins are here, along with the exclusive items as well, because the draw event will be live from the 18th of May to 16th of June. And you guys can enjoy a 50% of your first draw every day and get a permanent exclusive item in the first 10 times that you guys draw. By the way, the old Exorcist skins will also be available. So if you guys missed it, don't worry. It's there for you to grab.
Retro spins, Kagura and Yuzong.
Yes.
The Yuzong one is very cool.
I like the Kaguras as well. It just so happens that I can't play the Kagura. But you know what I can play? I can play the Kadita. And you know what the Kadita likes to do? They like to dive into the action. Like you guys can dive into the action as well. Don't forget, the tickets are now available for the Snapdragon Pro Series SPS. Starting from, you guessed it, 10K. 10,000.
Wow.
10,000, ladies and gentlemen. That's cheaper than food. It's so affordable. Esports for everyone, right? For ESL. Thank you so much, ESL, for making this happen. We can finally enjoy SPS together. So if you guys are interested in that, go ahead and check out the website down below. Or scan the QR code.
Yeah. Around, below. Yeah, just there, that area.
There-ish.
There-ish. But wow.
Very precise. But speaking about skins though,
Exorcist done.
Yeah.
But I want the JJK.
Oh, you're in luck.
They're back?
It's
JJK.
Man, it's perfect timing for Goni right here because they're back for a limited time. And I hear it's improved as well. So a lot of people were complaining about, oh, the effects were not as good. They've like buffed it. Now it's just a lot better, a lot cooler, a lot smoother as well in game. And of course, you can enjoy 50% off on your daily first draw as well. So man, don't waste any time. Do it at least once daily and you can get 50% off every single day. So the more days you do it, the more value you get. And after 10 draws, of course, you still can get an exclusive item or skin. Why not, man?
That's how you do it.
If you're a man of culture and you like the show, why not, man? It's cool. Gives you that buff of confidence in the Land of Dawn as well. I can confirm. I own a few of those skins.
Show off.
I only have one.
I don't have any JJK skins.
Oh, you do? You don't?
No.
Why not?
I don't play.
Oh,
I don't play Melissa. I don't play
Julian, Melissa,
Julian, I don't
Xavier,
play Xavier. I
and
don't
Yin.
play Yin.
I got
Maybe
3.
it's time to learn, bro.
Yeah. Show off.
How many do you have?
3. I got lucky.
You've been participating in a lot of these events.
Exactly.
You learn a thing or two, and you learned something today as well.
I do.
You know, with spirit, with support, with hard work, you can be like Evos. You can begin your own anime arc. You can be the main character of your own anime.
Like FNATIC Onic as well.
No, absolutely not. But thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in for today. Day 2 of the MPL ID Season 13 playoffs. Tomorrow, unfortunately, we will be sending another team home.
Oh, man.
The question is, will it be Geek or will it be, drumroll please, Bigetron?
Bigetron.
So with that, without further ado, we are going to sign out for the day. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow because MPL ID Season 13, we own this. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow.
Selanjutnya ada Geek dan juga Bigetron yang harus ditarik turun ke lower bracket. Tapi sebaliknya Bude Clara, tentunya ada dua tim yang terus melaju di upper bracket. Ada FNATIC Onic dan juga Evos Glory.
Ya, tentu saja kita akan melihat akan ada satu tim yang harus terhenti perjalanannya di esok hari di match pembukaan kita. Jadi siapkan diri kalian untuk menyaksikan siapakah tim yang akan mengais demi kemenangan satu persatu karena perjalanan lower bracket tentu lebih panjang dibandingkan upper bracket yang akan kita saksikan pula esok hari. Upper bracket final menentukan satu slot babak grand final di mana slot MSC di sana akan mereka dapatkan.
Wow, berarti ini besok Bude kita akan langsung menjadi saksi bersama-sama melihat satu tim pertama yang akan secure tiket menuju MSC 2024. Tapi tentunya perjalanan mereka tidak terhenti di sana, mereka harus terus melaju untuk bisa mendapatkan gelar sebagai champion MPL Indonesia Season 13 dan besok dari 4 tim akan berkurang menjadi 3 tim saja.
Betul, jadi siapkan diri kalian untuk menyaksikan kemegahan dan kengerian dari 4 tim yang akan berjuang sekuat tenaga untuk mendapatkan slot itu. Tentu saja acara ini begitu meriah karena ada dukungan para super fans dan juga tentunya kepada para sponsor yang begitu luar biasa karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Muntan dengan government partner PBSI
and presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy,
official e-wallet GoPay, dan juga kita punya official destination for gaming and esports Kidia.
Dan juga official gold partner by UBS Gold dan juga ada partner in esports ada Campina, Oraimo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan juga Games Max.
Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturday.
Dan tentunya ada venue partner kita ada Jakpro.
Begitu meriah tentunya kita melihat bagaimana antusias dari para super fans, dari para supporter, dari para keluarga, kerabat, dan juga tentu saja yang lagi di rumah, yang lagi nonton bareng. Dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dukungan kalian terus mengalir dan bisa dirasakan energinya di panggung yang megah ini.
Wow, betul sekali. Tapi Bude Clara, tentunya keseruan ini tidak hanya di dalam arena saja. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 juga ada MPL Festival yang sangat seru. Banyak sekali aktivitas-aktivitasnya. Dan tentunya di dalam arena seperti biasa ya, tadi kita ada bagi-bagi skin gratis. Jadi ini luar biasa sekali.
Betul, banyak sekali acara yang bisa kita ramaikan juga, bisa kita nikmati di luar sana. Seperti yang Monica bilang, keseruan yang hanya di dalam sini tapi juga di luar sana dan bahkan dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari kutub utara sampai kutub selatan. Wongnya dewek lagi pada nonton juga nih.
Wah. Tapi tentunya keseruannya kita sudah rasakan kemarin di hari pertama, kemudian hari ini hari kedua. Tapi jangan kemana-mana dulu, kalian harus menjadi saksi sampai dengan nanti di babak grand final pada hari kelima babak playoff ini untuk melihat siapa yang akan menjadi champion dari MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Hari ini kita harus berpamit, namun esok hari juga akan ada satu tim yang berpulang dan harus say goodbye. Malam ini, malam yang tentunya panjang dan mendebarkan. Esok hari akan seperti apa? Jadi kita nantikan kalian tentunya di hari yang ketiga babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this! See you!
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi.